Live.
Hello.
I'm just reading.
How's everybody
Just
doing? I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, Candy was still talking. We're live. We're going over some of the stuff we're following this Canadian election.
hmm
Um, I don't know. I'm a little shook about
I
these
was just
early
reading the tweet.
results. Um, it's a little scary right now because
But
the
it's not.
results are
But
coming in a little bit more in favor of the conservatives than I was thinking. And if it stays this way, then they'll get the majority, and it'll be Polyev and not Carney, which to me is like an endorsement of the Trumpism craziness. So I really, really hope that that's not what's happening here. But yeah, we'll be following that tonight. Go ahead, Candy.
no, I was just reading the tweet that Trump
Yeah.
said about Canada again, once again, saying that Canada should become the 51st state.
Um, Casper, no. They're not going after naturalized citizens. They deported their parents and they sent them with their parents. Technically, they didn't deport the kids. Um, but the big problem is for at least one of these cases, maybe two, um, there is a parent who is still here, and the judge was trying to rule that he needed to look through this and see if he could tell the kid to stay, but they had already deported the kid with their mom by the time he had gone to look at it. And so, yeah, they really fucked up big time. And then another fucked up
Right.
thing is there's this 4-year-old kid who got deported with their parent who has stage 4 cancer and basically doesn't have access to treatment now because of it. Judge too slow for Trump. Well, yeah, if you're trying to get around the rules and do it as quickly as possible, it's going to be too slow. We have processes for a reason. And I think, we're soon going to see the Supreme Court ruling on like a time frame that they have to do because they're trying to do like 24 hours. And there was a district court that already ruled against that. Now, obviously, that's not like binding across the country yet. But yeah. Well, I don't think you will, Casper. But that would be really shitty. Mm.
Destiny's still on. He's watching the what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
The Canada.
Let's see.
Tell me how I had another dream with Destiny. But this time,
Okay.
okay. So this is what happened, right? I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw that he had a late night stream, right?
Yeah, I was watching.
And I was like, I wasn't watching because I was asleep at that time
Oh,
so by the time I seen it, well,
go ahead.
by the time I seen it, I missed it completely. So then I went back to the videos that he has here, posted, and I seen that it was there. So I was playing and watching it, and I fell asleep again
Should be
watching
good now,
it,
Casper.
which is I think why I had because I the background, you could hear the voice because I left it on.
Hey,
Well,
Cosmic.
well, I fell asleep.
How's it going, bud?
Hi, Cosmic.
Boom, boom, boom. Does anyone have like a really good site for following these results for the Canadian election? Like something like those maps and shit that the American companies do, because I want to like keep that up and let us keep looking at shit while it's coming in.
Can't you?
Aha, thank you, Cosmic.
Oh,
Okay. CBC. Okay. Uh okay. It's gonna be an interesting watch, that's for sure. Maybe I'll stream later than normal if it keeps going, because we're supposed to know the results by tonight. Maybe I can cover everything as the results come in, or at least until they declare, like, okay, we're projecting that this party is going to win, for example.
can you explain?
Should be settled by midnight ET. Okay, that'll be before I finish up.
Sure.
Can I explain what?
Is it does Canada vote the same as the U.S. vote?
What do you mean? Like, do they
Do
have
they
like an
use the same
electoral
vote?
college? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
No. So they have a
How?
parliamentary
Okay.
system. So they vote for like members of parliament. Each group or district, as we would call it here, votes for their member of parliament, and then
Like,
whichever party has the most representatives picks the prime minister, essentially, right? You have majority governments and you have minority governments. If they have over 50%, they have a majority government and can kind of do whatever they want for the most part. If they have a minority government, they have more control and they pick the prime minister, but um, other parties can sort of stop them from doing some of the things that they want to do unless they form like a coalition.
in layman terms, it's like voting for the senators,
Yeah, kind
and
of.
then the
Yeah.
senators decide who the president is going to be,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
kind of.
I mean, like, there's like different
Explain it.
roles and
Go ahead.
jobs, kind of. Like, it's not exactly the same as the American senators or president. But yeah, essentially, yes, you could think of it that way.
Okay, so, okay. Okay. Roles aside, it's like voting. It's not voting for the president, you're voting for the senators, and then they decide who's going to be the president, prime
Pretty
minister.
much, yeah. Pretty much.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Although I think it's more
Okay.
like congressman. But yeah.
Right, because this is I read seats, and I'm like, why? What's that with seats? Like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't understand the whole seats thing, but now I get it now. I
Yeah.
understand. So they're
That's what
voting
the
for the
deal is.
members.
That's what the deal is. Let me see. What is he saying here? What's this guy
has
saying?
122 seats. That's Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, the North,
Voting
BC,
for
Alberta,
representatives,
Saskatchewan,
senators are like
Manitoba,
lords
Nunavut,
elected by the
all
crown.
Yukon.
Yeah,
For the
that's what I was
Conservatives to
thinking.
win here, they have got to
Voting for.
Uh huh.
I don't get it.
Um, like the House of Lords in England is
No, I don't.
chosen by the crown. So like these elected representatives are more like our Congress people, like the House, where
Uh-huh.
senators would be more akin, the level of power they exert and what they're able to do is more like the House of Lords. Um, yeah, Prime Minister is more like Speaker of the House. Yeah, that makes more sense. Cosmic.
Okay. But
He's like the head of the
then there's
party. They don't really have
so
like
there is
a
no
president.
they don't
No,
have a president.
not in the
Okay.
same way that we do. No.
Okay. So,
Okay. Okay. A few more races. Looks like they were called for the Liberals. Okay. Um.
Who would
Okay.
be the cosmic? Who would be the crown?
The crown, like the king or queen of
Yeah,
England.
Cosmic wrote
Yeah, he's
voting for
talking.
representatives.
So he's talking about the
Right,
UK. In the
right,
UK,
right.
the House of Lords are like the equivalent to our senators, and they're chosen by the king or queen.
Right. But in this case, who would be electing
I don't know. Does
the
Canada have a
lords?
House of Lords?
The voters?
Hang on. Yo, so it does have a Senate and a House of Commons. Um, King of England is still the Canadian crown. Well, they have the House of Commons as the lower house, right? And the House of Commons is the election right now. Vadim, bring up Toronto. I don't know. We're looking okay right now, Daniel. We're looking okay. Um,
Voting.
yeah. So it's the House of Commons that elects him. So Canadian Senate head out. Yes, I did see that, but you know, like it's vegan gain, so. Okay, so is it by Cameron Senate, Monitor, House of Lords, which is members appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister in Canada. So it's not the Crown. In Canada, it's not the Crown. Because that would be pretty fucking crazy, right? To have a foreign country picking that. Honestly, when he talks about veganism, he
Did
sounds
you see
fucking
how?
unhinged too, Sleepy. Did I
Yeah,
see what?
Vegan Games was on. You saw it, right? Destiny's. You saw it?
What? Which thing?
He was on Destiny's
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
stream. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then two other people, also Canadian, jumped in and fucking basically annihilated every one of his points.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny. But he just jumped on his stream and was like rambling about, I don't even know, nonsense.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna keep this on my screen, my other screen for right now, while we follow shit. Um, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna start with dailies today. We'll do it early. Just get it out of the way.
I'm gonna give you the answers.
Don't you fucking dare.
All of, I am,
Um,
all of them. I'm gonna give you all the answers.
gel, mousse, uh, spray and wax, hair gel, like hair mousse,
House of
hairspray,
Lords
and
is.
hair wax. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna give you all the answers.
Yeah. All right. What do we got?
Uh,
Exhaust. Drain. No. Tire.
I don't even know what that means.
Tire mark. Fingerprint. Hair and fiber, forensic things used by forensics. Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay. Um bare, simple, plain. Mm.
What is his takes on
Mm.
veganism, Joe?
Bore, tire, exhaust, drain, maybe? To like be tired or
He talks about eating people.
weary? Who says that? Okay.
That
Bare, simple, plain, spare. Interesting. Austere. Interesting. Okay. Nice. First
I don't
try.
even know what does austere mean.
Um. God, it's not even like a word I often use.
Okay, never mind.
Severe, restricted manner. Yeah. Like
That's fine,
plain.
but
Yeah,
good
it means
one.
like plain. Like bare
Yeah.
bones ish. Alright, come on. Let's go.
I think.
Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, come on, man.
Okay.
What are you doing to me? That's UK, right? Oh no, that's like Norway. Maybe. Right? I don't know. It's like up here somewhere. Like in Oslo. I don't know, man. This is tough. And it's gonna be like, we'll go with like 1900 because that's the earliest you can do. I'm gonna be. Oh god, this is such a bad start. Ugh. 15 years off. Okay, I was right about Norway. I was fucking far from where it was in Norway. Alright, what's this?
Philippines, Vietnam.
Hang on.
Oops, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
Hmm. This is tough. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Southeast Asia. Man, this is tough. Kind of watches people. I mean, there's no cell phones, obviously. But I feel like the black and white is a trick here. Like, this isn't a time when there were only black and white photos. You know, let's go with Ho Chi Minh. We'll say 75. No, 58. Fuck. Thailand? Fuck. Uh, not good. Not having a good one today. Okay. Um, so clearly modern. We've got lots of smartphones. Definitely somewhere in Asia. Yeah, yeah. That looks like Chinese. Oh, Macau. Okay. They're like a fucking island? Damn, how do I find this? Or is that like a representative of Macau? Wait. The Macau Grand Prix. So it's gotta be Macau, right? Which I don't know where it is. I feel like it's an Asian, like a Pacific island. But then why are there Chinese lettering? Hmm. Hmm. Fuck. Oh. Hmm. Yeah. Ah, okay. Here we go. And I'm gonna say, like, looking at these phones, see if we can peep how many lenses these cameras have. Oh yeah, this gotta be real recent. We're gonna say like 23. Oh, damn it! I was so close to a perfect score. Okay, this is gonna be like Eastern Bloc. This looks like Polish. So it's under the Soviets. We're gonna say 55. Yeah? Hungary. Oh, Hungarian. We were close. We were close. I'm pretty sure that's Barack Obama. Is that Cambodian? Or Burmese? Um, Or Laotian. It's one of these guys. It's one of these guys for sure. We're gonna go with Cambodian because I don't recognize the language. And we'll say, oh, might as well right in the middle of his presidency. Oh, it was Myanmar. Oh, Cosmic, you got it fucking right. Nice. Yeah. Not our best. Not our best. That's okay. We'll get him next time. Let's check back in. What? Nothing new? Okay. Any updates on Le Poly Market? Just to see. Okay. Pulling ahead again in Poly Market. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right. Okay.
There's a lot of cheering over here.
What do you mean? What cheering? Candy, what are you talking about?
She won, I think.
Who?
People are cheering. They're saying that she won.
Who's she?
The liberal?
Oh, okay.
I think the conservative is the man.
I'm just going to pull up the live CBC.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Get Shannon Meadham out for a quick interview as soon as she wraps up her speech here, but obviously this is one of the seats that the Liberals were really working hard on trying to bring around, and tonight they did it.
Thank you very much to CBC's Tom Murphy waltzing from bar to bar in the riding of Halifax.
Bar to bar. Ooh, that's some fucking Canadian accent right there.
Sound very familiar. Okay, as we get ready for this next large amount of votes coming in and polls closing, did want to show you where we are as we leave.
Oh my God!
Canada. This is the vote.
Less than 2 minutes.
In Atlantic Canada, you can see there the Liberals.
Everybody fingers crossed.
But the Conservatives.
Everybody fingers crossed.
More than 9%.
Please.
The story, though, coming out of Atlantic Canada is really about that NDP number, down 12 percentage points, and that tells you that they are not performing well in Atlantic Canada, and this really is confirming what we knew about this race, and that
okay, yeah, they're now the votes are starting to go more to what we were expecting. Because at first they were coming in, so that's okay, Sleepy. I don't blame you. I know.
That's the kind of movement the Conservatives are happy to see coming out of Atlantic Canada and would hope to see as the polls begin to close right across the country. But we will see, right? As we've said, this is early.
Yeah,
plans.
those
now,
flipping seats were not good.
Now is a whole lot
but
more data coming in. I'm going to just go quickly.
The number of votes.
Just
okay.
like 30 seconds.
Come on.
You, David. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Interesting thing where the NDP vote is going a way that common wisdom would suggest it wouldn't. This is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, as has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm Fabrication Yard that built the Hibernia project, there's an oil refinery there, so it's trades people and traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapse is more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about, or telling us about. Yeah. Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now closed in much of the country. Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these
Why is
are
your shit
key
all
battlegrounds
weirdly
of this
named,
election,
Canada?
ridings you need to win to form government. Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought
There's
that
a
they
Liberal
were
seat.
Kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in
There's
losing
another
a lot
Liberal
of seats
seat.
in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well. The recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannah-Mansing.
There are two ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals. But, the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here,
we're calling that
Yeah, I'm listening to it, but I don't understand a fucking thing.
Performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time.
I can hear it in the background.
Relatively close, closer, I think.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I thought I muted it.
These are the two ridings in New Brunswick, which are still.
Where's Vadim? Somebody fucking get Vadim!
Ian, polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue if I can.
Here we go. Here we go.
To get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
PPC
what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote,
party?
whether it's going to be down,
what is it called?
Was predicted, or whether the Bloc will.
He's calling the PP party, not the PP.
We actually have numbers for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers because a section of the
is it the PPC party?
Actually on the same.
What is it? What's PPC stand for?
I don't know. The rest of Quebec.
Oh, I see.
So,
yeah, I
this Friday,
no idea. I'm lost too, so I'm like.
It's significant. It's actually two ridings.
Seats are coming in.
Right. A former
People's Party of Canada. Gotcha. Thank you.
So someone is going to lose a seat here.
Yeah.
And if the Bloc.
And that's the Libs, right?
As opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously,
I don't think so.
For the Liberals
that's the Conservative Party?
Let me double check.
And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City.
Yeah, it's Conservative.
Mostly against Conservatives.
Okay,
and then the Libs would be what?
In just a minute, but Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted. And there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point.
Liberal.
First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already. And
Liberal and Canada. What is the P? Oh, Little Party Canada?
And it's even greater
Liberal
at this
Party
point.
Canada.
It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan.
Oh, you're watching the same
since,
thing.
2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
Got some early results coming in from Quebec.
What do we got?
Let's start with a new riding,
What do we got?
where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls reporting,
Yeah,
but
this
based on
doesn't tell us
redistribution,
anything.
this is an area you'd expect to go block, but the Liberals have a
I can hear it in the
local
background,
mayor in the
Candace.
riding who is going to have a little
I'm
bit of name
sorry.
recognition.
No worries.
Let's move on to
Fuck, let me turn my
Chicoutimi.
phone.
This is a block conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again,
Only one poll reporting.
We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Natalie Sinclair Desgagnés, is in the lead. And another really exciting riding to watch in this province.
French-Canadian.
A 3-way race in 3 rivers. Trois-Rivières.
27 votes.
The Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachute candidate from the
This is tight.
Yves Levesque,
this
former
real
mayor
close.
in the area. And René Villemure, the Bloc candidate who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race.
Super close
It is a riding
now.
that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties knew what was going to happen here. And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections. Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well,
what just happened there?
Happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote.
Oh, it's because this is including leading.
What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario votes, the seats have traditionally been so closely fought that a relatively small tightening in the population.
It's gonna be close like this the whole time. Yes, Vadim. Where the fuck is Vadim?
How much of that tightening was real?
We need Vadim. Vadim, be our numbers guy.
Althea,
Tell
I'm
us.
Come back to you, but first I want to get to Adrian, who's got some results.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, one poll of 262, a lead of only 5.
It's 11 votes. What are you talking about, lady?
Has held on to Algonquin.
What are you giving us this for right now? What a useless fucking stat.
Long-time MP there. Just a lead of 5, but everyone immediately always looks for flips. You're not seeing a lot, though.
Now you can't accuse me of pre-watching. Destiny is doing connections now. Ha ha!
Only 5 of 266 polls reporting, counting.
He sure is.
One more to look at. If we
that feels good.
Dalton,
he sure is. He's doing his now.
One poll, but already a lead of 1,000.
And you got yours faster than his.
You betcha.
You know,
not surprising.
No, I was
David.
about to say. It's been a Liberal riding since 1988.
Sorry, I'm pumped.
So, and he got into cabinet for the very first time. What was it, Justin Trudeau that put him in cabinet? Yeah, Justin Trudeau.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he stayed there.
They are very nice, aren't they,
He
Daniel?
would like to hold on to that and stay in his cabinet job. Ian, you have some results.
Yeah, we have 2 results in Manitoba so far. Winnipeg West, and at this point, it's really early.
Manitoba.
I show you this, though, not so much because of the count, but that this is a riding that both the Conservatives and the Liberals...
Not to Americans, not anymore. They used to be polite.
Marty Morantz,
Yeah,
the
well.
incumbent
Now they hate us.
and Doug Elson, who used to be the MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is riding Mountain
Canada was
View
trying to do
He is
something
the
to
incumbent MP there. He's won the last 2 elections with
get
huge
tourism
margins.
back
Even though it's
to
early there,
California.
This is probably an indication of how
Gavin
riding
Newsom.
Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just take a look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are tonight. As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results start to come in,
The summer, any homes that they had in the U.S., they're selling them. They're selling their homes in the U.S.
And the Bloc
Yeah,
They're not. They vacationing somewhere else. They're not.
Of course, just as I said that, leading in one. If you want to see
They're
who
really
has been
pissed.
confirmed elected, you should head
And
to our
Trump
website.
keeps going at it because, again, once again, the day of the election, he, like talking about the election and then goes back into the 51st state.
Oh, yeah,
like,
I know.
That voted on those advance poll weekend. It is up to every polling station to decide when they count those. You can count them as early as 2 hours before, or you can count them right at the end. So you're right. Sometimes that will impact the results. Lots of you are watching for that, but we simply don't know when they're getting counted in each polling station, but they will get counted. So not to worry about that. I'm going to go back to the panel now. Althea, you haven't had a chance to weigh in so far on what you're watching.
What do you got for us, Althea?
So many other polls closed, and you've also been joined by a fellow you know well, Jason Kenney, former Alberta Premier and Conservative cabinet minister. We'll get to him first, but what are you watching?
Somebody has a name in Destiny's chat called Full Metal Atheist.
Doesn't really tell you a ton. But
is he finishing?
He's really interesting. Yeah. The fact that
pretty
Sean
much
Fraser is struggling to hold on to his riding.
Shout out the stream, Candy.
That Pierre Poilievre actually visited.
Oh
just last
shit!
week
I closed it out.
Rally with Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay.
No,
of course,
he's
the seat that they held. And what
Let's
you
see
see in
if
Atlantic
people.
Canada, what you
We'll
hear
probably
from
get a couple of our normal watchers coming over now that he's done.
is not the party of progressive conservatives anymore. So come and vote or lend your vote to the Liberals and Mark Carney, who probably is more aligned with your values. At least that's the Liberals' pitch. And you're seeing that pitch clearly is not working in Central Nova, and that coming out with those two huge figures in that riding may have made.
Yeah, what do you have for us, Elphaba?
South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal.
St. Margaret.
Which is also
but the Full Metal Atheist, I think it's a play on the Full Metal Alchemist, which is one of my favorite anime. Yes. So when he said, "Oh, Full Metal," I was like, "No, don't do that to Full Metal."
Yeah.
So there's not.
I'm gonna be like nervously stroking this beard all fucking night.
But so frankly, are the.
I'm gonna lose some beard hairs tonight. I can already tell you.
Obviously, you can see the numbers. They're moving on your screen, fast and furious.
They are moving on my screen.
We don't have actually that many people.
What's this lady's name? I don't know this lady's name. I want to know this lady's name.
Well, the people out of the Maritimes mostly projected elected.
The lady on the TV.
You're
on screen.
People talking to people, watching things. What do you make?
Okay, well, I shouldn't say anything.
Most conservatives are hoping
that this I was going to say something about her, but it's not that I'm being mean. I just kind of.
Regions for the conservatives was Atlantic Canada. So to see them
is it me or does she have like no neck?
There were some.
Well, now I'm gonna notice. I am edging my beard.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
In Ontario, I think
I just
let's see. Chat.
Let me tell you.
Edging.
Let's see how much of a neck this woman has. Let's see. Let's find out.
You could see very significant close races all through what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905.
Oh God,
man! This guy says earlier the
I'm
way that
not saying
fucking
it to be an asshole.
Jordan Peterson does.
If the NDP collapses that bad, and if these soft NDP voters don't actually show up for Mr. Carney, or many of them actually go to Mr. Poilievre on that appeal to blue-collar trades and working people, you could actually see the Conservatives.
We'll see who cancels who.
What the fuck is that?
That's region, and that's
Jordan Peterson
for a very long.
Would you all
your
agree,
stupid little sound bit.
It's not stupid.
Election of a wave.
It's so mean.
I mean, look at her. Look.
Okay.
Does she have a neck, or is it me?
I don't see
Fuck.
It's not that lady. That's not the lady you're talking about.
The Liberals did
yes,
worse.
It is.
Done worse so far in Atlantic Canada than
I don't
they
see.
did last time.
It can't be the woman you're talking about.
So if Atlantic Canada is any kind of indication,
that wasn't the same woman that you said before. Her.
It's
the one you were talking about. Yeah.
Catherine Cullen,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, she has.
Not her. That's the older.
Exciting races starting with Shadowgate.
Is it me? Right there you go. Look at her.
Oh, man,
is it me or does she have very little neck?
Oh man, they're catching up.
Recount last time around. Patrick O'Hara is back. He told my excellent colleague on the House.
Oh man, they're catching. Oh my God, they're catching up. Vadim!
Last time around.
Show me Nova Scotia, Vadim!
Let's check in
Berthier-Pinongé.
Interesting name there. Okay. The Canadians are going to remember.
I'm getting worked up. I'm getting worked up. I shouldn't be getting worked up because all this shows who's leading too, right? So like that's going back and forth, and I'm fucking psyching myself out over this.
She lives in the riding now. She is a farmer. They in fact raise boar and bison.
Daniel says you're edging your beard.
I know. I saw.
But it does appear that it is going to be some difficult sledding based on just the first poll for Ruth Ellen Brosseau, and we want to take a look to Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU.
What is this?
Have a candidate here that they're
How did you say that? How did she say that? Like without tripping all over it? Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU.
But the Bloc really want to hold on to this seat. Yves-François Blanchet went all the way. This is a northern riding. He went up to visit it to try to give Sylvie Bérubé a bit of a boost. So again, this is another riding folks are going to be watching closely tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that race shakes out.
It's really funny how they call their districts ridings.
That
kind of makes me giggle.
Give us a few more, but
because
in order
I have
for the
the mind
Liberals
of a
to
child.
reach majority tonight, they needed to gain 18 seats. They are not on that path.
Okay,
so
that lady, her.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay.
She's French.
What? It's early. It's early.
It's a night of early.
Listen,
let's face it. We have some seats called
we call those freedom.
So look, right now there's a couple.
We call those freedoms here, Sleepy.
Close, and within one riding I'm looking at, there's only 5 of the advanced.
We don't call them French. Okay, now we're moving back ahead. Okay. I don't like how they do this. They should divide this up by like winning, like has won and like is leading, because this number is really frustrating.
This is the island of
the heck is this, Welsh? This fucking Welsh?
This is like a big chunk of seats that's going to determine a lot of the storyline.
Like the grape juice?
You're looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of
Welsh.
the screen. The big
Welches,
where a lot of people live in Quebec have still not come in yet. Let's go to Ontario, and let me give you a pretty
I thought it was
good
the same.
of that. You're seeing some red in the north
it's
and
close.
things like that. But let's go to the
It's only one letter off. It's a C instead of an S.
Very few results, very early, right? So this is that belt that Jason Kenney was talking about, Mississauga and Brampton and up in the York region. That's the battleground between the Liberals and the Conservatives in Ontario for first place. We have almost nothing from there at this point.
I'm going to play for a little bit while we do this. Speaking of Welsh, Wrexham made it into the championships.
When we go there,
fucking spoilers, Cosmic! I try specifically not to follow so that I can enjoy it when I watch the show.
We still have nothing from there.
God damn it!
Damn
it, Cosmic!
Don't have an episode again.
You know, the bulk of the population is reporting from that yet. So it's still very early
Don't lose. You know, okay. You know what?
Conclusions about where this is going. Same thing as
let's talk about something while the votes are being counted, so that you're not going crazy. So you remember?
I'm just gonna catch and kill fish. Go ahead. It's the journey, not the destination. I know, but I always try not to find. Mind you, I have yet to succeed at doing that. Cosmic. Something always ends up spoiling it for me because I love soccer or football, and like I end up seeing the news somewhere in like my feed at some point or another. But like I was trying. Jordan is going to play with himself right now. On stream? No. What do you think I'm? Dark Side Phil, bro? What are you trying to say right now? Call me
Nobody knows
DSP?
anything about this election, and everyone has been wrong all along.
I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Let's, as we've been saying, so early results and lots of results flooding in, and as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, 11 minutes now before votes.
Well, as I was saying,
but let's look
go
at
ahead.
the
Sorry.
share of the votes to start
on Friday, remember Daniel had recommended Black Mirror. Yes, I watched it. Remember?
Of course, yeah. I think I was saying the same.
Still in very, very low numbers.
So I watched 2 seasons
so far, right?
and I do not like it.
This is not the full picture yet, but look, the Liberals are up
13.
Why? And it looks like, at least
I find it to be a little bit sadistic.
It is. It's really fucked up.
Down 12 and the
Yeah, I don't. That kind of stuff doesn't. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I don't like it.
having gained some
I'm not the
seats.
type of person who will watch something like that and be
because
like,
you
yeah,
watched the
that's
fucking.
cool.
You started off with the fucking pig episode.
We're not there yet, but that's what that is pushing towards, and we'll keep
pig?
our eye on Quebec.
Yeah, like the very first episode
Oh
with
my
the British
God,
Prime Minister
yes.
and the fucking pig.
Oh, that was. I didn't even get what was the point of the at the end. Oh, they were just trying to make a. I was that was gross, and then
yeah, it's pretty gross.
Well, he was watching us. That's also
then the other ones are no better too. It's like.
Of his own writing, he is putting himself up.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't know. It's too sadistic for me.
I'm liking this right now. Let's get more of that.
Also,
but I don't know who's leading and what's been called. That's the frustrating part.
Okay, let's go to Adrian.
Also,
make this more American, please. Do this more American.
Really interesting. I really
Go ahead.
Okay, speaking of more American,
started with San Junipero. That's a great point, Cosmic. That's not sadistic at all. That's beautiful and heart-wrenching. Oh, what an episode, San Junipero.
No, Steve Black, who's the former mayor.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, go look that one up. That's a totally different experience.
This is one you have to keep an eye on. This will matter.
The first 2 seasons, and it was cringe to me. Like I don't like.
I mean, it's like different. It's like hard to watch because it's crazy, but
it is hard to watch
really
because
the appropriate term to describe
and then
it?
everybody is like British, so that was too like.
That is the sort of flip.
Not American enough for you.
Nah, yes, I was about to say that. Yeah,
Uh-oh, Candy.
So
everybody talking like the I don't. Anyways, but besides that, that's not a big deal. I don't like the sadistic nature of it. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. It's like. This is very. People like this. It's like, wow, you have to be really like, yeah, I know it's. I'm not saying, yeah, I'm not.
No one knows that better than.
Yeah, I know people like it, you know, but I'm like asking myself, people really like.
I mean,
I know they like it, but at the
it's
same
kind of
time,
supposed to make you feel uncomfortable.
Voters here today in Windsor, West, the riding I'm in right now.
I don't like feeling uncomfortable when I watch TV shows.
Long-time incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going.
By the way, I just got done watching the
negotiations of a new NAFTA.
I just got done watching a movie with Denzel Washington.
And you're realizing that we were so right.
No. The Magnificent Seven. It's a cowboy movie.
It
was really good.
I'm quite aware. Wait, what's going on?
Okay, sorry.
Here? What's going on here?
I know it's an old movie, but still.
What the fuck is this?
Actually, I didn't even know Denzel was in it until it started. But I like westerns, so I watched it anyways. So. Yeah, I watched it anyway because I like westerns. But I didn't know Denzel was in it.
It froze. Why did the stream freeze? What's happening?
However you book your flight, first check Kayak to search and compare flight prices from hundreds of sites to find a great deal.
What the fuck is this?
Living Spaces is partnering with Krypton Home Fabrics, the top indoor performance fabric brand. With 6 exclusive collections and 30 luxurious fabrics, you can live freely and stylishly. Enjoy Krypton Home Performance Fabrics at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
You have issues letting go.
Decide who they're going to pick to lead them.
You have problems
moving forward here.
letting go.
Okay, Chris, you might be in for a long ride. Thanks very much.
Junipero.
What do you mean I have problems letting go?
Thanks, Chris. And I'm going to go to Ian now.
Nothing.
Don't fucking do that.
Saskatchewan redistribution
nothing.
Stop it. Had a chance to pick this seat up.
What am I not letting go of? I don't understand.
Still, obviously, really early in the counting, and
I wrote it down. Cosmic. I'm gonna watch that one. I turbid recommendation, but if I don't like it,
both high profile. Both,
you don't like it, you don't like
I don't like
what it is.
Parties,
yeah.
And we are going to be watching this.
I'm giving it a good try. That's what I'm trying to say because I don't like the sadistic nature of it. It's too much for me. Crimson Tide.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I can tell you that at this hour, more than 1 million votes have been counted, and obviously the counting continues. Of course, there were also more than 7.3 million of you that voted in the advance polls, but lots of vote counting going on right now to bring you some of these results that you're seeing here at the bottom of your screen. Take a look. Those numbers are leading and elected. So the Liberals are leading and elected in 80 ridings at this stage, Conservatives 56, Bloc on the board with 11, NDP with just 1, where they are leading and or elected. And remember, we gave you those numbers before. If the Liberals were trying to form a majority government, they needed to pick up 18 seats. The Conservatives needed to pick up 44. The Liberals have picked up 15 so far.
Daniel's like Crimson
not all
Tide.
confirmed, but that is the trend that we are seeing so far.
Tombstone is a Western. The Mexican is more
about to close in British
Panto.
Columbia and the Yukon.
What's that?
Let's talk about Alberta, Rosemary. We're going to start with the first
What's
projected
Panto?
elected in the province of Alberta by the CBC Decision Desk, Michelle Rempel-Garner, a Conservative who is certainly well-known vocal member of that caucus. That big smile on her face because she is the first Conservative that the CBC Decision Desk says has been re-elected.
They're gonna have me pull up
Let's take a look though at some other interesting races. Edmonton Southeast. Part of what makes this interesting, Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal cabinet minister under Justin Trudeau. He was defeated. He ran for mayor of Edmonton. He won. He has stepped away from his mayoral duties to run in this seat, but it is worth noting it is a new riding. And if you look at what the numbers say from the 2021 election results, this is a riding that should go Conservative right now with the first poll reporting. The Conservative is in the lead in that riding. Let's move on to Edmonton Northwest. Billy Morin, this is a candidate the Conservatives are certainly excited about. Former chief of the Enoch Cree Nation, very enthusiastic about resource development and somebody that the Conservatives would really like to have in their caucus. Finally, in Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas. Now, what makes this riding so interesting? Certainly, it is traditional Conservative territory, but Chris Spearman, the Liberal candidate there, former mayor of
Succession
Lethbridge,
is so good,
he was endorsed by the provincial NDP former cabinet minister Shannon Phillips. So note, NDP provincial cabinet minister.
I haven't seen that.
Incredible
show.
Also rose provincially.
Okay, we're looking good here.
West,
but I agree, Daniel. I don't know like how
some
much of that is
movement
like
here,
called
but,
and how
Rachel
much of that
Thomas
is just like,
definitely,
oh, they're just kind of ahead. Oh, how lovely. They're a little bit ahead.
Another strong member of the Conservative caucus. Jason Kenney, you want to weigh in there on Michelle Rempel-Garner?
I like West Cosmic. I do like
yeah, well,
not surprising.
White Lotus. Also, I did not like Cosmic.
I think it's confirmation.
I also find it to be very sadistic as
strong
well.
Conservative support in Alberta is.
I haven't watched White Lotus yet.
There are some phenomenal new candidates as well. You just saw Billy Morin on the screen.
Like white privilege people
I don't really care about
shit.
that. About it being
Cree First Nation. And really a
Yeah,
significant leader
so it's like
in
white
economic
privileged
development
people
for
doing
First
fucked up
Nations in Western
shit. That's
Canada.
all.
He together with Ellis
White
Ross,
Lotus.
former chief councillor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West Coast Kitimat.
Yeah.
If those two are elected, you will see two very strong voices for
new fishy
reconciliation for First Nations to not just exercise the right to say no in consultation, but to say yes.
Yeah, they do have good people in it.
One of the interesting aspects of this campaign has been energy has not been a dominant, but a significant issue, perhaps for the first time ever. And you may end up with some very strong resource development First Nations leaders in the next parliament.
And that may be because of Donald Trump. Really, that's why we're talking about it.
She's okay. I don't think she's.
Okay, thank you for that, Jason Kenney. Polls
but yeah, but it does have
Columbia
really good
over,
actors in it. That's for
which
sure.
will add another 44. British Columbia. And
but I wouldn't watch it for the actors.
Polls to our
story
count, which will mean that all polls are closed right across the country. That happens at 10 p.m. Eastern.
It's fucked up. Yeah, it's just a lot of fucked up shit going on. So I'm not gonna say anything else. That's it. You don't get more from me. I'm a vault.
Government, but we are not able to get anywhere near calling any of those.
I know you don't want it anymore.
Because results are still.
I definitely don't.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in fast.
I'm pretending.
All right, let's
You're not gonna get it out of me.
I don't think Candy likes anything other than shows on TLC and the Hallmark
has always
Channel.
been a
oh my God!
Oh no, she does!
When Michelle Ferreri, a popular
Hold on.
Damn, Sleepy, you kind of nailed it.
36 for Emma Harrison, the small business owner.
Okay, judgment.
I'm not judging.
Judgmental.
Liberals will want to
I'm not judging that much.
I do like the Christmas. Okay, the Christmas movies.
Okay,
around Christmas time, I do like those corny, and I know they're ridiculous, corny movies.
I can't relate.
But
to
I
that
do
one.
like.
Why? 227.
Why? Because I don't give two shits about Christmas.
Polls reporting, but that is on trend certainly
Why
for
would I
what
care
the
about
Conservatives
Christmas
want to
candy?
see. They poured
That's
a lot
candy.
into that writing.
Ugh.
One last one to look at. This is
Christmas
important. This
is
Niagara
not
Falls,
a
Niagara on the Lake.
technically
So
yes,
this
it's
has
a
gone
holiday, but
back and
it's a
forth a little
feeling.
bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening.
More
Only
than
3 of
just a
202 polls
day
reporting
when you
just a
just
lead
give gifts.
of
The spirit
8.
of Christmas
But this is a writing that's been conservative for the last 25 years.
It's a religious holiday that I was not raised on.
Okay.
Like, why would I care about
whatever. I'm not even gonna try
But
to
a very, very small lead.
pull at your
So we'll see.
heartstrings.
Mark
You don't
Carney
have
was
a
down there
heart,
pretty
so
recently
let's
as
go.
well.
Are you fucking serious?
Canada,
Do you
US,
understand
and
like
then
how
on
fucked
Donald
up that
Trump,
is for you to say
area
right
with,
now?
of course,
Because
that
I don't
argument
celebrate
resonates very
your
strongly.
religion's
Okay,
holiday.
polls closing in British
Are
Columbia
you
and
being
Yukon.
serious
In
right
just
now?
moments, if you're in line to vote,
I
stay there
am.
because you still get
I
to
don't
do it.
believe in your religion, Candy. I have never believed
Calm
in
down.
your
You're
religion.
worked up over this Canada stuff, all right?
I have never believed in your
Focus
religion.
on that.
And it's also
Focus
my
on Canada.
birthday. So why the fuck would I celebrate Christmas?
Listen.
That means that
Focus
polls are
on Canada.
closed
You're
right
worked up
across
over
the country.
Canada already.
343 polls reporting. And British Columbia, aren't you excited? We haven't called government
But
yet. That
Joe,
rarely
I do
happens to
like
you.
around
So
Christmas
guess what?
time.
Your votes are going to matter here as we get ready to decide
the
where
holiday
this is going to
movies.
go. Let's give you an indication of what we're noticing already, and that is the change in the share of vote. Liberals taking off now at this stage, well over 50%.
Yeah.
Conservatives at 38.8, which, to be clear, is
But,
a very good score for conservatives on
yeah,
any other normal election. But this election
Yeah, I
has
like
been
a lot
unusual.
of. I like
And you
anime
can see the NDP and the
and
Bloc not performing where they normally
Star
would be.
Wars,
That
Star
too has
Trek,
been the story
and
of this election.
action
Let me show you now
movies,
what seats change
Western.
looks like. Okay.
Like I
Let's
watched
go through this. Liberals seem to be at
1923.
this stage leading
I like that
in
one.
17, leading or
I
elected in
didn't.
17
Yellowstone
seats.
was
Conservatives down 5,
okay.
Bloc down 11.
Ish.
That would be a devastating
Wasn't
amount
too
of
much into
losses for
Yellowstone.
the Bloc
I
Québécois
did
in
like
Quebec.
1923
NDP
more.
down 1. Of course, that was going to change as British Columbia starts to report. But remember, that number
True
to keep
Grit
in your
is a
head
good
here
movie.
about
I like
whether
True
we can
Grit.
get to a majority government
I've seen
is for
all
the Liberals to
versions.
gain
Like that
18
movie's been
seats.
remade
They are
like
one
3
away right
times.
now
I've seen
in
all
our
3
projections. Not everything
versions of that
confirmed,
movie.
but they are tracking towards that at this
Merry
hour,
Christmas,
and a
Hanukkah,
lot of it
Hallmark
coming
movies
at
are
the
fun for the
expense
cheesy love
of the
stories.
Bloc
I don't know,
Québécois.
man.
Let's go now.
I
have just always been like. By the way,
is the
Daniel,
Liberals
don't
and
you
the
love
Bloc
the
Québécois.
Christmas
Let's start with
spirit
looking
as a
at the
Jew?
big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14
Sorry.
seats. The Bloc
I'm
down
being
11, the
snarky.
Conservatives
okay.
losing
That's
3 seats
okay.
in
Be
Quebec. But again,
snarky.
these are
It's
still
okay.
relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province. Here is a
I don't know.
that
I
folks
can't
are
get
gonna
into the
remember. The name of
movies.
LaSalle
I
and
can't get into the
Verdun.
movies, and that has
That
nothing to do
consequential
with it
by-election in the
being
fall.
like
This
Christmas
it's
or
on the
whatever.
island
It's
of
just not my
Montreal. This
bag.
is part of the Liberal Chateau Fort, right?
It's
A
okay.
fortress, and yet the Bloc Québécois, Louis-Philippe Sauvé, a former Bloc Québécois staffer, won in that by-election. Now the Liberals have something of a star candidate.
Was it
in Claude Gay,
1883?
former
Did I
president of
see? Let me
IBM
look it
Canada.
up.
Right now, with 2 polls reporting, he's in the lead by
1883.
almost 300 votes. Let's move over to Shefford, where again the Bloc Québécois incumbent André-Anne LaRouche in second, and in the lead the Liberal candidate Félix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby. And finally, Rimouski. Alexander Reiford, again, a name that would be known well in that area, the former director of the Métis Gardens in the area, English Gardens, and the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Maxime Blanchet-Jonca, in second. So all, again, Rosie, you know, these are only some of the polls that are coming in.
That came out in 81.
Sleepy says if
I
you
have
didn't see
not
1883,
seen
you
it.
fucked up.
We could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal, I want to
okay.
get your take before
I'm
I
gonna
get some
watch
more
it.
results. Because if this
I didn't
holds
even know
and the Bloc
there was an
is
1880
trending,
because that came out in
looking projected to
21.
lose as many as 11
Yeah,
seats. That's
I'm gonna
pretty
watch it.
Okay, we're looking.
The Bloc
We're looking okay, boys. We're
itself
looking
believed
okay.
it could lose 10 to 15 seats. Of course, that wasn't the hope,
No.
but this is the best beginning
Poly Market's
of
showing
my-
92%
for
Carney
the
now.
Liberals in Quebec
You are
that
right.
I have seen in decades.
92%.
How many decades?
Last time we
it's-
checked, it was like
I don't
74.
think I was around because Jean
Tell me he's a
Chrétien
Christmas
never
baby.
won.
I am a
majority
Christmas
of
baby.
Quebec seats.
I've been hearing that my
So you
whole
go
life,
back all the
Daniel.
way
I'm
Jean
used to
Chrétien,
it now.
And Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map, so I think you'd have to go back.
By the way,
When is your birthday? When is your birthday?
December 25th.
But it's early.
It's early. It's early. But that's still. It's early. But it's still fascinating that someone who at the beginning of the campaign was
like
not
literally
speaking
Christmas
French as well as he was at the end, would be suddenly that appealing to
Jew born on
Quebecers,
Christmas.
if this is where things go.
But I'm also wondering, and the numbers
I
are
think
still
that means
coming,
something,
whether
right?
the Conservatives are also having a difficult night in Quebec.
Okay.
Because
I was
at this
born on
point,
Christmas
they
Eve.
are under what is called
cool.
the paying zone in percentage.
I've
points. They're below
also,
20%.
unfortunately,
That's not when that you get votes
sort
but
of
not seats. You need to get
revealed
over
Puggy's
that. And
birthday.
at this point, who knows? Because
Which
we're still
for
missing
you,
a
it's
lot of seats and
not a
lot
big
of
deal.
polls.
But for me,
for the Liberals,
you know,
if you
everybody's
want
caught up
40
on
seats,
Christmas, and they
they're
always
ahead on
forget your
32.
birthday because it doesn't
no,
make a
bro.
difference.
I have most of my friends are
And
Christian
if that
because most
is
people in the
true,
country
that
are Christian.
Conservatives
Trust
going
me,
to suffer in Quebec, that
I know what
think
that's
speaks
like.
to some of the choices that Pierre Poilievre
Yeah,
made.
yeah.
But we will talk more about that as results
doesn't
from
have
Ian
any
has some results though now.
filler,
Yes,
like,
Cosmic.
Look at your home province.
That's why I
Manitoba,
grew
and
out the
in particular,
beard.
3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right
Filler.
now. This one would be, if the Liberals were able to keep it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because, of course, I can read the numbers just as well
I
as
know.
you can. It's really early.
I know
What's
Joe thinks
interesting
I'm
about this,
dopey,
besides
but
the fact that it's
I'm
an
about to
NDP
sound
incumbent
even.
is in second place, is that the Raul Walia, 23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days. December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at
Puggy
that point?
celebrates
So
so much, I
I
have
don't
to
think
make
when he
a
became the
note of it.
candidate,
Yeah, but
he
you can
expected it to
see
be
why,
possible
like,
that he
I
could
never
go
want
to
to,
Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre as the evening unfolds.
You can
Let's go
see
now
why,
to
like, I never want to
Winnipeg
play into
West
that
and see what's happening
game.
there. And Marty Morantz, the Conservative incumbent, is in
I
a lead, not a
refuse.
huge
I
lead. Doug
refuse.
Elson has been the MP here
Okay.
before. This is the third time I think these two very
the
well-known
Puggy birthday
politicians.
thing. Hey,
Doug
Daniel,
Elson, also an ER doc, so well known for that as
Leo
well,
and Josh are doing
facing off
Israel
in
stuff
Winnipeg
and
West. So
politics
another one we're
general
gonna be
chat
looking
again.
at
Can you
very
go take
closely.
care of
And
them,
in Winnipeg
please?
North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote. Their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives.
I was
So,
not
just kinda
aware that
interesting.
season
That's,
2 was filler.
You would expect Kevin Lamoureux
Unnecessary.
to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the
I
NDP
liked
and the
it, though.
Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see what whether that continues. Just want to tell you that the Liberals continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still, and so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results.
That's why I don't
and
like
track
this
towards
fucking
being able to
count
project
they
the
have
government.
going. This is really
We're going to
frustrating.
go back to Nova Scotia for just one ride.
How much of them have actually been
was going to be a
called?
real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look.
Nice.
The Liberal Jessica
Nice.
Fancy Landry projected elected in that
And
riding.
that's a
Rick
flipped
took this
seat.
riding
Fuck yeah.
from the Liberals
Okay.
in the last election, but it was not to be
All
for
right,
him this
okay.
time out. He
We
had an
take those.
additional challenge
I
because, of
see.
course, the
We
NDP
take those, boys.
did not run an official candidate in this riding, so there will be
Can you
questions, I
hurry
think,
the fuck
about
up and
what
refresh?
happened to
What the
that
fuck is
vote.
going on?
Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, you know, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary. So perhaps that's a factor. But
When
nonetheless,
my new
Jessica Fancy
apprentice
Landry,
Lord Vader
projected elected in
arrives
South
to
Shore, St.
politics
Margaret's.
That's a
general,
significant
he
flip.
will
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to show you a board right now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for
Thank
as
you,
results
Lord
continue to tick in
Sidious.
from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next
do I
piece
have
of
it up
that.
twice?
That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win. 51 more if
What
they
is
want
up
to
with this
track
page
towards a
right now?
majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbents, incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage. But if they were to win that, they would surpass the 172 they need to get to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on. And then they're on their way, and
A
things
few
are
things to watch
tracking in this
now.
direction so far tonight. But again, many, many close races, and we're watching some of those. And I think David
this thing will
Cochrane
not
wants to
load.
talk to us now.
Yeah, so just to give you an
I
idea of how
scour
close this is, we were
through
talking
every
about
now and
Atlantic Canada
again
earlier. It was 22-10, right?
through
22
movies, because
Liberals, 10
sometimes I feel like I
Conservatives.
miss movies
Well,
that are
there
really
are two
good
ridings, Terra
that I never
Nova, where
saw.
Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals, where the advanced
Because,
polls
you know, you're busy living life,
offer the hope of them getting over the top
working
there. And in
stuff,
Central Nova,
so
the
you
advanced
miss
polls
out.
have put Sean Fraser back in the lead, as that has
Don't
now
think
gone
I've
to red. So
seen
we're to
that.
a
First time,
23-9
The Magnificent
count
Seven,
in
I never
Atlantic
seen
Canada
that
now.
movie before.
You move into Quebec. You're
And I
talking,
know it's a
Chantal
little
was saying
bit,
this
yeah.
is the best early results you've seen I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec.
I like
it was the best
Western.
night she's seen for
I also
Liberals
like
in a long
action
time at the
movies.
start of an election.
I've
Well, look at
seen,
this, what we're still waiting for. You know, Rosie was saying the
The
Liberals
Accountant
are
2
up
came
seats. We still
out,
don't have a lot
right?
of seats in from
But
the
I
island
never
of
seen
Montreal,
The
where the Liberals
Accountant,
are
so
going to be
that's a
strong,
good
and in some
example.
of these
I've never
battlegrounds
seen
on the
the
South
first
Shore,
one, The
in
Accountant.
particular, where the Liberals and
I
the
never
Bloc are in
seen
a
that.
fight that really could
So
determine
I
whether
saw
the Liberals
it
can get to
because
this
I know,
majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election.
because I
And
know
it's a similar
2 has come
situation
out.
in
But I want to
Ontario.
watch
We're starting to
1
get things
before I
populated.
watch
You're
2.
seeing a lot more red.
Cosmic,
was
is
good,
this
The
CBC
Accountant.
site
but still
working
not
for
out
you?
in sort
It's
of the
like
Halton
frozen
region
for
and the
me.
Peel
It
region. We're
won't,
still
it's just
waiting on a
stuck
lot
loading.
of seats there. And when you go into southwestern Ontario, look, we are seeing red in Windsor, red in London, and we're still waiting on some of southwestern Ontario with Liberals.
Shout out, you're
I'll
from
show you
London.
one last thing before I send it back to Rosie, and that's in Manitoba, because the urban centers are where the Liberals are this majority is going to live and die tonight. There's only 2 ridings in from Winnipeg, so still a lot to come in the big cities of Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that, David Cochrane. And some news for all of you. Canada, get ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call.
Oh shit. What do we got? What's the call?
Canada,
Yeah! Let's fucking go!
Some of those close races we were talking about. This marks a 4th Liberal mandate. Very rare in Canadian politics. But the Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, has pulled it off. A stunning reversal.
Dicey there a little bit at the beginning, but we're good. We got it.
As leader, you're looking live there.
How many do you need to win?
Right now.
127?
It's like 180 something. Let's go.
Well, how much do you need to
I thought it was
win?
like 186. It's 170?
No, 170. So, okay, it's still 130, right?
Yeah, but I guess they're thinking as of now, looking at the seats that are out and what's going to come. Hey, blue collar! Let's celebrate! Cheers, buddy! Good job! We're proud of you. We are proud of you. This is a straight up rebuke of Trump and Trumpism, and I love to see it. We're proud of you, blue collar. You did the right thing for your country, bud. You did the right thing for your country, good buddy. Okay? We're definitely gonna watch a Letterkenny clip or 2 tonight just to honor you. Okay? It's happening. 50%, the Conservatives at 38.6%. Let's go!
Which again, we've been saying in a regular election would have been a remarkable share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening with the other parties on the board there.
Vegan Gaines is probably molding. He's probably punching a vegetable and then apologizing to it.
That allows us to call for a Liberal government. 23 seats leading and elected in the
Oh, 172. Okay, it was right there on the fucking screen the whole time.
The Bloc down 12 at this
Where?
stage,
I don't
which
see it.
Chantal was saying
right here.
Not out of the realm of possibility, even for people inside the Bloc, but would
General
be
Lavelle?
very disappointing for them.
Which one?
And the
Oh,
NDP
there it is on the
down
top.
6.
I,
The NDP right
it's
now on
tiny.
your screen
Okay.
only,
It's
leading or elected in
172
2
for majority.
ridings. Remember, you need
So
12.
we still got to go.
I text my
50,
buddy.
so 40.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were
40
at the risk
more.
of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to
still got
majority
40
for
more
the
to
Liberals
go.
is 25. Right now, they sit at 23. And
Telling
I can tell
Josh
you,
to jump in
riding
Discord
Terra
real
Nova,
quick.
My buddy Terry Roberts is
Not-
at the watching
not that
party
Josh
for the
Daniel,
Conservative candidate. Says the
Canadian
air
Josh.
has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to
Okay,
24,
well,
not
this
to 25.
fucking site is just not
we
working
said they
for me
need it for
here.
a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42.
Punch the chair like
Montreal
Mike from
and the North
PA.
Shore on the South Shore have
Yes,
populated.
but
Down to
only
40
if it
of
had
them,
like
real
a
time.
carnivore
But still, the
tied
areas
to
where
it.
they're strong is still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see
was it like that
government
packed,
is almost
blue
certain
collar?
at this point, or is certain
Was
at
it
this
that
point,
packed?
and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario.
Majority, yeah. So we got a liberal government,
four big pillars
but we need the 172 for a majority government.
You still
Okay,
see a
so that's
tremendous
the big
amount of
thing.
red.
Will they
in the
get a
city of
majority
Toronto,
government?
And the areas around it punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The
136.
latest numbers I had is that the
Keeps
Liberals
going
are at
up.
56 seats and they're up 2 seats.
Yeah,
in
but
Ontario. They're now at
this number is
63
kind of
seats in
misleading
Ontario.
because
We had
it
said they needed
includes
to be
leading,
at
but not
80,
necessarily
so they're tracking
one.
towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night. History and polling
Teuton
tells us
from
that
Loner
these will
Box.
go
I don't
Liberal.
know
Now,
who that is.
let's go into
Teuton?
Manitoba. The Liberals
Maybe
are
I do
currently
know it,
sitting
I'm
at
just
4
not
seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies.
Are you
going to
kick their butts there,
level.
Daniel?
They have one
Are you
obviously in the
gonna
north right now where they're leading in the NDP.
get it to them? They've been feeling more confident
Churchill.
lately.
And they've got a
because
couple of 3 seats
nobody's
right now
talking
in Winnipeg,
in the
and
politics
these are also
discourse.
seats
They've
where
been
the
feeling more
Liberals will be
confident in
competitive
their
once we get more
anti-Israel
results
shit.
throughout the night.
It was pretty packed where I was, but I'm a border city, and I think people here were excited to vote against Trumpism. But not as many young folk as I'd like to see. That's awesome. But I was actually asking about the disagreements
This is
chat.
Mississippi, Churchill River.
Oh, okay, Daniel.
Leading in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, I think
Do
I know
not
who you're
adjust your
talking about.
set. That's a real thing. It's not officially projected elected yet, but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in Saskatchewan for the first time since Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where a lot of the Conservative seats are coming from.
Yeah.
But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the Democrats are going to be in I
don't know if that clears it up, Cosmic. I still don't know what you were saying.
Right if those results hold. So
Rosie, it was a proper hiding, like a smacking, like a shellacking. I got you now.
Get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit. A good early start in Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario. Presence in the prairies. Still too early to say exactly what's going to happen in British Columbia. But, you know, BC often complains about being the empty net goal on election night. They might
look, I got there. Fuck off.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision.
It's so too close to call.
To be sure, before
just
we
like
get to that
my
point,
chin is too close to my chest.
British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight.
You're
You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister. The 24th
always have to. That's my job as your streamer. That's my job.
Any problems beating
I was disappointed in me, but thanks for taking the blow.
He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters, where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news
headquarters. Let's go.
They're going to have for this 4th mandate, Ashley.
Do you think any libs, U.S. from the U.S., are streaming this right now?
We were
I'm sure.
About how they were feeling. People are still
cautiously
optimistic.
Yeah, this is important
People
to
in the campaign, they want a majority government, and as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC?
You don't think so?
As the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting
for. If we're watching it, if Tiny was watching it, why wouldn't there be?
That we've seen in
I don't know, I don't see it. I'm looking.
Just last year, the Liberals
were
buscando. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mike Carney came in and turned things around. But we've really been watching him on the spot during this campaign learn how to be a politician. You know, we've seen him have to try to figure out how to navigate photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more about that.
Candy thinks we're not cool. I know, but it's okay.
But as you mentioned,
she loves us anyway, even though we're lame.
If he would be the shortest-serving prime minister or not, 45 days he's been prime minister, and now
why would you say that?
Because you were saying, is any liberal streaming this right
after
now?
He's really been hammering home his message.
I'm wondering why.
Josh!
Who is best in
Congratulations!
Ashley Burke coming from Liberal headquarters, where there are a lot of
how do you know the right?
Tonight, but
we're streaming it. We're streaming CBC right now.
Mark Carney is going to lead a
And
minority or
you're probably out. My guy didn't win.
A term, a fourth
Fuck
mandate
off.
like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics.
Hey,
I don't. I
think he's pretty bad for a lot of things, but I do think
similarities here again
not
because
for
this is
Israel.
happening with two different leaders. Chantal, your thoughts?
Okay.
But it is also that Mark Carney is
the liberals have a problem in that regard.
I mean, that's fine, but they don't really. Canada, to be fair, doesn't really have much of a say in Israel, so.
Get a boost in the poll.
Well, depends. But Mark Carney seems better than Trudeau, but Trudeau really screwed everything up over there.
I get that, but this is better than having a pro-Trump guy.
Who's that guy?
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, he's not very pro-Trump anymore now. That honestly, Trump actually killed the. Trump's the reason the liberals are winning.
All right, I'm gonna need you to stop bringing us down here, Josh. I'm gonna need you to get on the. I'm gonna need you to get on the fucking train with us right now, okay?
Hold up. Let me 1 second. Let me explain. Trump is the reason why the liberals in Canada are winning.
I know. That's why I'm saying. Get with us here. We're celebrating.
But I'm also
so you're thankful to Trump?
What's transpiring? I mean, what we've seen is.
No, I'm thankful for Canadians.
What I'm really proud about tonight is Canadians
essentially putting forward a referendum on Trump and Trumpism,
but also just really discerning in terms of making choices.
And Pierre Poilievre got screwed by Trump basically by doing
Blue Collared, our Canadian in chat is saying, and Mark Carney, the WEF God Emperor, won't be good for Israel.
Offering catchword phrases and.
Maybe not, but I do like. I do think he's smart. He's smart when it comes to. Hopefully, he is as good with the economy as he seems like he might be. Because of his
other conservative
history.
politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford.
Cosmic says he still has a 2% chance on Polymarket, but they're calling the government. They're calling the government for the liberals. What's the 2% chance at this point?
Getting with Mark Carney. And I think it's a really important time for Canada because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
What 2%?
It'll be interesting to see what kind of government.
Is it a minority government? Probably, yeah.
Well, we don't know yet.
That also sends a message.
It's got to be
if
probably.
Canadians opt for a minority government.
If they win, it's got to be a minority government.
I don't know. I don't think so. Right now, the Polymarket is saying it's going to be a majority.
Would not have happened without Donald
Really?
Trump, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's insane. That would be an insane blowout.
Come in and said,
like that, I've never seen such a reversal.
Prime Minister.
What it was.
I'm not sure that would have been enough to carry the day.
I was
we have no idea how unpopular Trudeau was.
I think it's the combination.
No, he's just listen.
So far as the first
Josh's entire view of politics has been completely revolved around Israel. Okay?
It's not true. It's not true.
Well, then what are you doing right now? You should be celebrating with us.
That's a recent conversation. Well, keep in mind, there's more in Canada. You know, when it comes to domestic policy, Trudeau was like deeply unpopular. It's kind of like
I agree with everything.
It's kind of like, you know how everyone was like, of course Kamala wasn't going to win.
New Democrats that have
because Biden stepped down and then Kamala was just put there. That's kind of like what happened with Mark Carney.
For them,
he kind of was there
Donald Trump, but also
following Trudeau stepping down.
They decided that they really
but
feared Pierre Poilievre
it's Trump that made him the Liberal Party much more popular again, even though they kind of like screwed up a lot of stuff.
Handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not.
It's probably a good thing.
Damn, I cannot get this CBC live results to load here for some reason. I don't understand why.
Live update 20.
I think progressive
early results
really
suggest
had to make a
tight race.
difficult decision, and that was simply that. In the face
Yeah, but that was what we thought in the
facing,
beginning. But now they're really pulling ahead.
That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC. That relates to protecting.
Wait, Cosmic, I can't even get it to load when I'm on cellular. Like, you're getting it to load right now? Tell me, Cosmic, if you have it up, can you tell me like how many elected seats they have?
Let's get some more information.
Liberals versus conservatives.
How we were able to call a liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie,
right
part
now,
of this picture has to do with Quebec and what is happening with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority.
Yeah, BQ is losing like a whole ton of shit.
We're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here.
Oh, they say all the French shit.
Let's go to Rivière des Milleries.
Thérèse de Blainville.
Sure, and again. the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second. We'll head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, and again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal.
The Liberals will win more of Parliament's 343 seats than the Conservatives.
And we'll look at more. We'll look at
we
more
don't know
those,
about whether it's going to be a majority
it's not
or
clear
a
if it's
minority.
an outright majority.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That's what we're
It
still
makes a big
watching.
difference in terms of how much power they have.
No, I'm aware.
And let's start with Churchill.
That's why, like, I'm watching these numbers real close.
Nikki Ashton has been the MP.
Right now, they're leading in 148 to 105.
In 2015, she almost lost to Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage points, and right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers,
22 Lib, 12 Conservative.
At this point,
that's not right.
The Liberal candidate.
Try to refresh it. I think yours is not working either.
And Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row.
Let's see what my
Thomas
Facebook
Nakin's
is saying.
a relative newcomer.
All my
Hard
friends.
to find information about him. But he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning, and right now he's in the lead there.
Yeah, but there's
and
only
let's
3
just
of
look at Regina
208 polls.
Wascana.
I
This is
hate that
interesting.
when
It's
they
super
do it
close.
when there's like just a few
When I started
reporting and they're
speaking
like,
a few
ooh,
minutes
look at
ago,
this person in the
Jeffrey
lead. And it's
Walters
like,
was in the
yeah,
lead.
but there's
The
like
big
a shit
question
ton of
Regina
votes still to
Wascana
come
for a
in.
lot
What
of
are you
people
talking about?
is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see, it is close, but the Conservatives are in the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results.
Okay, certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario.
Can you hear that I'm at an El Pollo Loco right now?
Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7.
Many people are already celebrating.
NDP down 12.7 in Ontario.
Algoma.
Ooh, yeah.
This is a riding. The
NDP is like,
is ahead by 400.
I mean, the truth is that the votes
Interesting,
get
because the
split between
Liberals
the
only
Liberals
picked it
and
up
the
by
NDP.
247 last time.
They're probably going to the Liberals.
That's what's happening.
Reporting. If we move on to the Bay of
I
Quinte,
think so.
this is a
I
riding
think
we've
they're
been
all like,
keeping an
we
eye
need
on.
to-
The
we need
Liberals
to
picked
stop
it up
the
in
Conservatives.
2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting.
It's like very
And
few
the
people
last one, which
talking
is a
about this in
big
my
one
friends in
for
Canada right now.
Fortress Toronto.
They're
if you
probably
will,
watching,
is
that's why.
Leslie Church and Toronto St. Paul's
Maybe.
with a lead of 701. She lost that to Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes. So they're counting on that lead.
And remember, that is part of the story. Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still closed, and that's
All
why
right,
we
183
cannot yet
Lib,
tell you what
128
government,
Conservative,
Mark
22.
Carney will
Those are
lead, but yes,
projections.
in case you missed the big moment.
Wait,
the Liberals
projections
have
according to
secured a
who,
fourth mandate
Cosmic?
led by
Because
Mark
that would be a
Carney, is
majority.
at this stage waiting to see whether he will be elected. in his
NDP
own
is who
riding.
most liberals, low income, especially without a good understanding of economics, vote for. So basically, the American progressives.
Are they thinking that a majority is still within reach
Yeah,
here?
the
What do they say?
NDPs are kind of like the American
Majority government is
progressives.
aspirational. That's what we would like to have. You heard Dominic talk about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know
Yes,
where the party
he said
was,
he's laughing.
Christmas. We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament to optimism. It's a testament
Yeah, if
to
they get a
Mark
majority,
leadership,
that's
but again, it's a testament to
huge.
Canadian voters. And I think,
And it looks like
when I
right
think
now
back
they're
about
on
what's
track for
really
it.
changed in the last little while, I think if you're looking at somebody who you need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and
Yeah,
Daniel
the
Smith,
trade war
I think you know you
specifically
don't
is
have
what
the right
switched it
individual.
all
And
around.
you have somebody who still continues to speak in
Amazing.
let's see, as opposed to presenting an
Just
accurate
because
plan,
Pierre Poilievre
an
was
outlined
seen
plan, a
as
professional
allying
plan.
with Trump.
You don't have the right person. Canadians have realized this, and as I said
Okay.
earlier on the show,
Kind of
I think
put him in an
That's
impossible
projection is
realize this,
145,
notwithstanding
not
linguistic
185
limitations,
right now.
Notwithstanding concerns about francophone rights, those are all very valid
And we
concerns.
don't have all
When
of
you're
the seats
facing a threat
reporting
of
yet.
that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians
A while
have done,
ago,
and
it
my
would
colleagues
seem
are all
like the
keen
Conservatives were
on
going to win
securing
a
a majority.
with
Yeah, I
George.
know.
That's how
I remember
much
that
this
strong
shifted.
mandate
I think a lot of people who would have voted NDP finally realized they were throwing away their vote away and stripping the Liberals of the majority that would allow them more power to change the things they campaign on. Wow! If only the fucking progressives in our country hadn't been fucking retarded. But I guess somebody had to set the example first and show you what happens when you fuck around. You fucking find out, dog. That's what happens.
Well, here, at least, and in Canada, they actually have someone to vote for. Here, they just threw their vote away.
Yeah, I know, exactly. They either didn't vote or voted for Comrade Stein.
There's lots of things going on, yeah.
Carney was still pretty good right now. I mean,
currently at 151. Yeah, I'm seeing that.
And he gets to win.
What'd you say?
Carney probably didn't think he was going to win.
Well,
the votes have already been cast.
Why did he call a snap election then?
We're just waiting to see.
I mean, he was being smart about timing, of course, but for a while it was just
in
like
British Columbia, as we've said, the
hard to tell.
Conservatives, Liberals,
I am
and
hyped,
NDP have done
Canada.
well
You're
there.
damn
They
right.
certainly did well there in 2021, and so there's a lot of potential.
That makes you happy?
It does.
So let's look at some early results.
Are you? I didn't know you were
Our
so
next one, we're gonna need to
Canadian
watch
politics.
we're gonna need to watch the Australian election too. But the timing on that is gonna be really frustrating.
I didn't know you were so invested in Canadian politics.
I'm invested in any political rebuke of Donald Trump.
Relatively close, but this
That's fair.
would be a pickup for the Conservatives.
Although to be fair, you know, Pierre Poilievre has also been coming out as anti-Trump as well.
Former professional.
Well, yeah, because he's last minute trying to like get the
and at
votes.
the U.S. Open.
But I think everybody saw that and was like, "Nah, you're full of shit, dog.
South Surrey, White
Full of
Rock,
shit,
obviously really
dog.
low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you
Yeah.
because
You're capping,
it would be a change
as the
if
kids
this were
say.
to hold. And interesting, Ernie Claassen was acclaimed as
Yeah.
the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where
Mark Carney also has
candidates who
actual
were
experience.
acclaimed when
Pierre
maybe
Poilievre
nobody
is
else
actually
really
kind of
wanted
a
the nomination. I'm not sure if
like
that's why
career
there,
politician.
But, you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's
He's also kind
let's have a
of
look at someone
anti-LGBT.
who is
Yeah, I
having
think
a
so
difficult
too,
life, but
Cosmic.
at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly.
Oh, fucking
He has
Cornell
won
West, you're
handily
right,
in
Daniel.
that riding.
What a
but he
goofball
is
that
probably
dude.
not
I mean, like, he's a
enjoying
sweet
I
and
don't
nice
like
person, but he's
Cornell
also kind of a
Bloc.
fucking
Remember,
goofball.
at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and
What did
right
Cornell
now
West
tracking
say?
towards 23.
Huh?
We'll continue to watch some of those
What did
numbers
Cornell
because,
West
as we've
say?
told you.
No,
the
it's
vote,
Daniel
is
in
changing.
chat
It is close still in
talking
many
about Cornell
ridings across
West.
the country, and that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Bouchikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
I'm not muted on my end.
It is not, and you'll
What's
forgive me. I was
BQ?
just turning around to try to figure out who they were cheering there.
Like
There have been a lot
what
of
leaning are
cheers for
they?
people you'd expect to get reelected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others,
Josh?
like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, you know, like a stalwart of the party.
Josh?
But, this is not the results you're looking for. 23
Josh!
seats. I mean, that's kind of
Can't
a
hear me.
number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's
blue
not
collar,
a great
where-
night
Yo,
for the Bloc Québécois.
my
They're
my
trying to
my Discord
cheer up.
glitches
You're
out
trying
when
to
I like
be,
mute it.
you
It's
know,
so weird.
I was
enthusiastic.
blue collared and
I-
Josh. I was
Bloc
asking.
We were talking about
Yeah,
Gaspésie
Bloc
They're Bloc
earlier.
Québécois.
Well, they want
Yeah,
that
what
fighting.
what?
They're the French separatist party. They're like only in Quebec, but because Quebec is so huge, they always manage to get enough votes to like be there. And they basically look out for the I think in Quebec's kind of view, they look out for the the French people in Canada, the
You're
Quebecers.
coming out against Trump is like saying you didn't know the guy who put on a tinfoil hat and smeared himself with shit after you introduced him as the smartest guy in the world and your best friend. No one buys it. Exactly. That's the thing. That's what I was saying. Nobody fucking bought it.
All sorts of questions about
Yeah.
how did your campaign go. And
on Cornell West, Cosmic says he's a useful idiot to the Cruella de Vil that is Jill Stein.
Okay, Rafi Bouchikanian,
Yeah.
thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can
God,
show a bit
she's
of how
so
the vote
insidious.
share
But
in
you know
Quebec
who's
changed.
worse than
Let me
Jill
know and we can
Stein?
go to that.
Her
But I'll
fucking,
go
I guess he
to,
was her
Chantal, I
VP
think,
candidate or
François
whatever.
Blanchet.
That fucking
this is his
goofball
third
who
election,
always
if I'm not
wore the
mistaken.
funny hat.
Yeah.
Yes, and he
That
probably
fucking
is
guy.
feeling better when he compares his fate to what
The NDP.
could be happening to the NDP.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. a lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals.
Right.
Because of special
See, that's smart. That's the smart thing to do. Not,
there's a Joe,
there's a Kamala. Oh, we let Trump win instead.
In Quebec in particular, the only province
God, we're fucking retarded. We're a fucking retarded country.
Was always in third place. Was this notion
Ouch.
at some point the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah.
We don't want him.
Yeah.
So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats, and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided
the Holocaust
to go for it.
Harris bunch needed more than some hosing down. They needed to actually fucking put their money where their mouth is and maybe like take a trip to Israel or Gaza and see what the shit is really like.
I'll
God,
that
those
for you.
people
But
are
Mark
so
Carney
shitty.
winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be Prime Minister, but be elected as Prime Minister, something that he wasn't before. That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more information, obviously.
I think there's a belief in Canada that Mark Carney is going to be smart enough to be able to combat what
Yeah, you know, Rosie, I'm beginning to think Mark Carney is never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor, and as Andrew indicated.
And they already like how he's responding.
Maybe go visit an actual concentration camp. Yeah, right? So they're not like, oh, Gaza is a concentration camp.
Majority is still very much in play.
What a disgusting thing. And they don't like care. They're like, oh, it's just Jews. They're just white people, right?
Throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time. But as more and more advanced polls have come in, he's moved into the lead. And also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi, Grand Lake, where the advanced polls
they're not
have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the
I agree,
Daniel.
So
it's
disgusting. It's
either
fucking
way,
disgusting.
The Liberals, at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story.
You just said Ontario.
69 seats
Daniel,
of the 122.
They are
down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be at, to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was under target list. They're leading there now. They are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre. That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona, maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular.
You know how we need to celebrate this Liberal win?
But look at this, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting,
watching some Stargate,
3 pickups, and we're still not fully to the Vancouver,
which was filmed in Canada,
and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold of British Columbia.
It was all filmed in Canada.
Right now, at this
Vancouver.
point in time, there's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path.
It does look like it's going to be a Liberal win, but it's going to be pretty close.
No, they won. They won. It's whether it's going to be a majority.
So let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
I was talking about deltas.
So in Canada, a majority government.
I got a lot.
My dad would used to say it's like almost dictatorial, the amount of power you have. A minority government, you can't do anything.
Where the vote is under 100, so that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me, the only other prime minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A.
I thought for sure that.
So fucking tear it up then, Daniel. What are you doing? What are you waiting for, bud?
Over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And we see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15 percentage points. And who is down? Well, no surprise. The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look.
Yeah, Canadians don't like that.
Kelowna is really interesting because if you
well,
look at
I can't imagine why.
support there,
that the win would be the margin, because right now it's
in 2021, it's down to 2.7%.
Yeah, when I went back to Canada recently, all my friends, and they're not usually this nationalistic, but everybody got super nationalistic, and they're all like, screw the U.S., we're not visiting, we're not buying American. They're like, in fact, if you want to, Canadians only see their identity kind of sometimes as like not being American, and it's very important. Yeah,
that's super fair.
I heard that they canceled vacations, like people who had booked.
Both the Liberals and Conservatives.
People in America that had, their Airbnb booked, they're losing a lot of money from cancellation. They're selling any properties that they bought in the U.S.
We said this hours ago. I mean,
they're not happy.
I can come and visit me in Los Angeles because they're like, I'm not coming for 4 years.
Anyway,
they're not.
Bro, you're gonna get real backed up if you don't come for 4 years.
I would have thought that the margin of win would be a lot.
Candy, you stepped all over my joke, damn it!
Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah,
you said they're not coming for 4 years, and I said you're going to be real backed up if you don't come for 4 years. But you talked over.
Possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there.
She blue balled it.
So that gets you up to 157.
Go ahead, Candy.
You're good. Incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here.
Yeah, he was, but he was more, and maybe he still is deep down. But I think that's just kind of what he was aligning himself with. And to be honest, it worked for a lot of Canadians, because a lot of Canadians, until the trade war started and all the stuff he was saying about Canada, a lot of conservative Canadians aligned themselves with Trump, including my own family members.
Because I would see like debates and stuff like that, and a lot of Canadians were like, "Oh, Trump is like, you don't know Trump like we do."
The NDP
Yeah, but you know Trump.
Yeah.
One last. Another one that's tiny
we
margin.
know Trump, and
that is Niagara South.
A lot of
Canadians
would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution
on The Apprentice. That's not him. That's a reality TV show.
Yeah.
Okay, so some of those early
at
results
these
margins, though,
at these margins, they could get a majority with a coalition with NDP.
That was a rematch against
I don't know if that's how that would work. They could.
She lost that by 647 votes.
So the thing is,
by-election that
although
started everything that's happening
well,
right now.
there's other kinds of politicking going on there, but I think
that by-election loss
a lot of people don't realize Canadians, just like anybody else, there's hyper-conservative crazy people, hyper-progressive crazy people, right? You get it all there, and you know, some of the most like pro-Trump insane people that I know are Canadian, you know, but the trade war for their tires. The trade war took all the air out of their tires.
Good. I was really shocked that there was so many that were pro-Trump, and I would have thought that
when you know you're not going to form government, and it looks.
Oh, look at how mad they are! Look at how sad and upset they are! Oh.
Which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more.
That girl's probably thinking this fucking cookie sucks. I hate this fucking cookie.
Riding, they've started to come in. Remember, he and his riding was up against
I thought
91, I believe.
I didn't think
but as you can see there, this is only one poll
pissed him off. I thought it was the fact that he was trying to annex Canada, and he's still posting messages
the expectation
saying,
would be that Pierre Poilievre would win, but
Canada should become the 51st state.
Well, whether he's trolling or not,
whatever
he's trolling or not, if Canadians take that talk seriously, but it's that plus the trade war that took all the like wind out of the sails of all the people who were like, even the people who are saying I like Trump, they're all like, well, this is stupid. Nobody in Canada likes these tariffs. They turn an entire side against him. Like that's why this flipped so hard towards the Liberals, who are bound to lose if not for this trade war. Even though I want to make Canada the 51st state.
Daniel, he's crying that enough men aren't making their beds.
The fact that they even liked him to begin with. Like, what about him was it that they liked?
Just look at this. 91
when he
we'll see who cancels who first.
What is it about him that they like here in America?
Same
thing. It's a conservative liberal thing, right? They found
they just align with him because he's supposedly he's not a conservative. To be honest, he's not. He's been a Democrat all his life. He didn't start being conservative until he tried to run for the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party rejected him. But the Republican Party embraced him, and he took on that role. But he was never a conservative. He was all his life. He was a Democrat.
You could say that, and I agree with you. I've said that to people too, but they don't care, right? To them, it's people who like him too. They look at it like they thought he was going to be someone who's good for the economy. That's what really, in America, some people still have tricked themselves into believing that's true. But in Canada, they know it's not true now that it screwed up their economy immediately once Trump started imposing these tariffs. So it's all about usually the economy person wins, right? Mark Carney suddenly sounded like he was good for the economy when before Trudeau was terrible for the economy. So now it's like lesser of evils. Everyone's like, okay, Trudeau sucks, but these tariffs are worse. That's what they're comparing now.
Trudeau really terrible for the economy, or
that's subjective, but I think he put a lot of money into things people didn't seem to care about,
Okay.
Or it would seem like, hey, we're trying to combat climate change, but it didn't feel like it was helping, but they were getting taxed, like carbon taxes and things like that. And it seemed like they were just spending all over the place and putting Canada into debt for no good reason. So it was just like kind of reckless spending in a lot of people's minds.
I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him.
Gotcha.
He could say this is.
That's the idea. Whether or not
if he holds him to a minority.
I haven't been following every detail of Canadian politics, depending on who I talk to. Totally different opinions.
Because Daniel, they think anybody who has a shit ton of money can only have gotten a shit ton of money by being a brilliant fucking genius businessman.
No, that's not true. People in their mind, he bankrupted 3 casinos, but people think that remember, he was like on The Apprentice for like 15 years.
I mean, the base might vote
So
him back.
people think that the image that they see him being behind a boardroom telling people you're fired is that's all scripted. That's all.
Let's talk about it after.
I don't think they were thinking about The Apprentice.
We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all.
I think they were thinking about how much money he has.
Apparently, you have a guess.
Yeah, but so if
what is going on in Quebec.
The 3 appeals to persuasive appeals, right? Logos, pathos, and ethos. Logos appeal to logic, pathos appeal to emotion, ethos appeal to credibility of character. For Trump, that ethos, there's an appeal there that people saw this rich businessman that if he could do it for himself, he could do it for our country.
Exactly.
And that's all ethos. There's no logic.
The image comes from that TV show. It doesn't come from his actual businesses because his actual businesses failed.
It comes from all. Yes, well, that's part of that, but also just it's hard to deny that he has his name on all these buildings, and he has all these buildings, and he has all these businesses. Some people will go after the fact that yes, he fails at a lot of his businesses, but he clearly hasn't failed at being a prominent figure with a lot of money, right? So people still see that kind of.
The only prominent, but he's not the only prominent.
So wait, no, but like just to be clear, your contention is that the only reason people think he's a good businessman is because of The Apprentice. That's what you're saying.
For Canadians, we're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump.
I know you're going to think it's a crazy take.
I think that's a reason.
Because again, the reality of it, if you look at somebody who fucking bankrupt three.
He does sound like Jordan Peterson, right?
He also was he's not allowed to have a
numerous attacks by President Trump
charity in New York
because
he was stealing from his charity, and he got caught with that too. I mean, he's done so much shit.
All of that's true. I think it's just a matter of whether we think people.
I don't know what that has to do with him.
Think he's a great businessman just because of The Apprentice.
Because of The Apprentice,
But I think that's one of the reasons a lot of people.
Sure, like it's definitely part of it. But the idea that it's the whole thing is like no shot. That's crazy.
I think the main reason is because everybody saw him in Home Alone 2.
Right, exactly. That's what it was. It's because he was in Home Alone 2.
NDP, even in 2015.
Exactly.
Never dare kept that riding. That's right. Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about
40%
of the vote, still early numbers.
True.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of.
Honestly, it's all of that. It's all of his, public appearances, his buildings, his name on it.
The view of him in the public, right? He's
leading or
behind
elected
this
for,
board, like pretending to be this rich guy who fires people.
You understand that? I don't know if you know this, but like Trump was like a huge public figure well before The Apprentice even ever happened.
Leading and elected in one. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still looking
and
at
he was famous. He was a famous public figure
and of
at
course
failing
the
in his
mandate
businesses.
To implement their agenda much easier than if they were
people saw him as like the rich, glamorous dude, like regular people.
Business like a playboy, but he
but business people,
and then people saw him for who he really was.
Okay, so I don't know if you're like giving the American people too much credit or like what you're doing here,
and whether it matters here.
No, like people saw him.
I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals
generally kind of positively even before The
Conservatives at 40.
People saw him generally kind of positively during The Apprentice.
It
changed.
It changed when he started doing like the whole birthing. You don't know.
In an election.
You don't know.
2015.
No, you are only speaking from the perspective of a New Yorker. That's your entire point of view. And you don't know what people outside of New York thought of him.
He wouldn't pay his contractors. He filed for bankruptcy. There was so much shit. He wouldn't rent to black people.
Yeah, but
you're saying you were aware of all of this. You were aware of all of this back in like 2000. Is that what you're saying?
Both numbers.
Before that,
you were following all this stuff about Trump back then.
When you look
a lot of New Yorkers did know that. It's true, but I don't think most people knew that, or most people were paying attention. Most people actually kind of saw him as a funny goofball character that they remembered from TV and being a rich businessman who liked gold.
Rich businessman, like he was big and he was all over TV in like the 80s and 90s too. He was like a big thing. He had a big thing in like the Clinton campaign as well.
And then he bankrupted a whole bunch of businesses, and the view of him changed a lot.
I'm telling you right now, that never changed for most people. In New York, absolutely.
Maybe in New York.
In New York, 100%. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I completely agree. But outside of New York, definitely not. Maybe like New Jersey and the surrounding New York areas. But like outside of those areas, no, people didn't really even know about
going down to 3. I don't really believe there are loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that there is fewer?
The funny thing is, even if
parties inside the House of
people
Commons
knew about it, it doesn't mean that they cared.
I don't think,
and that seems to be the case today. We know all kinds of things about him.
Again, you get into the issue.
We know that he's a fraud. We know he's a con man. We know he's been impeached. We know he's a felon.
In terms of the number of seats,
and convicted felon. And you know what? They don't care. He won by a huge margin.
Maybe in the present circumstances, that's the question: is this a one-off,
priorities are
or
just
does this represent
in a different spot, in a different place?
We've seen the NDP written off before. They came back.
Majority is going to be tough. Majority is going to be tough. We have to see what happens when we get all the West Coast
the wheel
stuff.
goes full circle, and they may come back.
I think the left has the thing with the right is that they actually have there's lower standards that people expect of them because they don't propose to even go for those standards. Whereas the left kind of aims for high standards, so they get criticized more for not achieving those standards. It's kind of unfair. Right?
From Atlantic Canada to
like the left failing and achieving their standards is
I think there's an
expectation for them.
I think there's an expectation that the left are supposed to hold certain standards. Not necessarily that they promise anything, but they are expected to hold a certain standard. Like if the left did what the right does, forget it. The right would lose their mind.
Over the top, but also
but it's our fault because
doing half of the shit with the tariffs and all this other stuff, crashing the market, raising, doing all this shit. The Republicans will be losing their minds right now. But because it's Trump, and Trump gets a pass on everything. Like he could say the most outrageous things. Oh, he's just kidding. People rationalize, oh, he doesn't mean that. But if he means that, he's not really going to do do it. But if he does it, it's not gonna, it's always a rationalization for them. Like, oh, well, yeah, he's not going to do
last word
it.
to you, Althea.
But if he did it,
Just a few things
didn't even really happen. You know, like, they'll erase it from their mind. Oh, that never happened. He never did that. It's right there on video. Look at it right now. Oh, that's fake. That's not real. Like, people convince themselves.
To grab seats that they
the denialism of like Trump's
it's
bullshit
not a thing about democracy
insane.
if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just if the balance.
I feel like I've been having this conversation. It feels like deja vu from 2016.
An illegitimate coalition, much like they did.
And I'm not like, if there's a Republican that I feel that is good for the country, I'll vote for Republican too. I'm not like, oh, I'm a hardcore Democrat.
If they're a better answer than a Democrat, like Daniel in chat says, slight correction, Josh. Trump didn't have that massive of a win. That's true. MAGA tries to hype it up like the win of the century, but it really wasn't. It was 100% the underperformance and turnout of the Democrats that did it. Absolutely. With historical numbers, Trump still didn't shatter Biden's 2020 record. And it's also one of the closest elections in history vis-a-vis the popular vote. It's one of the tightest margins in the history of the House and the Senate.
Later this year or next year.
Yeah, he did also win the popular vote this time, though.
Yeah, but by one of the smallest margins in history, Josh.
That is true. He did win, but he also got 3 million less votes than in 2016.
Yet in those scenarios,
so he lost. Million votes is a lot.
Hold the knife to the throat of government.
But I was looking at the numbers from this year's election, and if Jill Stein and other Democrats,
hang on, guys,
retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11, and we're going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue.
A lot of people
hang on,
another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story. There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York region and Peel region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP, from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would just, you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that, again, speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and you know, Donald Trump obviously disrupted this
I can't see what you're watching right now. What's not great?
400,000 US a year. The Liberals should probably book that as
it's going to be. It's looking like they might lose seats. They'll still win,
until we get sort of the urban votes
in
mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote, at this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now, they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie, that's a majority. You got a bingo right there. But, you know, that's a whole lot of work that still needs to be sorted out at this point of the night.
Okay, thank you so much for that, David Cochrane. If you're just tuning in, we have, in fact, called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority, so we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some results, projected results, maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Leslie Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glasner, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Hello, Eli.
Yeah, Adrian, so we are here in our room crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Leslie Church. Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Don Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors.
Yeah, damn right.
And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people
Have you been to Canada?
So that really changed
Jordan?
the playing field.
No, I haven't.
And also, it was more time to do the outreach that
Never.
we needed to hear
Not
from
once.
people
Not once.
heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election.
Magical land of Canada. You've never been.
So
Wow.
I'm deeply grateful for the results.
I don't know why you think you can talk about it then, you know?
Because I don't have to be there, unlike what Douglas Murray says.
I know what that. I know what that means.
I'm looking at Douglas Murray.
Blue-collared, I come every day.
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just.
That means that if I were to tell you why the Conservative government of Canada was so much better, you should probably hear my expertise and find it more valuable.
I do not have a lot of knowledge about this election. I just know which side I want to win
when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So
that's kind of how most people are about, you know, the things they care about.
A bit of an uphill battle.
But I could learn.
About Justin Trudeau, not so happy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm also behind after being here for many years.
Well, plus, you know, no Jews, no news.
We had people coming in.
Yeah, much of my family they're into Pierre Poilievre.
Saying this matters. This is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada.
Oh, I guess it makes sense.
And we're proud to be part of a party that is pushing a positive agenda that wants to build a better future here. And
but it's just amazing to me how Trump single-handedly changed the Canadian election.
An existential threat that really loomed over all of
He did. It's like there's no other explanation.
He did amazing work. He campaigned like a pro.
Toronto St. Paul's.
He's finding his Democrat roots again.
Bit of a bellwether, bit of a wake-up call for the Liberals when.
You know what I do like about the Canadian government, like the names of the parties, is that they tell you what they are. Like the Liberal Party can't suddenly become conservative, but the Democrats in America can, because they're not named the fucking liberals. You know?
From the organizers
yeah,
when they were
well,
out
I mean,
they have switched, yeah. But that can't happen. The Conservative, they can't happen in Canada.
Those concerns has brought this red wave.
You can't call your party the Liberal Party of Canada and then start being the more conservative party.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at
There's
what
also
is
other
happening
parties
in
in Canada
Toronto
that will get
area.
to too, like the Green
Known
Party.
as the Greater Trudeau area for the whole Liberals hat on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9
like
seats.
They're dropping like 9
seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9.
Yeah.
That is not.
I mean, I don't know why they even show the whole country lighting up. It's like
a
few spots in the south of the country that matter.
Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it. They are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton.
Polyev just got
even though
fucked
this
by
is
Trump.
a place affected by tariffs,
Yeah.
everybody there talked about
He made his
affordability
bed.
and crime. They were very nervous.
Now he's
He
gotta
explained some of what you're seeing
try
here
to
with the
sleep in it.
Conservatives with the 419
You ain't
vote
gonna be
lead.
sleeping well tonight.
One more I want to look at here. This is
No,
Maple
he's going to be
East,
so
Bolton Hill South.
upset. He
Brand
it
new
also was,
riding in
what's his,
Ontario.
he's probably angry at Trump more than
It was
anybody.
projected
Yeah.
that it would be very close with the
Trump's
Liberals,
been
and
like,
yet with
Trump
only
hasn't been like, I
43
like Pierre, a good guy, like he did in the past. But like,
At the end of the night, we are
he
talking
didn't try to help him out. He just
minority
kept
and not a
attacking
liberal
Canada.
majority. You might want to look at what happened in the GTA
Like a
for
dumbass.
some answers there, Rosie.
Okay, that's great. Thank
I
you so
don't
much.
know. Do you think it matters? Do you think Trump wanted the Liberals in? Is this a strategy for him in any way?
No data.
No.
But you can see there are 2 greens on
You
the
don't think
board
so?
there, and just to give you a sense of who those are, not
And a lot of people who kind of found
projected
themselves trying to
elected,
ally with
leading,
Trump
that is both
have been
Because his
skewed
51st
by
state
it.
thing just really is not happening now. So why would he want that?
We'll
Yeah.
just keep you posted on whether those
I mean, even
Let's go to
Netanyahu
Ian, though, now with some
has been screwed by
Rosie,
Trump a few
counting
times
is
now.
slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look
Because
at what the seat
he's
change
fickle.
looks like at this point. And keep in
He's
mind,
fucking
a lot of the
stupid.
seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each. And that's at the expense of the NDP. Let's look at some examples of what's leading to the potential seat change. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. What's interesting to me about this is John Aldag, who used to be an MP, running again here, is
Did you watch
how
the
his share
the-
vote has just soared. It's gone from
Douglas Murray
30%
chat?
in the last
Of
election
course.
in this riding to 48.
You like Sam Harris more or Douglas Murray?
And so
probably
it's not
Sam
coming at the
Harris.
expense of the Conservatives. They have
I mean,
almost
Douglas
exactly the
Murray
same
is
support
better,
right now.
like,
That's early, I know,
informed
as they did
on
in
the-
2021. Some of it's
on
the
those,
NDP. Their vote
you
has
know,
collapsed
foreign
from
politics.
20% to
Yeah,
just 5.
but
Yeah.
I agree
Vancouver
with Sam
Kingsway.
Harris on more things in general.
If you know BC politics at all,
I think I'm
or
with you
follow
on
the
all of
NDP
that.
closely, this will be
Douglas Murray is weirdly,
really surprising.
I think they're very similar, but
Don
Douglas
Davies,
Murray is
a
weirdly
longtime incumbent
biased
in second
by
place.
the
It's
fact
only
that he
a
calls
lead
himself
of
on the
13,
right.
But
Plus,
we'll
like,
keep an
you know,
eye on Vancouver
when I was
Kingsway.
first getting
Interesting
into
to
like
see that
debate
result.
culture and all
and
that
in
shit,
Richmond Center,
Sam
again,
Harris
counts
was one of
pretty
the
small.
big
They've taken a
figures
long
that
time
I watched in
to count
debates
votes
and
in
stuff.
a lot of the
I
in
still
a lot of
remember his debate
British
with
Columbia
Rabbi David
ridings.
Volpe,
But you see
like,
the
on
incumbent
theism versus
Wilson
atheism.
Meow in second place,
Who?
and the Conservatives
Who won
right
that
now
debate?
in a small but still
Sam Harris,
interesting lead.
obviously.
Lots of churn in these early counting moments in British
You want to
Columbia.
know who one of the most?
I agree,
too, and we'll
Luke.
show you a little bit more
What?
about how close some of those races are and why.
Oh, this is just totally
the numbers
random,
at the bottom
but
of your screen
the
are moving
Affleck
back
debate?
and
Wait,
forth so
what?
dramatically,
No, I didn't bring that up.
while we
Affleck
are
debate
No,
is.
that's what
able
that's
to
what
call
Blue
what
Collar
kind of
is saying
government
in
Canadians
chat.
have elected here right now.
That thing made me lose respect for Ben Affleck.
I did not see that debate.
72 you need for a majority. Conservatives ticking up to 148, Bloc at 25, NDP at 10, and the Greens now
how long
back
is
down
it?
to
'Cause
1.
we've
That
got
shows
this
you, as
loaner
Ian was
box.
talking about there,
You've never
a
seen
lot
it?
of churn. A
The
lot of
Affleck
things
thing
still
on
moving here, and that
the
means
Affleck
we're
thing
gonna
was
take our time
on
to,
Bill Maher.
call what kind of government Canada will end
It was
up
it
with
was
by
Ben
the end of
Affleck,
the night.
Sam
We know
Harris,
it
and
will
Bill
be
Maher.
Liberal.
It's
We
not
don't
that
know
long.
whether it's minority or a majority. Catherine, you have some
If
results.
that's
Yeah,
what the
let's look
person's
at some
talking
places
about.
where the numbers are starting to firm up.
You made
In
me
this
lose a
case,
lot of
we're gonna be
respect for Ben
looking
Affleck.
particularly at Quebec and what is happening with the
was
Bloc
Ben
vote. You
Affleck
can see there
was
the
debating Bill
vast
Maher?
majority of the benefit
He was kind of
there
debating
is
Sam
going to the
Harris, and
Liberals
he
with
was
that one
being really
Conservative seat.
boneheaded
But
about
some
not
of this is
listening to
less
what Sam Harris
tentative
was
now. We're going to
saying.
look
He
at three
was
examples
doing
of
it to
projected elected
pretend
seats,
he was
and
saying
they're all
other
pretty
things. Like,
interesting,
you know when
starting with
someone
LaSalle
is
and
trying to
Mard
talk about
Verdun,
political
of course, we
Islam
talked
and they
about
think you're just
earlier,
attacking all Muslims,
famous
kind of what
by-election where the
that's
Bloc
kind of what was happening.
got
Oh,
into
wait,
that
no, I
Liberal
think I have
stronghold.
seen
Well,
that,
no more.
actually,
Claude Gay,
now
projected
that you
elected
mention
in
it.
LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Let's move over to Chateauguay, Les
pretty
Jardins
sure
de
I have.
Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara
But
lost
Sam
by
Harris was
12
very-
votes last time around. This
he was
time
trying
it is Liberal
so
star
hard to,
candidate
like,
Natalie Provost, who is
speak
projected
clearly
elected in that
and
seat.
without, not
And
emotionally.
definitely
And
seen
Affleck was just losing his
The
shit.
Bloc incumbent Désilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The Bloc down, and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here?
You would think
Oh, let's
I have a trend.
Yes, Arif Irani.
There's a lot
of... Arif Irani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we're going next.
There's this trans friend of mine who wrote on Facebook, hey, just a heads up. If you're a fan of mine and you voted conservative, I think less of you, and I reject your support. You don't support me if you vote for a party that is openly hostile towards me and intends to discriminate against me.
I get why you feel that way, but it's
allowed
not
him to
helpful
present himself
for
as a fresh face to Canadian voters.
Someone here wrote down, I usually vote NDP, but gave it to the Liberals this year. I try to keep an open mind for all the parties, yet every election cycle the Conservatives find a way to lose my vote. I don't think I've ever voted for them in my life, and I grew up in southwestern Ontario.
That optimism was telling.
So
I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw,
it's funny because in Canada, by the way, when you vote, everyone's like vote red. Voting red in Canada means voting for the Liberals. Voting blue means Conservative.
It's triggering
resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. We're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago.
People have a tendency to vote against their own best interest.
In terms of what's been taking place.
Hell yeah.
And what I heard from folks,
even if their best interest, you know, because they affiliate themselves with a party.
No, what's even really annoying, Daniel, is that the Liberals in Australia are the right wingers. They're called the Liberals.
A personal shout out to Tayakon Park, Delhi Park. He's been declared elected.
Oh, really?
He will make an excellent successor. And
that means your original
I think you're right to point out that
contention
issue
was
of
wrong.
leaders' favorability, because that obviously
about Liberals.
May have been a factor.
Right.
Well, what are they? Are the
accept
Conservatives the Liberals? I'm confused.
He's a politician. That's it. There's no going back.
No,
that's who he
they have a
is.
different
That's who he is
name.
for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well,
it's still in context.
Labor. That's
correct.
right. It's labor.
Run as a high-minded.
Yeah, but that's still in
technocrat.
context.
I think
correct.
we found he was a very much a political animal.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
He's been after this job
Well,
for years.
liberal compared to conservative.
What's the
You wouldn't see
context?
conservative suddenly becoming.
Give me the context so I can better
capable
appreciate
of
your
putting forward
argument.
policies that
Because the context puts
observation.
conservatives in there.
No, he
If
played the
conservatives,
game.
Sorry, that was a
would you
little
ever
bit of a joke. That was a little bit of a joke to my chat.
Well, he also got good just at talking to
the
people and
context.
doing
Argument
rallies.
we were having on my
well,
last
Theo, you were out with him for a
he
while.
got a lot better. Like the first 2 weeks of the campaign.
But
well,
no.
conservatives,
the difference between
in the
last
name,
two
you
is
won't
just
expect them to be the more progressive
he
side
has
ever.
really
It's just being called
fine-tuned
conservatives.
his skills
Right,
as a
liberals, yes,
politician,
there's
as
a little more
public
leeway
speaker.
there, but in context of there being
I don't
conservatives,
defend the conservatives
I don't
on
think
this
you'll see
panel
that.
or any political party, but I mean, I do think that a lot of conservatives,
if it's liberals
also
and
pin their
labor,
hopes and dreams
might be
on
different.
Pierre Poilievre, and they feel like just as so many progressives
Conservatives are the
feel
ones
that
who
Mark Carney is the one to
champion
lead them out
individual liberty,
of
while Labour
the threat
wanted
of
to eat
Donald
the
Trump.
rich.
So many conservatives and new members of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make
what
them
I was saying
wealthier
was
and reduce
you know,
crime and get
people
rid of the
should
homeless on the
affiliate
streets.
themselves with the party and
I do
don't
feel
really,
that there has
like
been
I
a lot
said,
of
I will vote
projection of
Republican
aspirations
if
on
the
political leaders in
candidate
this
that I
election.
think would
And
do
that can be
better
dangerous.
is
Obviously,
Republican. But
Prime
people
Minister Carney
affiliate
started
themselves
with
with the
lower
party
expectations,
so
but I think what's
that
really
even
quite
to their
amazing is
own
that learning curve
detriment,
and
they'll
how quickly
vote
he
against
adapts
their
and
own
how
best
quickly
interest.
he could pivot from being a leading bank.
If I think there's a candidate too that'll bend the whole party to becoming a better party, that might be worth it as well, right? If there is a much more progressive conservative, and by the way, progressive conservative was a party previously too. No, that's not what that's not my thing.
I'm just, you know, I'm giving you a hard time.
Yeah,
but people who don't know, I just want to. I have nuanced views on this, but we're following our previous conversations sometimes. But I just think that what was I saying? I don't remember.
Well, that could still happen. Let's be clear.
And what was
something about?
But the feature that caused
it's if there's a more progressive conservative person, and you know how Trump kind of bent the party to his will, and they all became more Trumpy rather than conservative. Well, it might be worth voting somebody in on the right who is more progressive and then bends the party to that.
And the Liberals,
you know, that would be better for politics in general.
Sitting with not a very
Why
big
is that?
lead on the Conservatives.
Because the party itself has a lot
not
of
a very big lead at all.
like
We'll see where that
problems
goes. But
in
if you
it.
see that
Like
kind
even
of
if you like the person in charge,
that tight, my gosh,
and you think they're you say I kind of like this person, but at the end of the day, like they're kind of bending to the party. That's a problem. But if the party's bending to them like they are for Trump, it just sucks that it's Trump. But if they can get the party to bend towards them, that's actually a really good thing. And you can actually make a huge shift in politics.
Not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path of majority. They're just flat out down.
Does that make sense?
And like let's go through some of the regions here. The
Liberals are
NDP
really
is nowhere in
Ontario,
Ontario, but a lot of it's going conservative.
Oh, yeah?
So we've seen the Conservatives moving into
I'm sorry, I'm
the
being
Peel
honest,
region here and like gaining seats in
Okay,
the
what I'm
York
saying is that
region. But what's also interesting is that if you go to southwestern Ontario, Look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton, but in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles kind of competitive second and third place in vote share. And we're seeing this sort of playing out in Canada's biggest province.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to win a majority.
The last numbers I had on Ontario, because it is changing.
I mean, they're still going to win the election.
63 Liberal is what I'm told
right now. 154 to 152.
Right now, what? At 59
There's a lot of stuff that hasn't come in yet.
They're up 18. So the Liberals are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. The NDP are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that.
More than what
it's 154 to 152 right now. Like, we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you want in there? And then
not for nothing else, just to make a point. You know what I mean?
I don't think we actually know enough at this moment because we don't know what the advance polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals.
Not necessarily.
So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment, and I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. Yep. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and Progressives did not know who to vote for. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally Conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Andrew, and then Arif. And
okay, I don't know why.
These are remarkable numbers at this point. Now,
I don't know.
A lot can change. I know we've got the
I was just explaining before that
more urban votes
if there's a person that gets into, let's say, a Republican Party
from where they are
and is able to kind of bend the party to his will, that has a lot of, that would be good for actually reshaping the party, which I think is problematic.
This is,
in terms of a lot of those
even
beliefs.
In a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have
it depends on what they're.
One party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through.
Shaping
Another
it
is
into
the parties
right?
figure out they have to
That's what I'm saying. A more
progressive
views. I'm just saying that in general.
Do you see Mayor Poilievre working with
This is the thing.
We'll have to see.
They don't really have.
He believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose.
They don't really have policies in mind. They don't really have.
If things get really hairy with Trump,
you know what I mean?
The
They just
electorate
kind
will
of
be
almost like winging it. You know what I mean?
For anybody
This
who's
is what we're
seen to
gonna
be
do.
just playing politics as usual.
Oh, that
I think
didn't
we've
work.
seen the electorate
Okay,
has
let's
adjusted
reverse
their
it.
metrics as to
Okay,
how
let's
they
do that. You know what I mean? It's not like
when
they
they're really
have
scared
a
about
plan.
things.
Like
Maybe.
tell Jordan.
Quickly, Arif,
Trump
Ronnie,
could
then
be
I got to go
an
to Kevin
amazing
Cullen.
Well, I'll
president
agree with
if he,
a bit of what Althea said, but just politely
didn't do
push
the
back.
half
So
the
on the
shit
point
he
about the
did,
advanced polls
he's
coming out, that we
doing,
still need to wait for that.
if
There's
he
no doubt. I think
minimize
the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely
waste,
happened by
but
Mark
doing
Carney,
it
by the platform that
strategically, you know what I mean?
It talks about things like gun control.
And
it
got a
talks about
committee
things like
together
investments in
to go
officers.
through all these
What it doesn't talk about is suspending
federal
charter rights and invoking
stuff
notwithstanding
that
clause. I
could
think
be
that's a mature
wasteful.
approach, a professional
You know what I mean?
approach,
Doing it
and one that
properly.
is required from somebody
That
who
would be
aspires
very
to the highest
popular.
office.
Okay.
Immigration.
Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got us all worked up here because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so that's where we are tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government.
Get them out of here.
What kind is anyone's
closing
guess,
the
Catherine
border.
Garland?
Yeah,
that would be very
NDP,
popular.
they're hovering just
but the way
below
he's going
official
about
party
it,
status,
it's
but
like
one thing that is a little bit
insanity.
more certain,
You know
and
what I
that
mean?
one seat that is a little bit more certain, is that of Alexandre Boulris. He maintains the NDP presence in Quebec.
Direction.
And
There's
I believe we have Mr. Boulris. The CBC's Quabina Oduro is in the riding of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
He's the one
and you got the candidate himself there, Quabina.
He explained tariffs.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was
he
brought up on
was
screen
a
that he was
grocery
elected
store,
again
and
in his
he
riding,
sets the
crowd
prices,
erupted. And I'm here
when
with
that's
Alexandre
not how it
Boulris.
works. You
What's
know what
that
I mean?
feeling like?
It's not. He's not the one that sets
I thank the
these
people
things.
of Rosemont-la-Petite Patrie
Congress
for their confidence for a fifth
Which
So he's reshaping reality in the mind of voters.
for them and
yeah,
to fight
because
for
he's
them
using
and
a lot
get results.
So it is going to be a liberal government.
Declaration.
What are your feelings about
To
that?
bypass Congress
at least
and
it's
give
not a conservative
himself
government, and we
more
showed in the
power
past
to
that
do
we
certain
can
things
negotiate with the
that
Liberals and get
normally he wouldn't be able
concrete
to
results
do
for Quebecers
without
like
the
dental
approval of
care.
Congress.
So we will continue that kind
Again,
of work in
he
Ottawa.
could be a
It's not
great
going to be
president
easy, but I don't know
if
what
he
will be
took the
the end
time
of
and
this
said,
evening. It's quite
okay,
exciting.
let's cut
What do you want
waste, fraud,
Quebecers and
abuse.
Canadians
Let's
to
go to
know
each of
now
these
that you are going
departments,
back to the
find the
House of
waste, fraud, and
Commons to
abuse.
serve them?
Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And do it in a strategic,
issues, grocery,
proper
housing,
way.
the cost of
People
living.
would
We will
applaud
continue
that.
to
I
fight
would
for
applaud
working
that.
families,
I
and we
think
will
that would
have
be
a
great.
close look on the Liberals
Immigrants,
and Mr.
yeah.
Carney.
If we
So
have
you are happy,
criminals and
your
people that should not
fans
be
here
here,
are happy, your
get them out of
volunteers
here.
are
You know what I
happy.
mean? But give them
What
their
is
due
it like
process and get
seeing
them
your
out.
party not
That's
do
fine.
so well tonight, though?
I don't have a problem with that.
It's difficult. It's a
It's
rough
just
night
the
for
way
the
it's
NDP
so
in general. We'll
chaotic,
see at
the
the end
way
of the evening. But it was
doesn't make
difficult
sense,
from the beginning because of
At the end of the
Mr.
day,
Trump
we
changed
have
everything.
the problem too is that
but we
you know
will
it would be
there for Quebecers and
yes, he is
Canadians.
definitely the
Thank you very
lesser
much,
of
and congratulations.
like he's the worst option
Back
in
to
my
you,
view.
Catherine.
Thank you very much for that.
Given everything
Rubina,
you've said,
Mrs.
the
Rubina
problem is that the
O'Rourke
other
and
side
Rosemary
also has
Lippincott-Tree. And I will note, Rosemary,
problems
I
that
believe as of right
they
now, Mr. Boulos
haven't
is the
overcome,
only
and an
actually
identity
projected
crisis as well.
elected NDP candidate in
and
the
I
country.
think,
There are obviously a number
like,
of
yeah,
races
I
where
would
they're
still
leading,
take that over
but
Trump
that's
if
the
I
only
had
one
to
the
choose by
CBC's
far.
desk has
But
said is a go.
you know, they're not helping
so again, at the
themselves.
bottom
The
of your
left
screen
isn't
there,
helping themselves here
156 to
by
149,
being
but those
split
numbers
now into
keep
these two camps,
bouncing
one of which is
around
becoming
back and forth,
incredibly
and that's because we still
unhinged
have so
radical
many
in certain ways.
ridings
And I
where
used to
we
be
do not have
like
a
those people
projected
are some of the
elected,
same people that I
and that's
voted for
what's gonna
Bernie
happen
Sanders
until we get
twice.
things a little more
Like I was
as David was
because
pointing
I
out.
want
Some of the
universal
numbers
health
in
care. That's what I
Ontario,
think. I think that would
may
be great.
shift a bit
Yeah, but
still,
see, don't you think
with
a
advance polls
vote
being
for
counted and what
Bernie
have
is
you.
a wasted
So,
vote?
we might
He's
be
not
in
going to win.
for a long
Well, no.
evening
I
here.
didn't vote for Bernie instead of
late
Hillary
already, but
when
we
it
might be
came
in
time
for
to
a
vote in
lot
the
longer.
general,
Chantal, it looked
or
like you
instead
wanted
of
to say
Biden. I voted for Hillary and
looking
Biden in the
at
general. Then I think it's
what's
ridiculous
available for
if
Carleton.
he's not even in the running.
We're
Even
talking
Bernie
about
said vote for
Ontario
them,
ridings not
right,
being,
at the time.
you know,
But there's a
there
lot
are
of I don't
not
even
that
like
many
using the term
polls
progressive for some of these
counted,
people. Kind of gone off the
this
deep
point,
end in some of their
the Liberals
insanity.
the Liberal
You know.
candidate is ahead of Mr. Poilievre.
But
that's
I just
most of the administration. I believe
they've
the
become
end result will
like I
be
don't.
better.
I think
bring up Ontario.
It's
But
not
it
a
gives
bad
you an
thing,
idea
you know.
of how long
But people have
we might
taken
be
that to
here
some
before
crazy
we have
extremes.
some final sense of what's happening. It's
Yes, and you're absolutely right. Like
it seems to me
And
that
they're hurt, and it gives the right
slower than
and the Trumpians a lot of fodder
in many
for
regions
what
of the
they're
country.
saying.
Carleton is a
To make it
special
sound like
case
they're
because
the
it's got
rational, normal
91
ones.
candidates on the ballot.
And once in a while, there are the rational, normal ones about this stuff. That's the problem too, you know.
I think the Democrats also are completely out of touch. They think they're in touch, and they're not.
Yes, but
They're
I also
completely
believe that
fucking
in
out of touch.
future elections,
For instance,
Elections Canada should want a protocol.
Bill Maher,
where the
you watch Bill Maher?
I like Bill Maher.
Chuck Schumer. I don't.
Yeah,
He
she hates Bill Maher.
You hate Bill Maher?
He's a boogeyman to her.
Really? Bill Maher is a little arrogant, but I like him.
Because again, in Carleton, where they have those 91
that's
people on
not
the
true.
ballot,
But
they were
I'll
allowed to start
explain.
counting
But
those
anyways,
votes 6
but I
hours
was
ahead of time.
and Chuck
Advance
Schumer
polls in the
was
rest of the country,
on
it's 2
his
hours ahead of
show
time
this
if
past
the returning
Friday,
officer wants.
and they
It's up
asked
to each
him
returning officer
about
to make that decision, and that's why things
did he
are
agree with
a little
the pardons that
sticky
Biden
right
gave
now,
to
I
the
would say.
people in the
Okay, what am I
January
doing here? I'm
6th
going to show you.
committee,
Oh, here we go. This is Carleton here,
considering
as Chantal
what
was
he's
just saying.
doing now that he's
The lead of
putting,
1,400
going
for
after
the
people
Liberals.
in the January 6th.
But that could be all
and
those
he's like,
advance
no, I
ballots.
don't
That is
agree
very
with
possible. If they were
that he
counted
did that
first,
because that gives Trump.
And only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near
basically like because
calling anything in that
Biden
writing,
did it.
but that is
Oh,
why
now
things are
Trump will do it
I'm not going
too.
to say volatile, but they are
Motherfucker would
unusual
live.
and
Look, where do
difficult
you you live. Trump is doing shit regardless of whether the Democrats are doing it or
Chuck
not.
Schumer said that?
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are
so
more
what does that
stable.
have to do with
not
Bill
Chuck
Maher?
Schumer, not Adam Schiff. I'm sorry, not Chuck Schumer.
So what does that have to do with Bill Maher?
If you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points.
The conversation is not about Bill Maher.
You're saying Bill Maher had Chuck Schumer on?
Not really translating.
No, I know. I said
Chuck
is Adam Schiff.
in terms of seats, although even winning
why.
one
Adam
seat
Schiff,
in
yes, Adam
Saskatchewan
Schiff. He
for
had
the
Adam Schiff
Liberals
on.
He had Adam
is
Schiff there,
significant because it'll be
and
the first time that they've
he
done this
said that, and
since
he's like,
2015. And
well,
the seat we're
now
talking about,
that
and we've
gives
mentioned
Trump
it many
the
times
well,
tonight,
Trump
Desnefe,
did that
Nissiniki,
anyways. He
Churchill
was
River,
he
Buckley
pardoned the whole January
Bélanger is
6th
going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial
people who
Liberal. He's been a
attacked
provincial
policemen in
NDP,
January 6th.
MLA.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you live in a
for the
world where
Liberals
you
last
think,
time around.
well, if we do
Redistribution
that,
changed
Trump
this
might do
riding,
it too.
and
He's
looked a
already
lot more
doing it.
favorable for the
He's
Liberals.
doing
And of
whatever
course, the
he
Liberals
wants,
have won
regardless
there.
of what we do.
But in the
He
cities,
is
Regina and
so
Saskatoon, this is
disconnected
a province
with
where
reality.
truly
It's true they're kind of disconnected. Oh wait, we're actually in agreement about a lot of this stuff. I want to know, why do you hate Bill Maher?
Makes it difficult for
Yeah, exactly. Daniel in chat
to
too. But I thought we were talking about why you didn't like Bill Maher though. Like, what are you talking about?
No, that was not the conversation.
Wasn't her main point. She said that as a throwaway. It's fair. But I do want to know why.
Adam,
the conversation was not about Bill Maher. I was talking about how Schiff, which I said Schumer by accident.
And I don't like Schiff. I want
Bill
primary
Maher.
Schiff. He's one of my senators.
Blue wall for
You don't like
the
Schiff?
Conservative
No, I'm
Party.
pissed at him
They
because of how he
do not
dealt with
like
the
Adam
Biden
Schiff.
situation.
But
Personally, I don't like Adam Schiff, and I'll tell you why.
They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina,
he's very
they were
smug.
hoping to pick up
Is he shifty?
maybe
Is he shifty
Regina
Schiff?
Wascana, Ralph Goodale's
He's very
former
smug.
seat. That
When you see him, he always has
didn't
this
pass as of yet.
smug
And
look
he
on
showed
his
us
face.
Andrew
Like, I
Scheer's
don't like
result.
him. I don't.
No surprise.
It's really
there.
not
Andrew
him.
Scheer
Nothing
winning
he's
for the
done
8th
personally.
time.
I don't think that means anything. I think that's actually.
I just think he's smug.
Pierre Polyev as
means Bill
24-year-old
Bill Maher.
Andrew Scheer,
Bill Maher, you think
I
he's smug?
love Bill Maher.
What about the state
until
of
he
the
did
NDP
something.
in Saskatchewan?
Well, you said this the last time we spoke. I remember it now. You said this before.
It's a bit surprising and disappointing.
What was it that you
would
walk about him?
defend him.
Because they did so
I had
well
people
in the
say, "Oh, Bill Maher, blah blah
provincial
blah," and I'd be like,
election, putting up
"No,
a big fight in that
Bill
provincial
Maher is
result,
good
really
to watch."
increasing their
I don't
seat,
agree with everything he
count,
says, but
that didn't
I think
translate
he's a good
federally. The
watch.
federal
And I would
provincial
fucking go to
NDP
bat for
aren't
Bill
really
Maher. But
aligned,
then
and that
he
showed,
had
I think,
Elon
tonight in the
Musk
results.
on
That's
his
right, the
thing.
Elon Musk
Yeah.
thing.
Drop in the share of the
And he
Okay.
was like,
the NDP,
"Oh,
very
you
significant,
wouldn't use
and the
your
Liberals picking
social
up a lot of
media. You
second
have all
places
this
across the
power,
province,
and
which
you're
is a
not
surprise
using
here
it
in
for
Saskatchewan.
evil."
All right,
And
Adam Hunter,
Elon
thank
Musk
you
was
very
like, "No,
much
I would
for,
never do
giving us
that."
the
And
lay of the land in
to
Saskatchewan.
this
Rosemary.
day,
Thanks
I
for
have
that, Ian.
yet
Let
to
me show you
see
what's
Bill
going on at the bottom
Maher
of your screen there.
rebuke
And that is a whole lot
anything
of
that Elon has done.
nothing definitive,
under-
basically.
Didn't we send you
157,
some articles last
leaving
time
elected
showing
for the
that he
Liberals,
did?
149
No, he
for the
didn't.
Conservatives.
He
The
hasn't.
Bloc sort of
Nope.
sticking
Oh,
around
I'm
that
not.
number now.
We did. I
Yeah,
sent.
we
last
did,
time I
but
sent you some.
it doesn't matter,
the
Josh,
NDP at
because
10 and the
she's
Greens
her mind is
at
made
one.
up.
Send it.
Leave that
Send me.
Senate
Send me.
violence at this
Send me
stage.
the
So,
article because I don't
we are
remember.
We did this
to
last
be
time. I
able
remember
We
now.
did do this
I-
last time.
It's that's why my brain was like, "Why are you not like?"
Mark
It's like I
Carney
just had a
would lead
deja
in
vu
his,
repeat of
new
her.
mandate, where
I'm
he
sorry,
is an
we have a
elected
lot.
prime
It seems like we
minister,
agree
not
on a
just
lot,
one
but
who
I think
won,
my
leadership.
view
That
from
is
what you
Liberal
said
headquarters,
is
where
that
I have
maybe
not seen Bill Maher
this thing Bill Maher.
form government, but right now
Yeah,
they are
but
waiting to see.
he could be wrong.
what exactly
I don't know. I guess
that
if that's
means.
your red line, I just think it's a strange red line. Like for example, a
Answer
lot of
on
people
it.
get
Not
angry
a
at Bill Maher.
red
Red.
line because
let's hear
if
from you.
you know
I
what
think
I'm
you have a
saying,
guest
like
with you.
he's a person that
I
is
do, and there's a lot of
known
people that were
for
watching these election
basically
results really
speaking truth to
closely,
power.
nervous about whether or not
You
it'll be a
understand?
majority
But when
or a
you
minority
go
government.
and I
With me is
start
David
seeing
Lametti, the
you,
former
wait a
Justice
minute,
Minister and Attorney General of
that's
Canada.
not really.
He left the government last
You
year.
know,
He's
you
been
could be
treat
treated
wrong.
a
like
person a
Mark
certain
Carney.
way.
No.
You're not really speaking truth to power. You're saying things in a way that it's not.
projection for the first
Bill
seat
Maher's
in
known
Saskatchewan.
for being controversial.
I'm really
and
happy
you
that
know,
Mark
speaking
Carney
the
will
I don't
way
even think
that-
he's that
continue to be Prime
controversial. I
Minister
think
of
it's
Canada. I
blown
think
out. Like
that's critical.
recently,
I'm
people
really
went
happy
people
that
went
in
after him
the
recently,
riding,
right? I don't know if you saw this,
Representative Claude Gay
where he
has
said he
won
went to
that
have
riding
dinner
now for
with
the Liberal
Trump. Did
Party.
you guys see this?
And I'm glad that Buckley Bélanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically
He
important.
talked about, and he was like surprised by. Look, he still thinks Trump is terrible, but he started to say like just some things to surprise me. For example, I saw Trump laugh and have a good time, and I didn't think he laughed like that. I've never seen it in my life, but here he was, and he was amiable, and he was this
you know
and
what
that.
else he said? He said that he would not dare to make jokes in front of Hillary, Clinton, and like he didn't. Like Trump made him feel more relaxed than he would have in front of Bill Clinton.
I could see that being
Obama.
No, I could see that.
Yeah, all he was doing was explaining and this is where people are really bad at listening to people. He was explaining what the experience was like, honestly, for him, right? He went in with very poor, with negative feelings about Trump in every way, and left with a few positive ones he wanted to share for people's enlightenment. He doesn't think he doesn't mean he thinks any more or less of his policies. Doesn't mean that he thinks he's a better guy in general necessarily, but that he was just explaining that experience, and he got ripped to shreds in the liberal media, which I think is a problem with the liberal media. Like that you can't have an honest, nuanced chat about something. You can talk about if someone said I went to
he didn't. He was the shit that he was saying. It was insane.
Since I left politics,
he said something insane about that Trump meeting.
What was it? That was insane.
How can you say
what was untrue?
That you felt more relaxed making a joke in front of Trump than you did in front of Obama.
That might have been true.
I would actually believe that
probably.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I think Trump is like a really jokey kind of person. Like that kind of makes sense to me.
Stop. That doesn't make sense because Trump, and Bill Maher has not get along. So how can he? He brought a list of all the names Trump has called him.
Yes,
I feel like this is a dumb thing to like get stuck on.
Now, this was a rematch, right?
So two people who have supposedly animosity towards each other, for him to say, "Oh, I felt more comfortable," saying the same that I would in front of Obama or Clinton.
Those are not mutually exclusive things to say. You can be uncomfortable with somebody in general in so many ways. You could say Hitler is evil, and no, Hitler is evil, and Hitler tried to murder everybody, and still say in a dinner conversation, I felt kind of comfortable making jokes around him. It's just kind of his personality. That would still
do you think, Cosmic, are you saying that Clinton and Obama joked more than Trump does?
People in this room, cough, cough. You might know Corey Hogan from his podcast,
or
The Strategists. Right now, he is.
Hillary definitely doesn't seem like someone you could be totally yourself around.
Super laid back. He was one of the most laid back.
I don't think that tracks.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Trump is like a fundamentally unserious person. Yeah, they're correspondent dinners, but like
Trump is somebody. I feel like if Trump never became. I feel like if Trump never became like we judge people given sometimes how they act given the power that they have. If Trump was like I'm just saying, if Trump was like just somebody's racist, rich uncle, crazy uncle at a table, you could still be like, oh, this guy says racist things, he says crazy things, yada yada. But like, you know what? He cracks funny jokes at the table, and I feel like we sometimes have a humorous rapport going on. That could still be true. That's kind of what Trump comes off.
Cosmic. So first of all, I've actually met Bill Clinton and I've actually met Obama. I feel like
may indeed be a
there
factor.
was like a level of,
also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that
sort
ballot,
of stiffy
right now,
respect I had to have with them. Yeah,
writing.
Obama can let it down and be that way, but Trump is like a joke. He's just not
also
serious.
A big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader
I
of
think
the
you feel like you're in the presence of some high up person when you're with like someone like Clinton
or Clinton.
Yeah,
with
when you're with
Trump,
you feel like you can shoot the shit a little bit, right?
Yeah, because he's fucking dumb.
Not at all.
It doesn't mean he's a good guy. It just means that's
not
part
about
of
seeing him as a good guy. If this person attacked me all the time, and we had kind of like animosity towards each other, he called me a loser of this or that or the other, of this, whatever. Already, I'm going into that conversation thinking we have animosity towards each other, versus going to see a president that I have no animosity.
What about him?
And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to
I
run
could never get a point.
Came in fourth. Rachel Beddian easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec.
You can keep talking. I'm not saying you had to stop talking.
In the riding
versus me going to see a president, which I never had called me names, and I don't have animosity towards. That to me would be a more relaxed environment, because the president has never, and I know this president would never call me name or disrespect me. That would be very different than a person who I know has disrespected me, who's called me all cold for me. And you're gonna say, okay, I'm more relaxed with this person who's insulted me 100 times versus the person who would treat me with respect.
But look at this.
Why not listen to what he's saying there and believe that to be true? Why not believe
that statement right there is
no, because it
you
doesn't
don't
fit
you don't
with
see
her
how that's
point of
possible.
view.
But you don't see how it's possible that somebody who calls you names in a public sphere in a private dinner might be kind of funny and fun to chat with in some way, right? On a non-political level, right? In a non.
And that's possible. I'm not going to deny that. But to say that you are more relaxed with this person who's called you names, who's bullied you
the Liberals are down about 10 seats
that you're more relaxed and you're more comfortable with that person.
With
somebody who's never bullied you, who would treat you with respect, is insane.
You think Bill Maher feels bullied?
The hyperbolic language is what does it for me, by the way. It's actually insane, Josh. It's insane.
A lot of conservatives, or at least has the conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits.
I think in the version of it you have in your head that you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I think just listening to Bill Maher instead of trying to tell him what it must have been like,
so,
you know, the more natural thing to do.
What it must have been like. To me, in my mind, right? If I am bullied, stop. If I have a bully on my ass and constantly, if I go on chat, blah 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 blah, my expectation of that interaction is going to be very different than me having an interaction that's always respected me.
So you feel that Bill Maher was bullied by Trump?
Conservatives dropping down
to
146.
Just because he calls him names publicly doesn't mean Bill Maher felt bullied. A lot of them see it as political football, you know.
Work for him, though. Yeah, that's one thing. But like everybody who's like a public figure always talks about how like nice and personable he is when they meet him. That's the thing that happens all the fuck. I hear that all the fucking time.
He could be a little charming in some way.
That
is where
that is such fucking retarded bullshit.
That was a straw man.
That was fucking rude. Don't fucking straw man us like that, okay? I don't know. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that.
You guys have your opinion, and that's it. I personally, if somebody was bullying me, I could not say, oh, I was comfortable shooting the shit more than I would with a person who respected me, who I would go see, and I know would treat me with respect.
But wait, treating someone with respect, okay, these are different things, right? Like someone who's been bullied when I was a kid.
Are you serious,
right?
You can't actually be serious.
But like, if for someone to get along and on a kind of surface level at a dinner versus somebody, let's say like, there's certain people I respect, but like they're awkward to talk to, or I feel like I can't make jokes around them. You know, it's very presentational. I might like what they put out there and believe and say, but I still might not be able to have that sort of rapport with them. Rapport is a very different thing than what you're talking about in terms of respect. He didn't say he respected Trump at all. He just said that he found it like kind of amiable to talk to, or you know, at a private. And most people would be surprised to hear that. He said what he noticed about Trump.
Everything he said was positive. There was no negative.
He talked about the positives only because he always talks about the negatives. That's what he generally does. In the same way you just said, okay, you can defend Trump. The reason that Jordan got so triggered is because he never defends Trump.
What I have experienced in my own riding supporting 27
context of the fact that he usually
because he only talks to negative.
No,
you know there has to be negatives and positives. How are you going to
make
everything a positive?
He's talking about he constantly. Bill Maher is anti-Trump, so for him to say for a few minutes and be like, hey, during this dinner, just you might be surprised to find he was more like this than I realized. And you know what? Maybe that's what some of these other people see in him. That's what you think?
It's whatever. Yes.
You think he jumped on the Trump bandwagon with that?
You know who knows him very well?
I don't know, any solace in that difficult decision given where you are tonight?
You know, Rosie, obviously,
there's a person who knows
did not
Bill
have
Maher
a crystal ball on that
very
morning
well. And
when I
I'm
took
trying to
the really tough
think of the
decision
name.
to resign from the cabinet. But I knew it was the right thing to do.
Bill Maher as well, and he said
that we were headed
he
in the wrong
also
direction,
was
and that I had to do something about it. And I knew it was the right thing then.
He was mad at
I'm
Trump because Trump, his first term, because Trump, he felt that Trump disappointed him.
Really
This is Bill
grateful
Maher
to
saying
all
to
of the
his friend.
fabulous liberals who have come out and worked so
me look up
hard
his
for
name.
this result. I've seen in my own campaign and campaigns across the country, people really getting this is an
I think Bill
existential
Maher
moment for
tries,
Canada,
whether he
and
always succeeds or
showing
not,
up
he
and
tries to have
working
a sense of
hard and
nuance
showing, you know,
about things and tries
it's a
to understand
noun,
things from other
but we
people's
have to make
perspectives
it a
and to
verb.
bring
So
everybody
for
to
me,
the
this
table.
campaign
He likes when
has been a
everybody can
really
come to the table because
joyous
that's his entire
experience and a
show,
moment
right? That's
when
his
I
whole
have been
shtick,
so proud of
right?
Canada,
Bring everyone
so
to the
proud
table,
to
and
be
to bring them to
Canadian,
the table,
and
he has
felt
to
this
see
real
some level of
wave
humanity,
of
I think,
patriotism.
in them,
Now
right?
we
So
need
he
to
looks for
harness
that,
that
and he wants to
patriotism
tell people
and
about it when
use
he
it
sees it.
to unite
That's what
our
I think was
country
happening
and to
when
build
he was
our country.
discussing
And
what
I
it was
know
like.
that
But that
is
doesn't
what
mean
Mark
he
Carney's
supports,
government is
likes,
going to do.
respects Trump
Okay,
in any
Chrystia
other
Freeland,
way.
thank you for
Just
making
to
the time
say,
on
hey,
this
this is
busy
what this
night for
dinner
you.
was like. Thought you
Congratulations.
should know.
We will speak
He
again
was
soon,
like
I'm
this
sure.
in this
Thank
dinner.
you.
That's all I have to say. If you thought he was like this,
Okay, thank
this
you.
is
That's
how he
Chrystia
came
Freeland,
off.
who has
Now you can
easily won
decide
her
why
riding
he came
today.
off that way. You
Tonight,
can decide
she
whether it
is
was all an
projected
act,
elected. Adrian
whatever.
Arsenault has some more
But that's how it
results.
Not
felt.
such an easy
That's an
battle in
honest
other parts of
appraisal of what it was
Ontario.
like for
We've
him in
been
that
talking
moment.
all night
I
about
don't
how
think that
tight
we
it
can
is. Well, let's
say,
just
oh,
look
he
at some
switched
places where
teams
it's
now,
very
or
tight.
he's a
Eglinton
huge
Lawrence,
Trump
Vince
supporter now, or
Gasparo,
whatever. I'm not saying you're
only
saying that,
leading
but
by
it just I don't know
55
what's disrespectful
with
about. Does he have to
114
lie then and say,
reported.
Yeah, like,
no,
This
he's
is
actually
happening
terrible?
all
coming
No,
over
out
I
and
wasn't
Ontario.
saying he
expecting
was
him to
fucking
lie,
Where it is
but I
extremely tight.
expected him to
Brampton, North
be
Caledon.
more
Ruby
not
Sahota,
like
Dishonest?
everything he said
again,
was
only leading by 29. There are 6 seats in Brampton. Almost all of them are
I mean, if
very,
that's the
very
experience
tight.
he had, that's
the
the
one I find
experience he had.
especially
Doesn't mean he
interesting
supports his
is
policies
the next one
anymore.
here, which is Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. Now it's 325 votes. This was initially thought that it might be a Liberal NDP
Is it possible it's a bit of a
toss-up,
confirmation
but
bias
look at
since
what
you
is
got
happening.
upset from the
And if
last
the
thing
numbers don't tell
about
your
Elon
story,
Musk? Now
let's
you're
look
more
at this
primed
next
to
graph,
like.
No,
which
he
shows how
hasn't
tight it has been there
rebuked
all
Elon
night
Musk.
long.
Maybe
This is
he
the vote
said,
share in
oh,
Windsor,
you know,
Tecumseh,
he's doing some
Lakeshore.
crazy stuff,
Look at
blah,
that
blah, blah.
line
But
between
not
the
like,
Liberals and the Conservatives.
if that was
This
a
is the
Democrat
story that
doing
is
the
playing
same
out
shit
in
that
many,
Elon Musk
many
going
ridings
into Doge
across
and
Ontario,
firing people
potentially
and
across
doing all
country.
this
That
other
is why
shit.
the number keeps bouncing the
Bill
way it
Maher
does
has
at the
never
bottom of your
been
screen.
one to mince
Okay,
words.
yeah, it sure does. It's
And when
moving
you see
around
him
an awful lot, but
mincing
right now
words for
tracking a little
certain
more heavily
people,
for the
it's,
Liberals. Remember,
questionable.
a majority
That's all.
government.
Yes, Bill
Wait,
Maher is
so
publicly
not
criticized Elon Musk on
saying
several
that
occasions.
Trump was this
Liberals right now
terrible
projected or
dickhead
elected
or whatever
in
is mincing words to
164.
you?
Let
So
me show
like
you what
if
the
he
vote
could,
share
how
looks
would
like
he
right
have
across
not
the
minced
country.
words?
Adrian showed you that
Exactly.
one particular
Like
riding.
what would
Let
you
me
have
tell you what he's done.
expected for him not to have minced
42.6
words?
for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are. And again, the second part of that story is as you go down your screen and you see what's happened to
Can I
the
read?
Bloc
I don't know if
and the
you're going to say
NDP
something.
at
Can I read
just
this to you?
5%, which is
Bill
undoubtedly
Maher has publicly
No,
criticized
she's
Elon Musk on,
they are not yet
She's
right
ignoring you.
at
hold on,
official
on
status.
several
Not sure
occasions,
whether they will get there. That is
particularly
12
concerning
games to
Musk's
watch
political
for, but
actions
again,
and
lots of things
controversial
still
statements.
fluid.
So critique of government spending
Can
cuts.
tell us a
In
little bit
March
about some of that.
2025, Maher
Let's take a look
criticized
at
Musk
Vancouver
and the
Island.
Department of
This
Government
has
Efficiency,
been a
DOGE,
fortress
for
in
not
the
addressing
past for
excessive
the
defense
NDP.
spending.
A lot of
He
people
highlighted
going
the
up to
inconsistency
their
between
seats,
Musk's
and you
earlier
can see,
criticisms of
right
military
now,
expenditures
the
and the
NDP
administration's
is
failure to make
trailing
significant cuts
in
that area,
4
despite
of
reducing budgets
the
elsewhere. This is
ridings
from
that they
Fox News.
hold
Then the
on
response to
Vancouver
controversial
Island. Both the
social media
Liberals and the
posts in
Conservatives
December
are
23,
taking
Maher
the
expressed
lead there.
concern
None
over
of these,
Musk's
though, are
endorsement
projected
of a
electors
most widely regarded as anti-Semitic. While Maher acknowledged that Musk might not harbor anti-Semitic beliefs, he stated that Musk's actions did test my patience with him, and that the endorsement looked really anti-Semitic. And then Maher also used satire to critique Musk's actions. In the monologue, he mocked the backlash against Musk, comparing liberals burning Teslas to drag queens attacking wigs, highlighting the irony of the situation.
Next year, he's any students. He's going to be heading to Ottawa.
That's basically it. Then it goes on to say, in general, he's both attacked and defended Musk at different times, particularly regarding free speech issues. That's the part where he was defending Musk.
Randall Garrison's old writing, so of course he was an analyst with us earlier.
In summary, Maher's stance on Musk is nuanced. He has both criticized and defended Musk, depending on the context of the issue at hand.
Another place where the NDP support has plummeted.
That sounds like Bill Maher to me.
Tamara
Yeah,
Cronus is a lawyer,
because,
but on her website it says you might find her bartending at the Legion, sports shooting,
the way he criticizes him,
so
it's almost like
with a bit of a twist.
yeah, like satire,
and,
like it's a joke. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's different from when
North Island, Powell River. This is a riding that I think some conservatives
when he
thought
talks
they
about
would
other
win
people.
easily.
You know what I mean?
And
to me,
this
it's
is a riding
different
that
when
so
he
far the NDP
criticizes
candidate,
him.
who is not the
It's
incumbent,
not
I don't think.
has managed
Wait,
to
how is
hold
that
on
what
to
he just
more or
said,
less the
Cosmo?
share
How is that
the
what
NDP
he
had
said?
last time around? But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple of boards myself now to explain a little bit more of the story we're seeing tonight. This is sort of what we call a party summary board, how they're doing right across the country at this stage in the evening. So you can see their vote share 5.5% overall.
Yeah,
but look at those numbers on the right, on the far right screen.
The statement that you're reading is apparently his salute was not anti-Semitic. All his weird conspiracy tweets are all good, and Tesla protests are just swings to a drag queen.
This is, Elon Musk made a statement about, remember on Twitter, that people took as anti-Semitic, and Bill Maher criticized that. You're talking, the salute is a different thing that it's talking about.
Tonight, that collapse of the NDP,
and he criticized Doge and its inconsistencies in their criticisms earlier of military expenditures, and then the administration's failure to make significant cuts in that area.
Of the country.
Did I read an actual statement? I'm reading a summary of it. It's from Fox News. I have to look at. Okay, Bill Maher slams Elon Musk Doge for not targeting U.S. defense. This is a Fox News article.
The ones where they were in the single digits to begin with.
Bill Maher calls out Elon Musk Doge for not taking chainsaw to defense spending. Maher calls the Pentagon the fattest target to hunt for the Trump administration.
It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that.
Real-time host Bill Maher closed his show Friday night by calling out Elon Musk and Doge for not taking a chainsaw to find massive cuts in military spending. Maher began by playing a clip of President Trump, who suggested last month his administration would find hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse in the military, juxtaposing those comments to the Department of Defense's announcement this week of cutting $580 million from its $900 billion budget, far below the figures Trump floated. When they were talking about shrinking the government, I said, yeah, great, but the acid test will be if they go after the biggest float of all, obsolete weapons programs, Maher explained. The HBO host then quoted from Musk's X postings last November when he said, please, in the name of all that is holy, let us stop the worst military value for money in history, that is the F-35 program. Exactly your excellence, Maher quipped. But today Trump announced we're building a new fighter jet, the F-47.
Stupid, by the way. Canceling the F-35 program is a dumb idea.
So well, then they made the F-47. So what happened to fighter jets being obsolete in the age of? So what happened to fighter jets being obsolete in the age of drones? Maher jabbed the tech billionaire. He added, because I feel like you guys are purposely avoiding the elephant in the room. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The $2 trillion in waste that you originally said you could cut. Yeah, you're not going to get there by firing mailmen and the guy who tells you to not lean over the rail of the Grand Canyon. The HBO host called out Doge's $35 billion in savings so far, but has left the fattest target to hunt, unmolested across the Potomac at the Pentagon, a place Eisenhower warned us was out of control in 1961. He then cited the $6.8 trillion in the 24 federal budget and had a pie chart showing defense spending made up 47% of the $1.8 trillion in discretionary spending, with every other department in single digits. You mean there's barely a penny of waste in this half? Maher pointed to the 47%. I may not know how to code like Elon's Nerd Brigade, but I could read a fucking pie chart. Fox News Digital reached out to representatives of Elon Musk to comment. And there's more here. I don't know if you want me to keep going.
In Victoria leading right now for the
it says it's amazing. The right and the left in this country despise each other, but they do agree on two things. One, keep an eye on the Jews because they're always up to something, Maher quipped. And two, the defense budget is always perfect, like the Virgin Mary.
So
in fact, it's always okay if it gets bigger. It's like a fat Virgin Mary.
How is that not a criticism?
Don Davies
this is a huge criticism.
in Vancouver Kingsway. The last update I had on that was less than 300 votes. So these are the areas where the NDP needs to come back, Rosie, if they're going to get
holding
to
them to not keeping to their promises.
The Arse is
and I'm not even like
it's up to Vancouver to put it back in
like
there.
I'm so on Bill Maher. Like I can take him or leave him on certain.
I generally like. I don't agree with everything, but I like him. I like his attempts at nuance.
Elect another leader. Let's show you that.
Yes. obviously
Elizabeth
caused
May has
What are you talking about?
He also has some clear moral clarity.
He's saying, you said you were going to cut all of this shit, and then the most obvious thing would have been the smartest thing to do, where you could take the most money out of it, is this. That was his point. And then he said, you didn't do it. Everybody, quote unquote, knows that that's the obvious choice, and you didn't do it. How is that not a criticism?
In British Columbia.
What, do you want him to like come out and say, Elon, you're a stupid fucking retard, blah, blah, blah? Is that what you're expecting?
Kind of did.
Particularly in an election like this.
Could have criticized cutting USAID. Did he? Why don't you check, Josh? Did he talk about USAID?
We'll have a two-party system.
Yeah.
He's on pretty frequently. He probably talked about it when it happened.
Did Mar criticize USAID?
So many
the USAID cuts.
I keep going back to the writing.
The USAID cuts.
Yes, Mr. Poilievre's writing, which, after 40 polls now, he is still lagging well behind.
So, like, you were expecting him in one of his little couple-minute long monologues that he started his show to cover all of that stuff. And how do you know, like, he hasn't yet?
It said there's no public record of him specifically criticizing the recent cuts to USAID. However, Mar has expressed concerns about government spending priorities, particularly highlighting the disproportionate allocation to the defense budget over other programs. For instance, he's questioned why significant cuts aren't made to the defense sector, which he refers to as the biggest bloat of all. It said he hasn't directly addressed USAID cuts. His broader commentary suggests the preference for scrutinizing, especially reducing defense expenditures.
And it sounds like you might be right that he didn't criticize those things, and that's fine. But you're basically saying that's not a direct criticism. I explained to you that it is a direct criticism, and you pivoted to why hasn't he criticized these other things. So will you concede at least that he's criticizing cuts that he thinks that he did not make, that he believes he should have made, and that they made a promise essentially to cut this much, and that he's not fulfilling that promise because he's not going after the obvious choices for cuts?
It can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again,
I don't know how else I'm supposed to explain it to you.
So
how is that not
a
criticism?
I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
Right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won a seat.
He won, and I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, "Don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open."
Is he saying like, "Oh, that was great, you didn't cut the Pentagon"? No, he's saying that's bad, you didn't cut the Pentagon. That's a criticism.
I do.
Votes.
CIA.news, Bill Maher trashes Elon Musk for gleefully slashing government. Look at this.
Yeah, but he's not trashing Elon Musk. He's trashing.
This is a HuffPost
He said
article.
they did not cut the Pentagon, and he wanted them to cut the Pentagon.
Bill Maher is taking aim at tech billionaire Elon Musk. It says Bill Maher is taking aim at tech billionaire Elon Musk.
Of criticism?
Jumping on this advanced thing where if it comes in
what
a
he's
way
criticizing is what he's going after, not necessarily
what he's doing. Well, it was all because
Look, it says on a recent episode of Mars Club Random podcast, the comedian didn't hold back on trashing Musk for gleefully firing American workers. Mars said he initially endorsed the idea that Musk, a senior aide to President Trump, could make the government more efficient, but criticized how the billionaire executed his strategy. The way they did it was horrendous, and the way they did it was horrendous and gleeful in their sadism. Like, hey, government workers, you're fired. Do something decent with your life, Mars said during the episode. He added that you don't have to be a liberal or anything to recoil at Musk and Doge's methods. The real-time host went on to criticize Musk, who acquired X, for retweeting the worst of the tweets. Musk has made headlines for endorsing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and making a gesture many identified as a Nazi salute. Musk dismissed the accusations as tired. Are there going to be some Nazis if you really have a free speech channel on X? Yes, but you don't have to retweet them, Maher continued. Elsewhere in the episode, Maher told guest Winston Marshall that he has mixed feelings about Musk, but clarified that his feelings have become, quote-unquote, way more negative in light of the recent controversies. I'm sorry, but my feelings just get worse because he just gets worse, Maher said. Maher's remarks on Musk appear at the 7:30 remark of his Club Random podcast.
Can you send me the link to that so I can post it in the chat?
So that suggests that there's a lot of
yeah, where can I send? I'm not on their chat right now. Where can I send this to? Discord?
Just send it to me in Discord.
Unless really nobody voted today,
I'm on my phone.
Also find hard to believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cosmic. I didn't realize that criticism doesn't count as criticism if it was 2 weeks ago. Come on, man.
Talked about it being somewhat mixed, getting more negative over time.
I don't think
Yeah,
that's
okay,
I just
but
think
I'm asking when this is recent, but I guess I haven't seen it because I don't follow Bill Maher's podcast.
I don't know that I can do.
It's not Bill Maher's podcast, but technically he's had different criticisms at different times. But he said, I've become more negative recently because he's become
if you just don't want to concede any of the points, and no matter what we give you, you're just going to ignore it, that's fine. That's your choice, buddy. Like, I can't force you to listen. But, like,
Eastern here, 161
maybe just
leading and elected
at least concede the point that he's been critical. If you want to be like, well, now it's because now Musk is leading, fine. If that's how you need to rationalize it, that's fine.
But, like, part of the story is
he did. It happened. And we were looking at older stuff too, right? The first stuff we were looking at was
the anti-Semitic stuff was in 2023.
Can you give me that as well, by the way, so I can link it
around 23, 24.
I mean, it talks about it in this one I sent you as well, which might have a link. Let me see here.
That is where the fluidity of the evening is, and as Chantal just rightly pointed out, it is because of this unusual race where we are really talking about two parties fighting it out, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen. It makes it very difficult to know how the night is going.
No, just send it to me in Discord. What do you mean?
No, during an election.
Okay, hold up. Let me find. Hold on.
Even when it comes to the share of the vote, which is pretty evenly matched as well. I'm going to go to Ian, who's got some results now.
Before I get to the results, I want to say one of the cool things about sitting here is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face. It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So
this was on April 15th.
I'm here for a good time.
And you can hear him literally saying these things too. It's not just
yeah, you can like watch the video.
That was really nice. Cable. It's after dark, right?
Okay, here. Bill Maher says Elon Musk controversial post did test my patience with him. Looked really anti-Semitic. It's a Fox News. Yes, I'm going to send you right now. This is a Fox News
Only one of those two is elected. The other one is leading. But let's take a look, first of all, in the one they're leading. We've talked about it a few times already.
HBO also that program supporter Musk taken over Twitter last year. So it's saying he's become more negative over time of him.
ER Doc, who was an MP for this riding and then got beaten.
And this is the one, Candy, that we went over the last time.
Turned the tables on him, and he is going back to Ottawa. I think we're going to go up north now. Yes, we are. Churchill.
I'm going to listen to this. Hold on one second.
Kiwatanuk Aski. And the longtime MP Nikki Ashton is.
That just says there's a lot of. So when he was talking to Rubin, there's a lot of anti-Semites out there, but Elon Musk is not one of them. Rubin said, and then Maher responded, "That may be true. Look, he's a hard guy to follow all the time. I've tried, and this thing did test my patience with him because he may not be an anti-Semite, but when someone tweets what they tweeted and he tweets, you've spoken the actual truth. It looks really anti-Semitic. I mean, come on. Musk has been under fire in recent weeks for appearing to endorse what's been widely labeled."
And time again,
Cosmic's going to say that's not criticism.
Is leading.
I mean, he pushed back on Dave Rubin, trying to defend him and not being anti-Semitic.
Our CBC reporter has done some excellent work in managing.
I feel like this sort of like hardcore like. Oh man, I just don't, like again. I don't agree with Bill Maher on everything, but like this idea that just like he's like this complete shill who's totally full of shit. I just don't think reality is.
And I'm with one of them right now. Terry Dugan. First of all, when you were
I'll take that. I will take that, Cosmic. If you want to fight on the other one, that's fine. It is definitely a softer criticism. But I would take
that was 2023. He's become more critical since then.
Yes,
he's become more. I mean, he started out being somewhat supportive of him way back when, but that's also when a lot of people didn't know. They were hopeful that he was going to do good things, right? Some people saw only bad. Some people said, hey, maybe he'll turn things around for free speech or whatever, right? There was a hope at that time. Bill Maher gives some people benefit of the doubt in that regard. If they say they're going to do something, he doesn't and immediately brushed them off.
But
In this case, he criticized when it
were,
didn't happen.
a few months ago, I think we can be very, very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if
So
these results hold,
this
and you're sitting
article
there in the House and
from
the
February
Bloc Québécois votes
is
with you for the
titled,
first time, what will your response be to the Conservatives who say this is yet another coalition?
This article is titled "Maher knocks Trump's gutting of the federal
respect the
workforce."
will
Of
of
course,
the
the
Canadian
gutting of
people.
the
They
federal
give us,
workforce
the
was
parliament
not
that they give us. We have a
under Trump's
responsibility
direction,
to
but
work-
the person who was making
work
those
with, all
recommendations
parties
was
in the
Elon.
House. And,
So he may
and
not
we
be
will do
saying
that.
Elon's
NDP,
name
Bloc,
directly,
Conservatives,
but he is
our
criticizing the
country
actions that he
is
is
under
doing.
threat right
And just
now,
another example of
from
in
our
February,
neighbor to
in
the
the
south. So
early
we need to work
times of
together to
Trump's
stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking the time here.
All right, Bartley, thank you
Back
very
to you,
much.
Ian.
And we have the CBC projected that
Canada
the Liberals
votes
will
for
form
Mark
government,
Carney
and
as
we
Prime
have not
Minister,
yet had a
NPR.
projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority.
Mark Carney's been
Still
elected.
A lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.
That's right. Okay, thank you, Ian.
In one of the country's most consequential elections in decades.
Manitoba,
Maybe
Catherine, you've got
I don't
Yeah, well,
I
you said
don't
earlier,
know.
Rosemary,
Maybe
that,
like to an
the
extent.
NDP
It doesn't
lost
seem
the
like
seat of
he's.
Edmonton
It
Breeze,
seems
but
like
they
he's
have
less of an
held on to
apologist
another seat
now
in
than he
Edmonton.
would have been in the
That is seat of
past.
Edmonton at
But
Strathcona, you can see
I
projected,
think to say
elected,
that he's like
re-elected,
never
Heather
criticized
McPherson,
him or
and,
won't
the
criticize
CBC's
him,
Sam
I just
Sampson
don't
is
think
in
that's
that riding
really
of Edmonton,
true.
Strathcona tonight.
And certainly
Hey there,
the
Sam.
criticisms have gotten more intense over time as things get crazier. But like just to say in general that he hasn't, I just don't think.
Thank you so much for joining us,
really
and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you.
And I don't even like, I don't, again,
let's
like
chat
I've said
about what
before,
you
like
said
I
at that
am
stage
not
there
like
just
a
a few minutes
huge
ago. The
fan
future of the New
Bill Maher
Democratic
or
Party
anything.
is in
I
this
just like
room.
to be accurate.
And for the West, that might be you. So nationally,
So anybody
there's been
that
disappointment
anybody here is like totally
of
full
how
fans
the,
of, like
party
all the
has done
way,
so far.
everything
Where
they
do you go from
say.
here as the NDP?
I mean, the
You know,
closest I
honestly,
can think
first
for
of all, I
you,
want to
Jordan,
say
might be
thank you so
Destiny,
much
but
to all of the people of Edmonton,
A lot of
Strathcona,
people here are
who were
from
kind
Destiny's
enough
community.
to send me back to Ottawa.
yeah. But
And,
besides
you know,
that,
I'm gonna
even
still
then,
do the same
Destiny's
thing
not right
tomorrow
about
that I've
everything.
done
So there's
every single
nobody
day since
like
I
to
was
be like
elected
Bill
in
Maher
How
was wrong
dare
even
you
about
talk
one
about
thing.
my tiny
and I'm
little
going to fight
man
for
like
people
that.
in Edmonton, Strathcona, people in Edmonton,
I watch a lot of
people in Alberta,
Destiny,
and people in
and I like
Canada.
a lot of what he
That's
has to
what New
say. But
Democrats
like
do.
a lot,
This
you know.
room
But
was
I do
filled with
think
people
that
who were volunteers,
just like
Cosmic did a
him,
knocked
little
on
Destiny
doors.
emote
We
in
had the
chat.
best candidates in the city.
I think a lot. I think just like him, people like Bill Maher can
The
be
way
wrong.
things went, people were
You know,
voting out
I
of a
actually
sense
think
of
someone
fear
like
this
Bill Maher and
election.
Destiny would probably
And New
agree on a
Democrats do
lot,
better when
On a
people
lot
are
of
voting
stuff.
like
out
a
of a sense
lot,
of
a
hope
lot,
and
if not
optimism.
most things.
Well,
Yeah.
you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your
Destiny
party,
also cares
Greg
about
Desjardins
nuance
lost
generally.
his seat to Carrie
He does.
Diot in Edmonton Breezeba. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, I mean, how do you
They're
represent the
shouting.
West
They're
when you go back to
chanting for
Ottawa when there is such
NDP, and they've got
strife
like
within the
8
National
chairs
Party?
right now.
You know,
That is
Apparently,
so sad.
NDP, it looks like NDP might lose party status, which is crazy.
That's so pathetic, dude.
in the Rocky Mountains. We were able to actually
Did you
move.
see that?
In this last parliament, there were 25
No,
New
but like
Democrats, and
they
look
only
what
have
we
8
did.
chairs
The
right
biggest
now.
expansion of healthcare
Yeah, but you know what that
in a
means?
generation.
The NDP could lose
amazing
official party
affirmacare
status.
plan that the
Good.
Conservatives and
Fuck
Liberals
'em.
had voted against time and time again.
They're posed
and
for a
that was only
wipeout.
25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. But New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government.
Let's get some more reasonable
And they are going to have to live
left
up to their
side
promises
politics.
to Canadians
Don't
to make
call
life
me
more
tight.
affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
There are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, Catherine, Heather won this seat pretty firmly back in 2021 with 60% of the vote. We have called it so far for Heather in this moment. Polls are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less.
So,
at
guys,
the
do we
moment.
want to keep
We'll see where the
watching
night
the
takes us.
election,
Really
or do we
interesting.
want to
Thank you
move
very
on
much.
to continuing
Sam.
the
And
lunar
Rosemary,
box
Heather
debate
McPherson
from
saying the
last time,
future
for
of
this
the
last hour?
NDP is
What
in
do you
this
guys
room.
think?
Pretty noteworthy when
Lunar box
have
debate,
not
the one
right
with
now. They
that
don't have
girl, or
official
is it a
party
different
status,
thing?
and
Yeah, the one with
the
the
party's
girl.
leader
The
is
one with the
in trouble
crazy,
already.
that one that was
Let
also
me
on
show
Destiny,
you,
the
just that very
that
thing.
crazy
There
girl.
you go.
Oh God,
Jagmeet Singh continues to trail, continues
oh
to
that
be in
hurts
third
so
place.
bad.
That's where he's been this night in his riding of Burnaby
polling
Central. It
chat.
had been a concern for the party, and it continues
Yeah,
to be so.
the
So we'll see
election
whether
is a
Mr.
youth
Singh
thing.
is
You
even
really
able
the
to
only one
hang
I
on
think they wanted to
to his
watch that.
own riding in Burnaby South.
It's
and
a
so
me
I'm going to
thing?
go to
No,
Randall
chat's
Garrison, and I
been
brought him
talking
out
about
there.
it a lot.
So we'll start with the good.
Yeah,
I just think
you have it
it's kind
on.
of wrapped right now. I think the
It's
election's
important.
kind of like there's not
Star
much.
MP for the
How much
It's a
more is there to talk
referendum
about?
She was
on
reelected
Trumpism.
in her
It's
riding.
important.
But also,
and we're still waiting to see if there's a majority.
And Mr. Singh
We can always just
is
check
in
in,
some
you know,
trouble.
when it
But
does.
what are you thinking tonight?
Well, it's obviously not a happy night for New
I
Democrats.
love the forced
But
enunciation.
I think what most New Democrats understand is that this is an election where a lot of our traditional
Guzza.
supporters
What was our count? I forgot what our count was. Was it 3?
And also to have the strongest possible stance.
Oh yeah. Well, now I'm all hyped up, guys. Are we in for that?
Want their votes.
Do we want
this time? But remember, the NDP is still the government in 2 provinces. We're the official opposition in 4 provinces. I still see a path to 12 seats there because the NDP heavily works advanced polls and everyone.
I think we were at 3. Was it 3?
I think we could still end up with 12. I think the Liberals could still end up 12 seats short of a majority. So we could still have a fairly positive
said it a million
outcome.
times.
But I'm not. Trying to say that this is a good night for us.
No, you're not going to sugarcoat it. You're a political scientist and
He's
recovering
not asking me
politician.
because he knows how I feel about that.
Chat, I'm asking you what you want, and none of you are talking.
Sure. And
I don't like Loaderbox. He talks like he has something in his
Carney
mouth.
is first and foremost a banker and an investor.
Not a reason not to like them.
And so when it
I don't
comes time
understand
for
what he's saying.
Parliament to
He talks like
deal
we
with
got
the trouble
something
that Trump is going to cause for ordinary Canadians,
Kind
there
of
need
weird.
to be those voices.
I understand what he's saying.
What are you actually going to do?
If I criticize how other people talk, that opens it for people to criticize how I talk.
9 or 10.
We'll see. We'll check in before the end of the stream. We'll check in to see where we're at.
I've heard people that talk really fast, and I could get every word they're saying. Loaderbox talk really slow, and then he talk like we have something in his mouth.
He's not Norman Finkelstein
It's
slow.
hard for me. It's hard for me to. I don't understand what he's saying half the time. I found that freaking stream. I need to find a shorter version. There's that stream that were in Club Random. It's 2 hours long.
Where did Casper go?
Shorter version.
She went somewhere to be very mean to me because she's been mean to me all day. It's been really sad. I think some people think the moron Musk can do things, so it's a bit more forgivable if they apologize for his antics.
Short.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, debate time.
They view Saudi Arabia, which is why they hate Saudi Arabia as well. Are you going to tell me that they're anti-Sunnis or something like that? No.
I don't think they want to abolish. Well, their vitriol towards Israel is a lot more different. It's curse upon Israel, curse upon death to Israel, curse upon the Jews. Saudi's not in the slogan. They mentioned the Jews twice, America but Saudi doesn't get one. Yeah, America as well, but the Jews get 2 mentions. And if you read any of Hussein al-Houthis sermons, man, it's all Jews, right? He hates Jews, yeah. Not Zionists, it's Jews, yeah.
No, but I feel like it's incredibly unfair and reductive to be conflating colonial resistance or anti-colonial resistance to simply anti-Semitic. And the reason why I'm telling you this is this type of tactic was literally also again used by white South Africans, for example, during the 1948 South African elections. They actively went around saying that black South Africans were a danger to white South Africans, that they had to vote for an apartheid state, that they were trying to eliminate white South Africans. Yep. This type of rhetoric was also used by the British when or the Italians, I think, when there were instances of Somalis or of Eritreans unaliving British or Italian citizens. They would write like, these Africans are being taught to hate the whites. They just want to unalive us. And I think this is a tactic that is used usually by colonial entities to pivot or to circumvent any criticism, legitimate criticism that comes towards their way when it comes to colonialism. And Hamas did offer, like the H group, did offer multiple peace offerings
kicked on Wednesday.
The H group.
Nazis could march in Skokie,
In
Illinois.
the beginning.
We can
like,
hear it.
yes, they did.
No
We can
permanent,
hear it in
no
the
permanent
background.
two-state
Oh shit, my
settlements, no.
mind. Sorry, I'm trying to.
On June the
find where
1st,
that is. It's
1981,
no worries.
Hamas leader Mahmoud al-Zahar traveled from Gaza to
We're not
Tel
watching the
Aviv
whole thing
to support
today.
an offer to the defense minister Yitzhak Rabin. If Israel wanted peace, it had to literally declare to withdraw from the occupied territories, and they would negotiate a deal with Israel. And then again, Hamas founder Sheikh Ahmed Yassin also agreed to negotiate with Israel in 1988 if Israel acknowledged the Palestinian people's rights to self-determination. There were about 4 offers or whatever it is within those couple of years that came from the side of the age group, but all of it was largely ignored.
Exactly, Casper.
So
in 1997.
wait, hang on. This is and you think this is sincere when they're doing this at the same time that they have a charter talking about Jews hiding behind trees, and the trees will say, "There's a Jew behind me, come kill me." It's all Palestine. It's all Arab. Get rid of the Jews. The protocols is cited in the charter. You think this is sincere when they're saying this? You know that when Hamas, and even in their new charter, 2017. Even then, when they say, "Oh yeah, we're okay," the 6-7 borders is not really a bad thing or right of return and everything, but it's still temporary. They even say that it's the land is all Palestine. They've never been pro 2 states, never. They've been 2 states for now. That's what they'll say, but they'll never say 2 states is the end. They'll never say that. They'll never say so. It's 2 states, not a 2-state solution. Yeah.
Ben-Gurion, though. Ben-Gurion said that, but I don't see this level of vitriol towards him and all the other Zionist leaders who said that. When with regards to the 1988 charter, I'm not Muslim myself, so I don't necessarily want to talk about religion. I do think, though, it's.
Did y'all catch that one? Did y'all fucking hear that?
End times hadith that I don't necessarily think should be even applied today, because again, the Bible also has crazy ass verses towards Israelites, towards different groups of people. Even in Revelations, in the last chapter, we don't necessarily go around taking that serious when anybody uses it. And second of all, third of all, if Israel actually genuinely cared about anti-Semitism, they would not be active.
Oh, let me hear this non-fucking Jewish Westerner tell us about who cares about anti-Semitism and doesn't care about anti-Semitism. I'd love to fucking hear this from this chick.
Working together with evangelicals who want to annihilate 2/3 of the Jewish population and give them active strength where they...
Bruh, because they're actually doing something to help us. Whatever the reasons are, we don't care. There's fucking 15.6 million of us in the world. We cannot be fucking choosy about who our allies are gonna be. This is so dumb. She's not Muslim, so she doesn't want to talk about religion with Islam, but she's fine talking about Judaism. Exactly. That's what I'm fucking saying. Oh, so
make their societies anti-Semitic and a danger to Jewish people within the diaspora.
Again, we've already been over the fact that obviously the anti-Semitism that you're going to care about are the ones that are firing rockets at you and literally saying they want your country destroyed. Obviously, those are the anti-Semites that you're going to care about more than some Bible thumpers, right? In America. I don't like it that they support those people in America, but it's still these are not the same thing. And the fact that you're going back to talking about South Africa, and South Africa used the fear that there's going to be black revenge against whites. 2 things. First of all, the black movement in South Africa with Mandela, the ANC, were actually very, very openly and sincerely proposing something.
Who's the fucking Mandela analog in this, right? Mandela, specifically in the ANC of the, late apartheid to post-apartheid era, was very much against violence against people and civilians. Any sort of violent actions they did were against properties and things like that. But it was extremely denounced to have any violence against civilians from Mandela and people like that. Where the fuck is that kind of an analog within Palestine or in the Palestinian people or fucking Hamas? This is just not comparable. It's a stupid comparison. And they make this comparison all the fucking time. And it's not at all the same in any way.
that white people did not have to be afraid of, and they acted in that way as well. They avoided civilian casualties. They actually, for the most part, avoided even killing soldiers and police. For the most part, they avoided that. And when it did happen, when there were civilians killed, they apologized. One, Hamas has never done this. Okay, that's not what they do. And second of all, do you think anti-white racism and anti-Semitism are equally valid concerns?
I don't think anti-white racism exists.
So they're obviously not equally valid.
Not only did she say something completely fucking retarded, she followed it up with that insufferable, smug fucking laugh that she does. I don't think anti-white racism exists. These people who don't understand the difference between systemic racism and like individual racism is this is the brain rottiest of brain rot. This is so stupid. Like, you haven't looked past it. Like, you heard somebody be like, oh, well, black people are oppressed, so they can't be racist against white people. Bro, we're talking about individual racism, and we're talking, about systemic racism. White people, you can't be systemically racist against a majority. It has nothing to do with being white or black or any color. It's about who the majority is. Systemic racism, by definition, benefits the majority. So when you're saying, I don't think you can be racist against white people, you're not even getting that fucking part of the argument right. Systemic racism is done by the majority against minorities, okay? So it's not about white or black. It's about who's the majority and who's the minority. Individual racism, on the other hand, is just prejudice, is another word for it. Bigotry against types of people, right? So if a black person says, man, I hate all those fucking white people for whatever reason, that is racist. That's a racist thing to do. You know, like that, it's just not the systemic racism that you're trying to either blend together, either maliciously or ignorantly, which is, in some ways, even fucking worse.
But I don't think anti-Semitism can justify colonialism and apartheid.
But you think that Israel drawing the line at 2 states is still colonialism and apartheid?
Can you repeat what you meant? You cut out.
But it sounds like correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you think that Israel drawing the line at 2 states would have been still colonialism and apartheid.
Yes, because they took even more than the 56% that was given to them by a non-legally binding petition.
How you been, bud?
Yeah, we know why though, right?
The election in Canada.
Let's not go into that, because I feel like there's nothing that could justify that at all.
Let's not go into what. Let's see what elicited your fucking smug ass stupid fucking laugh.
That was given to them by a non-legally binding partition plan.
Yeah, we know why though, right? Drawing the line at 2 states. But it sounds like correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you think that Israel drawing the line at 2 states would have been still colonialism and apartheid.
Yes, because they took
Yeah, because they're the West. Because they look white. Don't forget, guys. Hey, don't forget. Even though most of Israel is actually brown, the Jews that I know look white. So, like, smug laugh. They obviously get counted as the white colonial oppressor people, and not the people who were running away from the Holocaust and being persecuted around the world to the only place that they could go without danger of being persecuted.
Even more than the 56% that was given to them by a non-legally binding partition plan.
Yeah, we know why though, right?
Let's not.
He's getting so annoyed. He's getting so annoyed by her fucking laughs, dude. See, here's the thing. She does this laugh to be like, like, that's stupid. But in reality, it comes off as, like, weak. And that what she has to back up her point is not very strong. Because otherwise she'd be jumping right into it instead of giving us that fucking triggering, smug fucking laugh, bruh. The only thing she didn't do was pull out what Tiny calls the disappearing Palestine meme map. The meme map! Looks like my guy Mark Carney won! Yes! Indeed, although we have yet to see if it's going to be a majority government. There still looks like there's still a whole bunch of NDP idiots out there voting. So that's a Texas size 10-4. Good buddy.
I'll go into that because I feel like there's nothing that could justify that at all.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. There was.
So
okay.
should they have just like forcibly defended the 47 borders that the entire Arab world rejected and said they would go to war with over?
Wait, okay, hold on. Have you ever heard of Says Anska?
Might be pronunciation, but don't think so.
Might be pronunciation because nobody knows what the fuck you're saying, Western girl.
Okay, so that was he's a Jewish scholar who wrote Preventing Palestine. And when he was being interviewed with regards to being asked about his opinions with regards to Israel today, and because he thinks that Israel...
Just please give me a Gaza. I need one, at least one.
Israel has done every single thing in its power to prevent a two-state solution. So this is what he said. He said, what we're dealing with is a very one-sided situation. You don't need an extensive background to know that we currently have is a state using the weight of international support to carry out decades-long military...
Wait, I got something for you here, Daniel. I got something for you here.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Military occupation, sieges, bombing of dense civilian areas with white phosphorus, counting calories to limit food imports during the Gaza blockade, and 42%...
She did it! We asked, and she delivered. She delivered. Wow. Maybe she's not so bad. She gave us exactly what we asked for just a few seconds later. Gaza.
Of Gaza children, the Gaza Strip, suffering from moderate...
we got... Wait a minute. Hang on, guys. Is it just me? Is it just me? I can't get it. I can't. Oh, I almost said something embarrassing. I can't turn the volume up for some reason any farther than that. I don't know why. Did she just pronounce it differently those 3 times, guys? Yeah, I know, Daniel. He can't get it up. I know. I fucking walked myself right into that one. But is it just me, or did she pronounce it differently each time she said it there, guys? I need your help here.
To carry out decades-long military occupation, sieges, bombing of dense civilian areas with white phosphorus, counting calories to limit food imports during the Gaza blockade, and 42% of Gaza...
So we've got Gaza. We've got a Gaza.
Calories to limit food imports during the Gaza blockade, and 42% of Gaza children in the Gaza...
So, and then we got a Gaza, and then we got a Gaza. She did pronounce it different every time.
Strip suffering from moderate or acute levels of PTSD, mass evictions, bombing of water, and sewage supplies. Things that no amount of historical context...
And this is stupid. I'm just piling on, but the way she pronounces the second B in bombing triggers me a little bit.
Can excuse. What do you think of that quote?
I think none of it has anything to do with... None of that has anything to do with drawing a line at 2 states being colonialism, or whatever the other word you used was.
You don't think that advocating for an apartheid state, because the apartheid aspect is not going to be dismantled all of a sudden.
This girl is a buzzword machine. Buzzword machine. She hits all of them in this debate. These Western tankies trying to sound like a native speaker so hard and failing. I know. She's like German, I think, and she has like some connection to the Middle East somewhere, I think. And I think she said she speaks Arabic, but still, like, it just comes off as so disingenuous. Gaza is speaking. Yeah, that was the dumbest thing, because, like, look at where they are now. Look at what Trump is pushing for. They're speaking? Well, what they're saying is retarded then.
48 Palestinians are still going to be unequal citizens. You don't think that... So, yeah, how are you going to dismantle the apartheid state within Israel?
I don't think the situation for Palestinians in Israel is apartheid.
Based loner, because it's not.
Well, you think it's akin to South Africa?
Yeah, she's gonna talk about. Oh fuck! I did the thing. She's gonna talk about the fucking fact that there's like committees and stuff to like be able to move from like one place to another, which like I agree that shouldn't exist. But like as far as constitutional rights go and like basic rights and stuff like that, every Palestinian living in Israel has the same rights as anybody else. In Africa, there were different sets of rights for black and colored people. And like that's apartheid. This is not the same thing. So yeah, that's just it's a bad point. Her mom ate some sabra hummus while she was pregnant with her. That's her connection. Is Gaza in the room with us now? Well, I hope not. I hope not, because we'd probably get bombed.
Apartheid system. Like if you excluded the West Bank and Gaza, you think that's still apartheid?
I think with regards to the West Bank and with regards to 48 Palestinians, yes, it's apartheid.
So 48 Palestinians live under apartheid to you, like South Africa levels of apartheid.
They live under an unequal system. I wouldn't compare
inequality. It's like, okay, but every
moving them goalposts just a little bit. Right? We've gone from apartheid to inequality, which that's a little more arguable. Like I said, there's some examples of stuff. But inequality doesn't mean apartheid.
Almost every country in the world has inequality.
Legal inequality. And there is some levels of segregation as well when they're not allowed to expand their villages and instead are living in Palestinian-only villages. Yes, I do think that it is unequal. And I think that no amount of historical context can excuse that. I mean...
Oh, man, I gotta love it when somebody gives us the exact, like, when somebody tips their hand and shows that they're not actually open to listening to anybody else but what they already believe. You gotta love it, right? No amount of historical context.
You believe that because the quote I just read was from your video from 2 years ago where you were arguing that Israel is an apartheid state. So
He has changed his mind since then. I don't know if you're like aware of what that is, but there's this really cool thing that people do when they learn new information that supplants their previous information. They update their view to be congruent with that new information.
Yourself believe that no amount of historical context can excuse.
Yeah, I know. I recognize my own words, but then I also hope you understand that like people can learn more and read more and understand that what I just said in that video was actually like incredibly simplistic. I don't think it justifies a lot of the like historical context can only justify so much, but yeah, like I don't anymore believe that like outside of the West Bank what they do is apartheid, like, especially in the 48 borders. No, I don't think that's apartheid anymore. I can see there's inequalities. I don't think it amounts to apartheid. No.
I think when Palestinians are not allowed to move wherever they want to move because of these housing committees that have to approve people when they're moving, or Palestinians who don't even have the right to their national self-determination under the law, you think that's democratic and not necessarily just inequality?
Yeah, no, I think that's inequality. Yeah, because like it's the same thing. Like there might not be legal barriers to say like a bunch of Jews moving into Tyre or Kfar Qasim, but like the fact is they're probably not going to do it, right? Like housing committees. Again, like, are we comparing it to, what are we comparing it to? Are we, like, is Haifa, like, apartheid? Are we comparing it to, the USA, or are we comparing it to somewhere like Lebanon or, like, any other Middle Eastern country?
I think it's because the US doesn't even have a law like that. And US is heavily criticized.
Oh, my God, bro. West bad. Everything West bad. The US is so racist all the time, and they don't even have a law like that.
For being incredibly systemically racist towards Black Americans and Indigenous Americans and any other minority, yet they don't even have a law in the book that says that only white people have the right to self-determination. Yet Israel literally has a law in the book.
That is such a false equivocation. That is such a fucking false equivocation.
That says...
Are you talking about the nation-state law?
Yes. Only Jewish people have the right to self-determination when that is a direct violation of international law. Which, by the way, when we're talking about two-state solution, why do we expect Israel? Why do we have any trust in Israel to respect and uphold international law when it has never ever done that? Its very foundation is a violation of international law. The very creation that involved ethnic cleansing made it a crime under international law. The constant expanding of borders proves it's in bad faith. The fact that it doesn't allow or doesn't respect the self-determination of Palestinians, the fact that it genocides Palestinians, the fact that
you never get to accuse me of pivoting again, because it's like we're just ping-ponging from one like talking point to another. What are we still arguing about whether or not there's apartheid in the 48 borders?
Yeah.
Okay, so how is the nation-state law practiced? Like, because the nation-state law is in a basic law, right? It's a principal basic law. I hate it, by the way. Has it actually led to any other laws being built on top of it? What laws have come like on the basis of the nation-state law? My understanding when I last checked was that there were, I think, 2 that they tried to put in, but they failed in the Knesset or maybe even by the Supreme Court.
That's not the only law that I think is like that proves an unequal, like a non-democratic state and proves an ethnocracy. I feel like the very existence of the nation-state law proves that it isn't necessarily a democracy, but an ethnocracy.
Or housing discrimination, in the sense that like redlining still exists in the way that like even the Biden administration was trying to address this in the sense that banks can still practice redlining because they can. The anti-redlining laws were specifically to do with like if there's a branch in your area, you've got to lend out like to certain people, but people can get around that now because so much banking is online, and they don't actually have anti-redlining laws for online banking. So it's like, yeah, we still have these issues in the United States as well, even with property. So I don't know, when you go from that to apartheid, which is actually about like to the point where people couldn't like sit on a bench if they wanted to. I just think that's a stretch. I think it's probably okay to talk about inequalities without going all the way to apartheid, unless you want to say like basically every Middle Eastern country is doing apartheid to some degree, at least in the sense that.
No, I think, for example, one of the ways that the nation-state law is practiced is through the expansion of settlements. I think one of the.
But we're talking about 48 borders. I just want to stay focused on within the 48 borders. I won't disagree with apartheid in the West Bank ever. Like, yeah.
Yes, even within, I mean, like Jewish settlements within Israel have also always expanded, if I'm not mistaken. And
what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Jewish settlements within the 48 borders have expanded.
Like villages, basically.
Okay.
Even in the Negev, for example. Within the Negev, there have been instances of Palestinian Bedouins and Bedouin communities that have, till today, continued to get evicted. And those villages and those settlements continue to get expanded.
Yeah, so then again, that's that you apply that to every other European country that does the same thing to Roma, right? Is that apartheid? When we do it to Irish travelers in the UK or to Dale Farm in the yeah.
I mean, the UK has a law. They do have a law that specifically does target Sinti and Romani people and travelers.
Yeah. But are we an apartheid state?
It does have elements. It does have elements of apartheid, but then you have to also take other factors into account. Does the UK have any law in the book that literally says that only white heritage should be preserved, that only white state symbols should exist, that only white people have the right to self-determination, and it's exclusive to white British people? Had it been that way, you and I know both that there would have been uproar in the UK. But for some reason, it's okay for Palestinians to be living within a country where they're citizens, but they don't have the right to self-determination.
Do you think? Wait, when you talk about like you were paraphrasing the nation-state law there, right? Israel's the nation-state of the Jewish people. That's what you're paraphrasing?
Yes.
Okay.
And no, it says the right to self-determination is unique to the Jewish people.
Okay.
In the
law. Even though they still let the Palestinians who live there vote, right?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because again, Palestinians within the Knesset also, 48 Palestinians also have certain restrictions. Like they can't go against Zionism, for example, or they would immediately get kicked out.
And I agree.
Yeah. Do you think Ukraine's apartheid?
No.
You and I know both. You and I know both. That's good.
They have laws that like specifically put things like Ukrainian identity forward, and they try to put like Ukrainian language forward as well. Is that?
Sorry, wait. I didn't mean to say no.
I don't believe can Jewish Knesset members, can they be like can they go against Zionism or whatever you said there?
It benefits them. I mean, when
but obviously there are still anti-Zionist Jews, right?
Well, yes, I know that.
So can they do it in the Knesset? Right? If they can't, then it's not targeted to Jews. It's targeted to people who are against Zionism.
Yes, but Zionism specifically is again the upholding of a Jewish ethno-state. And you're literally saying you're supposedly a democratic state, but you are prioritizing only one ethnicity and saying that this is...
Okay, I don't think this girl understands what democracy is.
A de facto Jewish state.
So,
like,
what's an...
You cannot be a democracy and at the same time run an apartheid.
Right, what's
well, actually, and I'm not admitting, this is not a concession that Israel is an apartheid state, but yes, you absolutely can. Because a democracy only means that you're voting for your leaders and that people are voting for your leaders. You're trying to say it's not a completely free and open democratic state, which is also not true because there are Muslims that serve in the Knesset and on the Supreme Court. But regardless, she just doesn't know what a democracy is, I guess.
What is an ethno-state to you?
An ethno-state is a state that prioritizes or works on behalf, like a political entity that prioritizes the interests of one ethnic or cultural group or one identity. So it always advocates, it gives special status, it passes laws, and it's a de facto state for one specific group. Would be an ethno-state.
Yeah, so like in France, where there's like particular areas of society, specifically government and even commercial, where like the French language is required by law, or like where Ireland, where you get like priorities over immigration and citizenship if you have one Irish grandparent. Are these ethno-states, or is it like...
No,
because French is not an ethnicity.
Jewish,
it's
Loner.
national based.
Come
so
on,
anybody
Loner.
can be a French citizen.
Okay.
Whereas with regards to Jewish people, it's specifically targeted towards an ethno-religion and not necessarily a national identity.
There it is.
So why do you... Okay. Why do we... That doesn't apply for...
That mask is slipping. The mask is slipping.
Irish, that would be to do with like... Because it'd be your heritage, it'd be your family heritage. But, okay. Do you think a state like Israel can want to be a Jewish majority state and, like... Is that like invalid to you?
I think it's invalid because it's in a non-Jewish majority region. I think
I'm sorry.
Israel will never ever...
I'm sorry. So then we just don't get to have that. Jews don't get a state for us to be safe because there's nowhere in the world that's a Jewish majority region. We're a minority everywhere except for Israel.
Be able to be a Jewish majority state without violence. It's impossible.
Why?
You have to implement violence to be a Jewish majority state within a non-Jewish majority area.
What do you mean within a non-Jewish majority region? Like Albania is a Muslim country in a Christian majority area.
Tell her there are no Jewish majority
within
regions.
the state. I'm saying within the whole region. That region was
but what region surrounds Albania?
Loner! There's no Jewish majority region.
Areas,
please
right?
say it.
Wait, did the Muslims go and like colonize Albania?
Well, that's not relevant. We're talking about if they can survive now.
No, but I'm saying again, historically,
without violence.
Historically, you literally have seen that Israel has actively implemented violent tactics, whether it was genocide.
Wait, there's no way.
Why is she smiling when she says that
Albania did become Islamic through the Ottoman conquest. I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, they actually did. Holy shit. Albania, the OG Israel. What the? 1400s. God.
You think
but
the
Loner,
Muslim conquest is the same?
Once again, you're forgetting, Loner. They're not Jewish, okay? They don't count because I don't think that they're white, Loner. You don't understand, buddy.
as like
it's probably worse because they weren't fleeing anything. I mean, yeah. I don't think they had less of an excuse to go there.
I disagree. I think.
Really?
I think. Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, my phone. I think I don't necessarily agree that you can like compare like the early Muslim conquests with like Israeli colonialism, because when you look at the early like Muslim conquests, yes, there was violence, but also those conquests involved like significant cultural exchange, and spreading of knowledge and integration.
I'm fucking speechless after that one, dog. Bro, did she really just do the thing? Did she really just do the colonial thing? Did she really just do the, yeah, but it was better for the slaves because we civilized them, fucking historical revisionist fucking equivalent thing? Bruh. Bro. That's fucking nuts. Holy shit, dude. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. What's our Gaza count? Are we at 6 now? Is that what it is? Are we at 6 or 7? Daniel, do you know what our Gaza count is right now? Seven? Okay, we're at 7 Gazas.
Of like various different peoples, like for example, again within Eritrea, within East Africa, the Muslim conquest wasn't necessarily introduced through violence, but because I think.
And again, buddy, I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad you joined us. Good to have you here.
The first Sahabas is what it's called. Just arrived there because of the geographical proximity.
Candy,
location.
But I know you love foreign policy in Israel-Palestine. Come on, Candy. Oh, thank you for the follow, Yair. Based. So based. I know. I'm just teasing. All right. Love you, girly. As always, I'll see you next time.
To Saudi Arabia. So I think, yes, was the Muslim conquest violent? Yes, I'm not going to deny that. Was it completely violent? No, and I don't think it's comparable to Western European colonialism, which Israel belongs to.
Of course it's not, because that's the one that we don't like. That's the worst one, okay? That's the Western colonialism, okay? That's the white people, okay? Those people, you don't see, Loner, here's your problem, dog. And I get this, right? Because you're from a Western country. So you probably don't know this. You might not have ever heard of this, Loner, okay? But the Western colonialists were white. I know. And the Ottomans, I'm going to blow your mind right now, okay? They were brown, okay? See, you must not have known that. Because if you had known that, you actually wouldn't have a problem with any of this. So I'm just glad that we could sort of, explain this to you, express this to you, so you understood who you actually need to be mad about, okay? It's okay, like I get, the Ottomans were bringing culture to them, right? Because they're brown people. But the whiteys, no, they were just bad. They were terrible, okay? It's okay for the brown people, it's not okay for the white people, okay? Yeah, it's not okay for anybody, except for the brown people. Europeans praised Islam for bringing the classical Greek texts to Europe because they were foundational to Europe colonialism, just as they were to Arab colonialism. I mean, yeah, there's in the early, if we're talking about intercultural exchange between empires, that's something that happened a lot in that area, right? Colonialism itself is like, yeah, I mean, like, and even before like the Ottomans and before any of the Arabs, there were all kinds of empires of like different colors and races. It doesn't matter. It's just like the the inability to criticize the side that she likes. That's fucking blowing my fucking mind. And then to hear her say like the literal thing that like the fucking colonial people would say about like bringing culture to the savages is fucking crazy for someone who's constantly, criticizing settler colonialism, which like fine. Obviously, looking back, we don't do that kind of thing anymore for good reason. But the double standard is just fucking nuts.
Do you know who Jacob Rees-Mogg is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, imagine the most...
I'm beginning to be of the opinion that genocide has ceased to be a crime. No one wants it to transcend their own group getting its ass kicked, so it can become a universal value that can be enforced with teeth? How do you figure? It's absolutely still a crime. I think the problem is that people have watered down the definition to mean a lot of things that it's not. The problem is people equate a lot of people dying as genocide. But it's not just a lot of people dying, right? You have to prove a very specific type of intent in international law in order for something to be genocide. It's very difficult to prove that. I think it preserved various Greek texts, but these texts were famously preserved in Britain. A lot of technology transfer that occurred from incursion of the caliphates into Europe, sure. The problem is it's a mixed bag. Many texts and works of art were suppressed or destroyed. Entire cultures were wiped out across the Arabian Peninsula and Middle East who didn't bend the knee, true. Zoroastrian culture in Persia was obliterated by the conquest, it's true. If it's not defined, it's not a crime, because you can't enforce it once those definitions are gone. Bad faith killed that in service of ethno-nationalism of various tribes. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I think it has, in a lot of ways, they overused the term and it's lost a lot of its meaning in the public sphere. However, genocide is very clearly defined in international law. So if you want that definition, that's where you go for it. It's been watered down in the public sphere 100%. But I don't go by the public sphere definition. I go by the legal definition, right? And I'm sticking to it.
Victorian, top-hatted, British, conservative politician. You just sounded like every single one of those people talking about the British Empire and how they brought knowledge and culture and science and infrastructure to all of these places that they colonized. What the man? Yeah. This is like every colonial expansionist pro argument I've ever heard, right? Versus a group of people, Jews, who were running away. They didn't have anywhere else to go. True. That's why most of them went to Israel, because they had nowhere else to go. Every other country, Evian Conference, no. And then they were like, okay, well, I guess there's this Palestine place. Seems kind of weird. Let's go there. Versus Muslim conquest? What?
Are you saying during the Muslim conquest?
No, I'm talking about you're comparing that to Zionism, which was people who were for the most part, most people went there because they were trying to flee something. That's not the Muslim conquest. Or
I'm not. I don't think I haven't said this whole time that she's a racist. I don't think she's a racist. I agree. I think she's just super, super misinformed, which sucks because she's done a lot of research on her history. So it's way less likely that she's going to realize that she's misinformed on these topics because of how much time she spent reading the books and understanding the things. But the problem is she's listening to people like fucking Ilan Pappé and Norman Finkelstein. I mean, that's a little... I feel so tired. I think that's a... I mean, that's a little more philosophical than I'm really willing to get into tonight. Maybe another time I'd be down to get into that, but now we're talking about we'll be delving into moral epistemology at that point, right? And I don't know if I want to go down that road because we'll be here for a while.
But yeah, the cultural exchange justification is just that's like an Israeli saying oh yeah, we brought technological innovation. Look, the number of Arab Israelis, they call them, who work in tech now has doubled in the last 10 years. Look at this cultural exchange.
Oh,
It's wild.
No, absolutely not. I think it's a bit disingenuous to directly compare the Muslim conquest with Western European colonialism. When we look at Western European colonialism and the long-term effects of it, which is still ongoing conflict, statelessness for so many people.
I'm sorry. Do you not think that the effects of Arab colonialism in the Ottoman Empire are still being felt today in any way? Yemen has, like, never been able to be stable, like, ever. There's a bunch of Middle Eastern countries that have just been in shambles for ages and ages. But I'm sure she's going to say that, no, it's all the West's fault because of the meddling they did, which, like, fine, like, in the 20th century, there was a lot of meddling in the East, right? But there was also the Ottoman Empire being involved in World War I, and then everything went to shit, started going to shit after that. I just think that, like, this is super disingenuous to say that there's not, that those effects aren't still being felt today. I'm saying that the will not to genocide requires humanity to be something different in order for anti-genocide law to be effectively enforced pragmatically. There is no anti-genocide law to be enforced. Genocide is always determined pretty much after the fact. The only way to stop an ongoing genocide is to intervene militarily. This would be a good comparison if it wasn't for the fact the Romans persecuted Christianity for centuries. Uh-oh, buddy. Daniel. That's a shame, bud. It's a real shame. You almost went the whole stream. What can I say? My hands are tied, bud. There's nothing I can do about it. It's out of my control. There's nothing I can do, you know? The bet has been made at this point.
Restricted access to resources, movement based.
And it's a real shame too, because what you wrote was really interesting, but, like, you know, at that point, like, what am I to do, friend? What am I to do?
Rights, and the Muslim conquest, which in general, the overarching policies often did involve religious tolerance and political integration within Muslim empires and Muslim rules, right? But when we look at Western European colonialism, I feel like a lot of people tend to downplay the level of damage that Western European colonialism did, which the damage was much more direct, ongoing, involved displacement, occupation, disruption of society, culture. In certain instances, it erased even parts of the fauna, the flora and the fauna. Like, so many, like, when we talk about Western European colonialism in general, so many indigenous people were unalived at, like, in such a short period of time that it created a little ice age.
How did you get me twice?
The Muslim conquest did not create a little ice age with their conquest.
Do you think that might have something more to do with the fact that there was, like, different technological capabilities back then? Because obviously the Muslim conquest was mostly, like, in an earlier time.
Do you
think the Muslim conquest is, like, I feel like you're comparing it to, like, the lowest bar. Obviously they were more tolerant than like Christian conquerors with like dhimmi status and everything like that, but it was still dhimmihood. It was still them having to pay jizya, and it wasn't all, like, obviously mass displacement and forced conversion and like massacres of communities. Like, these were still things. These still happened. I'm just saying, comparing it to Zionism, when the people, their only motivation really for most people moving to Israel wasn't to make a fortune. You're actually more likely to lose a fortune. It was to find somewhere where they wouldn't get persecuted and killed. Like, that's what they were mostly sold on.
Albania occupied by outsiders?
Who?
Albania.
Albania right now?
Mm-hmm.
No, why?
Is Palestine occupied by outsiders?
The West Bank is, yeah. And I guess Gaza is now as well.
Wow. Oh my God. It's like she's not listening to anything that he's saying at all. She's like, let me find a way to snake my way into the argument. because I don't want to listen to the actual point he's making. I just want to make sure that it fits my way. Are they doing it now, though?
What's that got to do with what I just said?
I know you did.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with what I just said?
The indigenous population wasn't largely displaced.
This came from
the fucking laugh, bro. The fucking laugh.
Question. This came from the question of whether or not Israel could draw the line at two states and stop being apartheid and violent. I don't know why you think they have to be violent even to exist in their current borders without the West Bank and Gaza.
Yes, but you brought up Albania because you tried to compare the Muslim conquest with Israel.
Yeah, no, I brought up Albania because you were saying that Israel, even in the two-state solution, would still have to be violent because they're a Jewish state in a Muslim Arab region. Well, Albania is a Muslim state in a European region. They don't need to back themselves up by being like massively violent.
But Albanians are European. Like that is their home.
The laugh triggers me so much.
Where do most Israelis come from? Where are most Israeli Jews from?
Yeah, where are they mostly from?
They're from the...
Not Palestine.
Where are they from?
Yeah, a majority of Jewish people are Mizrahim. They're going to be from somewhere in the Middle East, but they're not from Palestine. That's just a fact. Whereas with Albanians, a majority of Albanians are from Europe.
Okay.
They're from Albania. They weren't displaced.
I hear you.
They weren't replaced.
I hear you, bro.
That's just a significant difference. Now, I'm not sitting here and telling you that the Muslim conquest was all good and some people accepted it, some people were forced into it. I'm not saying that it was perfect and whatever it is, but on the one side, you have a country where it's still run by the indigenous population of said country. And on the other side, you have an example of a country that is not run by the indigenous population, but by a foreign population. Because at the end of the day, Mizrahim are still foreign. They're not indigenous to Palestine.
But why are we talking about them being indigenous? So indigeneity is to do with like borders that were drawn. The Middle East or North African Jews existed there.
It's the self-determination I'm talking about, and the content of that tends to be genocide? How? How does self-determination lead to genocide? I think that's a wild take, bud.
For centuries and centuries, but they're going to stop being indigenous to the area now. What? Because some borders got drawn? They're from the region. Yeah. They're from that region.
But they're not from Palestine, though. That's the difference.
But why is Palestine? Why does that arbitrary border have to be the place that stops you from being like indigenous to an area or a region?
Because I'm saying when you are building a society where you are replacing the population in that society and then bringing in other people from other countries.
Hello, Emily.
That is literally settler colonialism.
Yeah, how do you think Europe got its borders? It's because people moved around a ton and like people got shifted away and then people got shifted back. And it's like we don't try to reverse history to some like one specific time when this area was.
I'm saying self-determination needs genocide to define what the self is. Fusion of political minorities and dissenters where everyone is the same in ethnic cleansing and genocide when they're not. I mean, do we currently have ethnic cleansing and genocide in the United States? The United States is self-determining.
If we go by your logic, then what do we have to? Wouldn't we reverse back all the way to the Kingdom of Israel? Like.
We don't necessarily reverse back, but we as human beings progress and we do better.
So why does Israel have to be violent even if they drew the line at two states? Where did the violence have to come from?
To be violent because again, they have to contain 48 Palestinians and Israelis are.
That's violent. What? So because refugees from the 20th century don't get to return to their exact coordinates. That's violent.
No, I'm talking about the 48 Palestinians that live within heartland Palestine.
It would have to be apartheid because of how they would get treated. They couldn't just like fight for equality, like civil rights movements and stuff. Like it's not like 48 Palestinians. By the way, they started Israel under military rule until the 60s, and now like they've had improvements almost like everywhere, economically.
Value neutral description rather than a crime. I'm not really following with you on this one. I feel so tired. I think you don't need that for self-determination. I think especially in the case of Israel, you have a group looking for self-determination to avoid the multiple attempts at genocide that have been committed against them over the years. The current situation, I still do not believe amounts to a genocide. I mean, like, all of the data surrounding it doesn't add up to that. But people, they look at, like, the number of civilians that have died, which they don't even know at this point because we don't have those published numbers, and they decide, oh, because all of these people are dead, that means it's a genocide. But if you, I mean, like, first of all, this technically isn't a valid argument, but it is important to note that the population of Palestine has grown since the war started, by the way. But also, like, again, you have to prove a specific kind of intent to call it genocide. I don't see the intent to wipe out the Palestinian people. I definitely see a lack of care about collateral damage of civilians, right? But to claim that there's an intent to wipe out the Palestinian people, I mean, like, you just don't really see that in the actions. Again, like I said, I definitely see a lack of care for them to So maybe you can give me an example, like, of what you're talking about so I can better understand the argument you're presenting. I feel so tired.
Education, employment, infrastructure, even Netanyahu of all people, like, expanded funding beyond what anyone expected of him. He held like 3 cabinet meetings in 1 week just to push more affirmative action for. Even he did that. So you think that it's impossible for this to eventually reach like a level of equality that's acceptable to you?
I'm not going to listen to Netanyahu who believes in only Jewish.
I'm not saying listen to. I'm not saying.
Yeah, she's just heard the name Netanyahu and she got triggered and she was like, "No, I'm not going to listen to anything you say."
What I'm saying is 48 Palestinians. So when I say 48 Palestinians, I don't mean like all Palestinians. I mean specifically.
So again, intent. You're going to have to see like a concerted effort to actually wipe out the people. That's just not present. If you look at it, yeah, you can take a look at quotes, and there's some quotes that are fucking unhinged. There's definitely war crimes that have been committed. There's definitely a lack of care as to collateral damage for people who die. But the population in the area has grown. You're not seeing the kinds of things that we see in other proven genocides that amount to the legal definition of intent when it comes to genocide. I would go and look up the definition of dolus specialis. That's the specific type of intent that is used when it comes to determining a genocide. And, take a look at the examples that South Africa has submitted. Take a look at those quotes in context, because a lot of them are taken out of context. There's a lot of nuance to this debate. Do I think that the sort of lack of care for the death of civilians is a good thing? Absolutely fucking not. And I have a lot of problems with the way that Netanyahu's government has conducted this war. But I do think there is a difference between that and a genocide. Saying the framing of this conflict is going to result in genocide becoming a value-neutral description for all future. Okay, so like the watering down of the term. Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with you on that, but again, I don't depart from the legal definition on that at all.
Palestinians that live within heartland Palestine today, or Israel, those Palestinians had the highest homicide rates last year, which was by Israel itself. There was an Israeli institution, I forgot which it was, that literally said that had to do with racism, with systemic racism, with the fact that their communities are underfunded, they are racially profiled, and a whole set of systemic issues that led them to have the highest homicide rates last year. Also, Lee Mordecai, who is an Israeli historian who does believe that Israel is committing genocide, released a 120 something page documentation of how Israel is committing genocide. And within that documentation, he actively talked about the dehumanization of 48 Palestinians and how they're being affected by it today as well, including unalived. So let's not pretend like 48 Palestinians are not being subjected to the vitriol that is Israeli society, because Israeli society is rooted in the subjugation.
Yeah, I know that they're subjected to a lot of problems, including vitriol. Yeah, they are subjected to that. Sure. That doesn't answer my question about like why do you think this can't go away? Like the homicide rates of the Arab communities in Israel has gone up, but drastically in the past few decades, which means at one point it was actually lower. I mean, if it's been down in the past, why can't it go down again? Are we going to say that, like, again, America can't...
As for newly converted Persians, this was absolutely not a native idea. The caliphates were Arab. Persians are not. That's true. Caliphates came up from the Horn of the Arabian Peninsula and forcibly conquered Persians and subjugated their culture. Again, this is not the same.
Exist because black people have a higher murder rate, or can the UK not exist because our Windrush generation has a really high murder and crime rate? Like, no, these are civil issues that can be improved upon. I don't know why this means you need the state to not exist. That's a very unique thing to Israel for you, it seems.
Oh, it's not unique to Israel. It's unique to apartheid states. Like, I don't think any apartheid state has a right to exist, and I don't think any ethno state as well. If there are ethno states that are actively genociding their people, I mean, like, for example, Indonesia. Indonesia says it supports Palestine, but then it turns around and genocides its Papua New Guineas, about 500,000 of them since 1970s. I'm not going to sit here agreeing that this state should continue existing as it exists. I believe that ethno states don't have a right to exist. Actually, no state has a right to exist. Israel.
Okay, but no, wait. You're stop saying no state has a right to exist. But obviously, yes, if you had to choose one state to abolish right now, which one would it be?
What did you say? You cut out.
If you got to abolish one state right now, which one would it be?
That's hard. There are so many states I would like to abolish. There's a whole list. That's very unfair of you, Loner Box.
Okay. Do you think like it's just weird? Like, look at Russia. Look at the amount of violence that Russia imposes upon people around them. Like, they've never been able to stop. It's been like since the Russian Empire, then the Soviets, and then even right after 91, they were already around in Georgia and Transnistria and but you don't really see people saying that Russia shouldn't deserve to exist.
He mentions Transnistria. My guest from the other day, Ksenia, she was half Transnistrian, I guess we'd say. That was a fun convo. Did you guys enjoy having her on? I thought it was a lot of fun having her on. She had a lot of fun. She wants to do it again.
Country. It's just a very weird... I feel like for most people, it's only Israel that gets this treatment. I don't know why.
No, I feel like the Nazi regime got this treatment.
Well, Germany still, but again, Germany still exists. Like,
but not its original borders, not its foundation as well. The whole foundation was completely uprooted and created again. The judicial system, the government body, everything was created anew, multiple times actually.
And Progression is the equal rights framework gets hijacked by the ethno-nationalist faction, and the crimes against humanity the ethno-nationalists subsequently commit have the martyred equal rights activists as their poster child and human shields. Yeah. And the children.
You want this to happen like in Israel? Is there any other Middle Eastern countries you want this to happen to?
Any country that is an ethno-state. And
Lebanon? Like, Lebanon's system is, doesn't it? Like, you can only be a president if you're Maronite, only prime minister if you're Sunni.
Yeah, but
I mean,
not to mention Hezbollah, like basically a second state. So they're kind of like, that's massively apartheid, isn't it? Not to mention the way they treat Palestinians. Holy shit. Would you rather be a Palestinian in Israel or Lebanon? Jesus.
No.
I think I would rather be a Palestinian in Palestine.
That's not the binary question. That's not the question I gave you though, right?
No, I know, but I'm saying like I would not want oppression in general. Like I don't sit here and agree with how Palestinians have been treated in neighboring countries, but they wouldn't have been treated abysmally in neighboring countries had Israel not ethnically cleansed them. Again, the root cause of it all is Israel actively ethnically cleansing Palestinians and making them.
Yeah, we can talk about like the root cause of them being displaced, but then again, it's like, would you say this if we decided to treat Syrians in Europe like, and then we were like, oh, but the root cause is actually Bashar al-Assad? So it's like, no, we should treat these people with human rights and allow them a path to citizenship if they want it. Obviously, Lebanon said no to that. But then the question we're talking about, so you're saying that, but it sounds like you said that the reason that Israel would be violent because it's a Jewish minority, a Jewish state in a Muslim region, then I don't understand this idea that they couldn't exist if they drew the line at 2 states because it would still be like violent because of the 48 Palestinians. But like, you realize that most refugees from the 20th century did not get a right of return.
Are you talking about like other refugees in general?
Most refugees who were displaced from one country or the other in the 20th century, whether it was like obviously Jews in the Middle East or whether it was...
Let me explain this way again. There were no Muslim leaders of Persia before the conquest. The Islamic caliphates, led by Muhammad's successors, forcibly conquered and destroyed the government of Persia and imposed their own. There was no peaceful spread of ideals. True.
Refugees from like Germans, like millions and millions of Germans got kicked out of their places.
Like, isn't that like well-known history, Daniel? I mean, like, isn't that like even in the Quran, maybe? Like, I feel like that's not a controversial thing.
In Central and Eastern Europe, obviously Ukrainians, Poles, like every other country in Eastern Europe has had like population swaps. India, Pakistan, almost all of these groups don't get right of return. Why is it violent to say that like?
So Germans do. So if you are a person who not necessarily even are a refugee yourself, if you have like one single German grandfather, you are able to apply for citizenship and return to Germany.
That's not what I'm talking about. Germans who are displaced from Central and Eastern Europe. I'm saying like, can Germans reclaim?
Oh no, bud. Oh no, bud. You were doing so well. You were doing such a good job. You know, bud, there's nothing I can do at this point. I wish I could. I wish I could.
Property that they lost after World War II, like from...
Necessarily know about the property aspect, but I do know that they're able to return. Like, for example,
they return to Germany, but that's not when you say for Palestinians and the right of return. Well, we could just say, well, they can just return to Palestine in 2 states, right? They can just return to West Bank or Gaza, even though that's not the country or that's not the village or town that they came from. But that's probably not what you mean by right of return, right? You want them to return to their homes or their villages or the rubble that their homes are underneath, or no?
But that's yeah, that's a good question. I feel like there are a lot of but again, I don't know if that's a good question at all, because again, those Germans are not occupied today. Like those Germans who were displaced, like for example, I know a friend of mine who was displaced from what is now Poland, because it used to be a part of Germany, yet she's not necessarily occupied. She has her own home. She had gotten support when she moved. She's living a completely free life today. So I think the difference here is that Palestinians are not necessarily only expelled, but they're also rendered stateless, and they're also occupied.
Well, whose fault? Well, so again, who's kept them stateless for so long? It's been generations now.
Yes, because again, those countries that were forced to take them in didn't want to participate in Israel's ethnic cleansing. You could say that. You could say they didn't want a demographic shift. Multiple reasons, but
are there any good reasons? Because I think every reason that they have for not wanting to try to naturalize Palestinian refugees is kind of dog shit, isn't it?
I think 2 of the reasons which I...
Who's here?
Yo.
Oh, hey, buddy. We're watching this Loner Box debate right now.
I thought I turned back on. I had a little bit of time. I see. How do I hear it from Discord?
You can't hear it from Discord.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I just mute myself.
Their definition of Palestine will be free, has the meaning of free that an honor culture accords to it. Namely, that their honor was lost in all the previous... This requires the ethnic cleansing. You're absolutely right. I feel so tired. Absolutely right.
Yes. Yeah.
I think we're good initially. We're number one, not wanting to participate in Israel's ethnic cleansing. The same way Egypt today is refusing to take in Gazan residents and Jordan as well.
What is that? Is that 8? Is that 8, Daniel? Is that the 8th Gaza? We're doing a Gaza count. Did I tell you that already?
Gaza. You guys getting wasted?
No, I mean I'm not. Yeah, okay, we're at 8. We're at 8. That's the 8th Gaza. We're having some fun with it. I'm not getting wasted, but anyone else is welcome to play the Gaza drinking game.
Second good reason I would say is that back then, when a lot of Middle Eastern countries were still reeling from
loners based, and she's a dingus.
Colonialism and trying to rebuild their infrastructure, having a large influx.
Yeah, and that this kind of person is dangerous because
I should show you a loner debate where
she sounds incredibly well informed, and she is to an extent, but she's like well informed the way that Norman Finkelstein is well informed. She's well informed on half of the conflict.
False narrative, a very specific false narrative, and a few correct facts out of context.
Yeah, and she seems very emotionally attached to her position, which means she's never going to change her mind.
Oh no, but no one can ever. They will talk about the Nakba all day long, but no one can ever tell you.
No. The Nakba.
The Nakba, you know, but they won't ever tell you like why. Why?
I mean, like, look, that doesn't mean we think it's okay, right? It's not good. It's shitty that people got kicked out, right? We're not happy about that. But there's a fucking reason. There's a fucking reason that it happened. They definitely make it seem like one day all the Israelis woke up and were like, you know what would be fun? You know what would be fucking based? Kicking out all the Arabs from here. Let's do it. Let's go, guys. Let's do it.
They actually think a bunch of Holocaust survivors and refugees came in and like just kicked out all the Arabs. Like
they were like, fuck these guys.
They welcomed a bunch of Jews in who needed help, and then the Jews turned on them and kicked them out.
Yeah,
and just like Jews, like that's
for no
narrative.
Reason.
They genuinely
for no reason
believe
at all. Especially not because there was a civil war. No, sir. No, sir.
Been disastrous, I think. But other than that, I do think that they should be given citizenship. Those are other reasons that exist, like horrible reasons that exist, discrimination that exists within Middle Eastern countries. But I also think that they should be able to go back to their own country. Because,
I feel so tired.
To be honest, I would argue it's not a one state or two state.
I mean, I guess I'd heard that at one point, but I hadn't really processed that.
Solution. It's a one state or Bantustan solution.
There's a genuine answer to that, by the way. The Nakba to them is not the loss. The disaster is actually not that they didn't, that there was an expulsion or fleeing or loss of a number of Arabs.
Took the land?
It specifically is the disaster that a Jewish state came into being. That was the disaster.
I mean, like, based on what?
And
do
also
you know that for sure? Because that's
it's a historical. I'm trying to hold on. Let me find this.
Which two-state solution is comparable to a Bantustan? I think Olmert's offer was comparable to a Bantustan?
Can you repeat what you just said?
You think Olmert's offer was comparable to a Bantustan?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe the Bantustans for me?
Olmert, the reason as to why, well, I wouldn't say it was a Bantustan, but Olmert also wasn't necessarily like advocating for a Palestinian state. He still wanted control of the airspace, telecommunication.
But it's also
he wanted to still
keep in mind they were never trying to there wasn't like a concerted effort to make a Palestinian state. It was a concerted effort to stop there from being a Jewish one.
Sure.
Otherwise, they would have accepted the massive Palestinian state that was offered initially, which was
massive is quite right.
I'm not talking about the 47 partition plan. I'm talking about before that.
Oh, like the original one.
Yeah, that the Jews were prepared to accept the state the size of a tablecloth, is what they said, right? Yeah. The Palestinians weren't. There was a point at which they
even smaller than New Jersey.
There was an even smaller amount that they suggested at one point, which was like 80 or 90% or something like that would be. By the way, that's not even a Palestine. Already they got the majority of Palestine, and that's called Jordan.
Excuse me?
This is the majority of what was left.
Are you talking shit about me, bro?
Oh, yeah. Jordan.
Yeah, it took you a second, didn't it?
A second. Yeah, you are the Palestinian state.
I am the Palestinian state. I am the Senate.
Yeah.
Hold on to 5%, I think, or 6% of the West Bank, which would be used to control the West Bank and monitor it as well.
State of Jordan.
And
and with the emote, that's a winning comment, Cryptic. The Arab notables took their land under the Ottomans by gaming the deeds that the Ottomans required for their tax purposes, being land rich and cash poor. They sold some of the holdings they'd stolen to the Jews. Then and only then did the Palestinian sense of honor, which was bound up in their prominent men and families, permit them to see the land as stolen and blame the Jews who bought it, even though they bought it, which is crazy. Relatively fine is not forced conversions, killings, exiling, or forcing people to live as second-class citizens. It's clear while using a bit of a red herring to change the subject, I'm stating history now, you can say spread as peaceful, but secular history shows conquest of Persia wasn't very restrained at all because Zoroastrians weren't, quote, people of the book. I see moral equivocating and a bias to downplay. Oh.
It's all very...
It's getting spicy up in here.
Basically, all the people don't like. It's like the whole colonizer narrative, and this girl keeps saying that too, right? She's calling.
Yeah, because she's bought into all of the, the lefty.
Like Iran is a huge colonizer, like the Iranian regime.
Sure.
And think of all the countries they've been colonizing: Lebanon, Yemen, of course, Gaza. They've been Syria, Iraq.
Where?
Gaza.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Not
place.
A country.
I'm unfamiliar with that place. Perhaps you're pronouncing it incorrectly.
Gaza.
There you go. Okay, now I know where you're talking about. You're talking about Gaza.
Yeah, but they've been doing this, and it's like we know what would happen to the Jews if there was no state. It's exactly what's happening to all the other minorities.
Always. Yeah.
What's happening to the Zoroastrians and the Baha'i and the Kurds and the Yazidis and the Coptic Christians.
Yep.
And people have no idea over here in the West about that history at all. They actually
get to live nice little cushy lives. There it is, Cryptic.
I feel like the poor Arab people over there, and not an understanding of like the Arabs were the conquesting colonizers.
Yes, and like they also, I think the big problem is they think when we talk about that situation, that by talking about Arab extremism, we are equating all Arabs to that extreme faction, which is obviously not the case. We're talking about Islamists, fundamentalists.
Islamists meaning that political Islam, right?
Yeah.
Meaning Islam as a as a political entity too, which then
a fundamental political entity.
Yeah. People get a lot of confusion when you should be, if you're making it your political ideology as well, then it can be criticized without you just saying Islamophobia, because you're talking about a political. And again, the irony.
I mean, yeah, I think so. I feel so tired. I think there's definitely I mean, that's just kind of what we call political fundamentalist Islam is Islamism. Right, but
well, that's what we come up with.
It's just a name we use for political fundamentalist Islam. Go ahead, buddy.
However, Islamism is really a cover for Arab supremacism from the beginning of it, right? Maybe. I mean, Arab is an ethnicity, and they come from initially the Arabian Peninsula, right, where Saudi Arabia is.
Sure.
It's spread through conquest and colonization. And people in the West over here think,
as did Western countries, by the way, because we're not downplaying that either.
Oh,
we're just criticizing the double standard. That's literally the only thing.
It's just that West here is very aware of their colonization. They aren't aware of Arab colonization because there's this idea that they're like these poor oppressed people over there when the Arabs are the majority.
Islam is still relatively young compared to the other Abrahamic religions. It hasn't gone through like a Reformation movement to the same extent.
I mean, is it because of the age of it, do you think? Or do you think there's a nature?
I think that has that's a huge part of it.
And do you think that some
ideas are you kidding me? Read the Torah. You know this. The Torah has lots of fucked up shit in it.
Yeah, but they all have fucked up shit in it. But I'm saying some are more easily interpreted a certain way than others. And like not all religions are equal in that sense.
Could easily interpret the Quran in lots of different ways. If people can interpret like shit in the Torah to not mean like to be like, I'll eat shellfish or whatever, or like just ignore shit and be like, nah, I don't really need to follow that, then that's one thing. But like,
yeah, but there's a reason you don't see political Judaism like running things, right? It's not a thing. Like even in Israel, where they say it's an ethno state, and it's not. Like you're not running it with Judaism. It's not. Jewish law is not applied to everybody in that sense, right?
Daniel, why do you always join when I'm like really close to ending the stream? Why do you do this to me, buddy? Why? It makes me sad. Well, I mean, the Crusades, the Crusade Wars were pretty brutal.
There were times I know in history where
I don't know, maybe there might be an argument there. I really don't care, honestly, Daniel. Like, any brutality from any religion at any time is bad. Christianity isn't really that brutal as much anymore. They do still do some stupid shit, but they're not as brutal as Islam can be right now. That's really what I care about.
I'm a Christian, but at the heart of Christianity is like, there is at least, you can always kind of go back to this. Jesus is all about peace and turning the other cheek, and he's not about violence or any of that stuff, right? And he's kind of the center of Christianity, whereas the center of Islam is like, sort of Allah is Muhammad, and Muhammad was a warrior.
Oh, the witch shit too was pretty fucked. Go ahead. Sorry, one more time.
I was just saying that Christianity, Jesus is all about peace and turning the other cheek. And that's a major, that at least people can kind of interpret in that direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Islam, it's a little harder because I think Muhammad is a warrior, right?
True.
Muhammad's not supposed to be obviously the son of God or anything, but he's obviously the highest prophet in Islam. Mm-hmm. And there's that, if you follow the example, there's a lot of violence.
We need an ex-Muslim in our community, someone who can talk about this shit a lot more than we can, because like I do feel like there's an extent to where we start talking about it where I feel like, okay, like we're Jews or ex-Jews, Jewish people, and like Christians and everything, like talking about this stuff, and like we don't really know it that well.
Yeah.
And I would like an ex-Muslim in here who like grew up in it and like left it to be able to talk about this stuff.
Or just a Muslim who can talk about it.
What's that? What'd you say?
Or just a Muslim who can talk about it.
Or just a Muslim who could talk about it, yeah. But one who's like honest about it and isn't just doing apologetics all the time.
I don't know.
Any apostates in the chat? Great question, Cryptic. Any apostates? Bring your apostates. We need them. One of these days we're going to get one in here, guys. Hey, if you guys are ever in Tiny's chat and you come across an ex-Muslim, make sure to invite them over to the stream, right? We can have our ex-Muslim peace go.
I'll say one of the interesting things to think about when it comes to anti-Semitism is in the Torah and in Jewish belief, there's no beliefs that pertain to other peoples that exist today, right? There's nothing about like specifically about any other people because it came first. In Christianity, there's already beliefs about Jews built into.
Well, I mean, we killed the Philistines and the Canaanites and all of that shit.
They don't exist. That's what I'm saying today.
That
right?
depends on if you ask one of these crazy fucking leftists, because they'll be like, the Philistines, those are the real Palestinians.
Yeah, they were Greek people who live by the water.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I know, but they'll go for it regardless.
Yeah, but my point being, Christianity has beliefs about Jews built in, where a lot of anti-Semitic beliefs came.
That's true.
And then Islam has beliefs about Christians and Jews built into it. And so, and the majority of the world is Muslims and Christians. So means billions of people are learning about Jews without having ever met them. You're going to get anti-Semitic. That's why there's a perpetual anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic beliefs, because they're always thinking and they're always learning things about Jews as part of the religious upbringing. You know, a lot of people.
Cosmic. I mean, it would be if they were former Muslim or like raised from a former family. We'd want somebody who like knows it pretty intimately. And yeah, that's true. Like a lot of the ex-Muslims are super crazy about hating Islam, but like, I kind of get it, right? Like, they're hated by Islam, not like every Muslim, but like, you know what I mean. Daniel, why are you giving me all this work today? You giving me all this work, bro? Hands are tied.
Yeah, what's up, Jordan?
Oh, I was talking to chat, Daniel.
I know. I'm saying what's up.
How's it going, bud? Why you always come at the end? You hurt me. Did you see the beauty out of Canada today, bud?
No, I didn't.
Liberals won. Carney's gonna be PM.
Whatever, dude. Canada's already destroyed.
I saw someone make an article about that. You think Canada's destroyed?
No, he's.
There are some people who really think that. Think it's like it's clock's ticking.
It's the end, dude. It's the end times for Canada for sure.
Well, it's going to be harder to get that 51st state with a liberal government in there. Daniel King today actually getting persecuted because he misspelled. Hey, listen, because he misspelled persecute. Cryptic. I wish I could do something about it, buddy, but it's, my hands are tied in these situations. I don't have a choice here, okay? This is bigger than me. You got to understand. Like, if I could do something, I would. But I can't.
Bro, but there's no time in history where Christianity was really more brutal than Islam.
It's hard to say. The Inquisition was fucked. The Crusades were fucked. The witch trials were fucked. Yeah, but dude,
it's like comparison. Well, the witch trials were almost more government than they were religious, but yeah.
Well, they were religious. I mean, they were born out of religious. But fear.
I mean, to even bring up the witch trials in like comparison to just what's going on in Afghanistan, you know what I mean? It's like ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but also like the technology makes it a lot easier. Like, how do we know that? How do we know that? Let's say it was during the time of the Crusades, but instead of like horses and swords and shit, they had tanks and guns and whatever the fuck. How do we know it wouldn't be like that, right? They had chemical weapons or whatever. We just don't really know.
What we do know is the texts that are provided, and in those texts, I believe Islam is more brutal by far than Christianity or Judaism.
I think if we're just going through the texts, I hesitate again because I don't know that much about Islam, but from what I know, I'm inclined to agree with you. But that's kind of why I wish we had like a Muslim or an ex-Muslim here to like really talk about it.
Who do you think committed more genocides, Muslims or Christians?
Let me ask ChatGPT.
I think that's a really interesting question because the problem.
More genocides. I'm going to throw Jews in there too. Muslims, Christians, or Jews or Hindus. All right.
Hindus. No, I mean, fucking the Hindus have been pretty devastated by Muslims.
Oh, there's less anti-Semitism in the Hindu world because
we
look at Pakistan and Bangladesh.
This is a complicated.
Look at the Kashmiri.
Goku, why you got spread porn in the chat? What's up with that, dog?
All right, do you want to hear what ChatGPT said?
What's it say?
This is a complicated and sensitive question, but here's a direct and factual.
I checked, dog.
Genocide is not simply about religion, it's about political, military,
It's not a music video.
Yeah, okay.
What, do you think I'm fucking blind? I'm literally looking at the thing. You think I'm stupid?
Historical. You want to hear this? Or no?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Group, historical genocides committed. All right, Christians, historically tied to many colonial genocides. Example, indigenous peoples in the Americas, Australia, Africa, Crusades, and Spanish conquests. Muslims, certain Islamic empires committed atrocities. Under Ottoman rule, Armenian genocide,
how did I know what it was?
Although it was nationalist Turkish leaders, not explicitly religiously motivated. Jews have not historically committed genocides. They have overwhelmingly been victims of genocide. Holocaust pogroms, expulsions, and then Hindus. There are some accusations of massacres in South Asian history.
I just didn't play the video. I saw what it was from the thumbnail.
But not systemic, large-scale genocides. So, in summary, historically, Christian majority powers were responsible for the largest.
Good try, though. Good try. I respect the attempt. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Jordan?
Yeah.
Historically, Christian majority powers were responsible for the largest scale of genocide in numbers. Some Muslim majority empires committed massacres and ethnic cleansings, but genocide is a legal concept, applies most clearly to things like the Armenian genocide. So Christians have been accused of being the biggest, most responsible. They also have been around longer. But it's also a very specific legal and moral charge. So that's why it's a little tough to use that. How about if I said who's committed the most massacres?
All right, that's fine. We'll let that one slide.
Has committed the most massacres.
Guys, we have actual cartoon Goku in the chat, and he wants to be a mod.
Sick, dude. He wants to be a mod?
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. I already have mods. They do a wonderful job. I'm not looking.
I mean, dude, if you just look at Africa alone and what fucking Islam's done to Africa compared to Christianity, it's fucking insane. Well, everybody of like westernized black culture are upset, like, oh, how did I mean, it's more of a Twitter combo than anything. How did nailed him. How did so many Africans become Christian? Because colonization.
Like Odell Beckham
But it's like when you compare the colonization of Christianity compared to the conquering of Islam and the current enslavement of Islam, like it's fucking wild. Like current. I mean, while the transatlantic slave trade was going on, there was still a sub-Saharan slave trade going on,
buddy.
and they castrated every single one of the slaves that they got out of Africa, as opposed to just in the transatlantic.
To let you know, a couple of my mods are mods for like one of the biggest political streamers on the internet. So
no, dude, I just all around think Islam is far more brutal throughout history. Christianity.
In pure numbers over time, the Christian empires caused more deaths, largely because they dominated global imperialism during the era of guns, germs, and steel. They controlled more colonies and larger populations across continents, and they industrialized mass killings on a larger scale, especially during colonial and World War eras. So they have won out in that sense.
Cryptic.
What about in modern times? So if we talk about modern times, I wonder if the answer would be any different. They consider the world wars, though, of that.
It's trash.
The association is Christian majority countries.
I'm not.
I guess Nazi Germany would be considered. Nazi Germany would be considered a Christian majority country.
Yeah, I look at the world wars as more of a political takeover than it was a religious motive.
ChatGPT has been very explicit. No genocides committed by Jewish groups in Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Woo!
Dude, that's because the Jews
broke that algorithm. ChatGPT. Fuck off, Daniel.
Civilian deaths occur, but not organized genocide campaigns.
Yeah.
In very simple terms, Most civilian massacres today are political or ethnic rather than strictly religious, and Islamic extremists have carried out the most religious motivated. Islamic extremists have carried out the most religious motivated massacres since approximately 2000. Example, ISIS. But total numbers are still far smaller than 20th century state-led atrocities. The biggest killers in the 1900s have been Nazi Germany, Christian cultural, Soviet Union, atheist state, China under Mao, atheist state, and Khmer, I can't say that, Rouge in Cambodia, atheist.
I'm almost surprised that fucking Nazi Germany is still larger than China or Mao's China. I feel like Mao fucking devastated a lot of people.
He did.
Yeah, I don't know if these are
a lot of people.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was.
I thought it was like first.
Like motivations are important.
First place.
Right? Like the motivation.
Yeah, none of those feel religious.
Yeah, that wasn't like because of religion or lack of religion. It's because he was awful as a leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think today we have seen less of like other religions being like the driving political force of a nation, whereas Islam is the driving political force of many nations today.
Yeah, dude, like over 17 extremist nations.
Actually, there's like 40 something Muslim states, 22.
Yeah.
And one teeny tiny little New Jersey-sized Jewish state.
Yes, but they also
got a problem with those guys are the true genociders of the entire world, Jordan,
right. 100. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, everybody's gonna ignore what's going on in Bangladesh.
Yeah,
you know.
That's why
Myanmar.
There's such color. That's why all these other countries are speaking
Myanmar.
Hebrew.
Oh, let's not fucking discuss what was I talking about? Sudan. Like, yeah, dude. I mean,
although that I believe is more ethnically motivated than religiously.
No, it's religiously motivated too.
Is it?
All the militias, yeah, dude. All the militias are of Islamic nature. All of them that are committing all those
they could all
atrocities.
be Islamic, and it could still be like an ethnic.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I know what you mean. Like, it's not intentionally a religious.
Yeah, like they're not going in the
as
name of
just,
Islam.
like,
We're going to cleanse all of these.
No,
people,
no,
right?
for sure, for sure. I get that. Yeah, but still, they're all fucking Islamic militants doing it, though.
Maybe.
But yeah. No, that's what it says. That was in the article.
The
I read.
Khmer Rouge did target intellectuals and
several
religious
articles.
followers, though. It wasn't a religious-led massacre because the Khmer Rouge was an atheist government.
Sudan's number one.
Yeah, but it was meant to
crisis
like
in the
get
world
rid
right
of
now.
religion. So like it's an anti-religious. What's the word? Massacres. I don't know. Is that a genocide? I don't know.
Well, genocide is a relatively new political concept, right?
Yeah.
And it was actually created to describe what happened to the Jews. So, just like apartheid was like created to describe what happened.
I've heard that word too many fucking times tonight. Okay.
Really? Tonight? Oh, in the
debate. Yeah.
Girl. Oh my God. She really doesn't understand. Have you guys talked about how ridiculous it is to call it an apartheid state?
Of course.
I've had people I know argue this to me so much. Like, and it's just amazing that it's. Anyway, you guys have talked about it. I won't talk about it.
That's fine. But, I think it's time to wrap it up for the night. Daniel, I just wish you would come earlier sometimes, but, it is what it is.
Yeah, work, dude.
Yeah, so we'll pick this up. We'll continue with the debate next time. Let's see. We're at 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 16 seconds. Before we go, what's our ghaza count again? Is it 8? We have 8 ghazas. Do you know what that is, Daniel?
No.
Okay, so one thing the far lefties who are super pro-Palestinian do is they don't say Gaza. They say Gaza because they try to say it like the Arabs. And we basically
differently every time.
Yeah, we make fun of them for it. So we're counting how many times this German Western girl or whatever says Gaza instead of Gaza.
Yeah, cool.
More importantly, Jordan, when are we watching Stargate?
Oh my God! At some point. Yeah, I have ADHD, which means the more you ask me to do it, right? That makes me not want to do it.
His commitment to watch Stargate.
Oh yeah, I know, Cryptic. I know it's gonna be bad. One of these days, we'll do a drinking game for that. Like when I can have a good drink and have some fun. One of these days, we'll do a fun drinking game together. All right, guys.
I think I would drink every time.
As always, it's been fun. I love y'all. You're all amazing. Yair, welcome to the community. I'm glad you're here. Anybody else watching who's not following, give me a follow. I always appreciate it. You're all fucking amazing. I will see you all again on Wednesday. Bye-bye.